Chapter 81 No More Talking. The next morning, I woke up in the worst possible state. Again, I brought this upon myself in the evening to have a few more hours for myself. "Good morning, Miss Charlie," my watch chirped, entirely too smug about my suffering. I groaned, shoving my face deeper into my pillow. "Not yet," I whined, voice muffled and pathetic. But no matter how much I protested, my body, traitorous as ever, started dragging itself out of bed. I was miserable. I hated being awake. I hated I had to function. "You say that every morning," Jerry reminded me, utterly devoid of sympathy. "Because it's true," I snapped, rubbing the bleariness from my eyes. "And for the record, I recall telling you my social battery is low. No talking." "You said you didn't want to talk to people," Jerry countered. "You also count," I grumbled, trudging toward the shower like a condemned prisoner marching to the gallows. The pod had auto-sanitation, sure, but there was something irreplaceable about hot water. The way it scalded my skin awake, steaming away the last remnants of exhaustion. It was less about hygiene and more about survival at this point. 20 glorious minutes later, I emerged, damp and refreshed, but still very much naked. Not that it mattered. I was just going straight back into the capsule anyway. "Before you go," Jerry's voice chimed in again, coming from somewhere. Thank you for what you said earlier." I paused, blinking. What did I say? My brain was still booting up, and retrieving yesterday's data was not in its priority queue. I sat down at the capsule, leaving the lid open while I tried to piece it together. "Oh, he counts!" I let that sink in for a moment before a small smile tugged at my lips. "Well, yeah, you do." Jerry didn't respond right away, but something about the silence felt pleased. I chuckled. "Bye, Jerry." And with that, I climbed into the capsule, the world around me dissolving into the familiar hum of Rimelion. I slipped through the halls, careful to keep my footsteps light against the stone floor. The last thing I needed was someone spotting me and thinking I was available for conversation. Or worse, paperwork. The corridors were quieter at this hour, the usual clatter of armored boots and hurried messengers reduced to an occasional echo in the distance. I hugged the walls, ducking past open doorways, moving with the grace of someone who definitely wasn't sneaking out of her own fortress. Almost made it. Then, right as I turned a corner, I nearly collided with someone. My breath caught, but I pivoted at the last second, plastering myself against the nearest pillar as if I belonged there. A soldier strolled past, eyes focused on whatever report he was holding. He didn't see me. Perfect. I exhaled slowly, giving it a few beats before moving again. The entrance was just ahead, and, most importantly, there were no bureaucrats in sight. No one to drag me back inside with urgent matters that absolutely couldn't wait. When I finally reached the entrance, undetected and free, I grinned so wide I could barely contain it. A flawless escape. And then, "My lady!" Two guards snapped to attention, their backs straight as spears, their voices perfectly synchronized. My grin froze, then twisted into something more pained. "At ease," I muttered, giving them a half-hearted wave as I hurried past, my not-so-stealthy exit thoroughly ruined. I was nearly clear of the fort when, "Lady!" Alma's voice rang out like my whip's crack, and I turned around with the slow, deliberate movement of someone preparing for impact. There she was, standing in the training yard, or whatever they called it here, looking positively thrilled. Behind her stood 7 men and 3 women, all lined up in sharp formation. "I formed your personal guard," she announced, practically vibrating with excitement. "Smile. Come on, me. Just smile." "Alma, that's wonderful," I said, my voice a little too enthusiastic, a little too forced. "But hey, I was trying." Alma practically skipped, her excitement rolling off her in waves. She bowed deeply before spinning on her heel and motioning grandly toward the assembled soldiers. "The best," she declared, chest puffed with pride. And I had to admit, they looked the part. Their armor gleamed in the morning light, a striking silvery green that somehow was both elegant and undeniably intimidating. The craftsmanship was leagues beyond the standard Imperial gear, each plate shaped for both mobility and defense. But the actual star of the show? My snowflake crest, engraved across the upper half of their backs in bold, icy silver. Ah yes, Nothing inspires fear and respect like a bunch of battle-hardened warriors rocking an aggressively decorative snowflake. I folded my arms, nodding as if I had designed the whole thing instead of just existing as the inspiration. That's wonderful, Alma, I said, keeping my tone measured, like I wasn't totally surprised by how actually competent she was. I will personally appoint you and the guard in ceremony this evening. Alma beamed, practically glowing. I could almost hear the pride swelling in her chest. She was about to say something when I quickly added, "Now I have to inspect some things." I waved my hand vaguely toward everything and nothing because, frankly, I had no idea what I was inspecting. But it sounded important, and more importantly, it gave me an out. Alma, ever eager to fulfill her role, straightened immediately. "Do you need an escort?" Oh, she was really committed to this. "No need, thank you. Keep up the good work. Bye." I turned on my heel, making my escape so abrupt it was probably rude. But hey, I was a noble now. A little eccentricity is expected. Somehow, the players seemed more alive than the NPCs. The area in front of the fort was a chaotic mess, absolutely teeming with activity. Makeshift stalls stretched out like some bizarre medieval flea market, but the real monstrosity? The tents. Massive, wooden-framed monstrosities. The kind of over-the-top beer hall setups that screamed Oktoberfest. At least the Germans at the bar claimed their tents were as big as these. But it was as if their Oktoberfest had been raided by an ambitious, wood-obsessed carpenter with no concept of restraint. Weird. My clerks, who apparently work for me now, were manning the stalls like diligent little merchants. Neat little price tags in crisp Imperial Central adorned every good, their pristine organization in direct contrast to the utter anarchy surrounding them. System translation kicked in, and I was immediately bombarded with an overwhelming wave of numbers. We were buying everything, and I meant everything. People bustled around, trying to sell literal garbage, useless wares, miscellaneous trinkets, blades so rusted they were probably biological hazards, and grass. Yes, grass. Naive players. I smirked, ducking and weaving through the madness. But damn, it was hard to push through. Someone actually had the audacity to try selling me a rock. Just as I neared the edge of the market, a voice cut through the noise. So much mud. Pelt ruined mud? Wolves? Hey! I spun on my heel, instincts kicking in before my brain could catch up, and within seconds, I was back inside, charging through the market like a woman possessed. Tens of clerks sat behind their wooden counters, dutifully manning their stations, their storage crates neatly stacked behind them. This was a well-oiled machine. Don't get distracted. Why are we buying mudwolf pelts? My fury crackled through the air as I stormed toward the table. The poor clerk, a thin young man, froze, caught red-handed, rejecting a pelt that very clearly belonged to one of those stupid, mud-obsessed grey wolves. He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, a guard near the entrance, who I hadn't even noticed existed, snagged my sleeve with all the enthusiasm of a man who had lost a will to live. "Excuse me, adventurer, but mud wolves are the enemy," I snapped, wrenching my arm free like I was about to declare war right then and there. Out. The guard grabbed me again, this time with actual intent, and my brain finally caught up with my body. I blinked, just staring at him like I'd insulted my entire lineage. Nearby players either giggled or muttered something about noobs. "We go out," he repeated, as if I had the processing speed of a turnip. Yeah, I follow," I murmured, allowing myself to be dragged along with all the enthusiasm of a cat being forced into a bath. It would probably be a terrible idea to declare war on mud, right? Right? But damn, was it tempting. I had specifically told myself no drama or social interactions this morning. Yes, there was the afternoon plan, attend the teleport event, get Lisa her fire class, maybe enjoy a peaceful moment of filing the paperwork. Okay, maybe being noble wasn't that good, but being physically escorted like a troublemaking child was kind of fun. On the plus side, I now had 6 glorious unscheduled hours of freedom. The universe had gifted me a miracle. "How am I supposed to walk in mud?" I muttered, mostly to myself. "Girl, you're already doing it," the guard chuckled as he kept dragging me through the crowd. I glanced down. Oh, he was right. My heels weren't sinking into the mud. They weren't sticking, slipping, or making that horrible slop sound that usually accompanied ill-advised footwear choices. I opened my mouth, then snapped it shut, my glare dropping hard onto my glorious heels. Flawless grace, I hissed. What even were these stats? No stopping, or ill-use force, the guard warned, clearly unimpressed with my revelation. Sorry, I flashed him an overly sweet smile, deciding to lean into the absurdity. You take your duty very seriously. Is the owner that bad? Or are the rumors just exaggerated nonsense? People saw a guard escorting me and moved out of the way far faster than they would have otherwise, so I let him keep up the heroic rescue mission. No sense in fighting convenience. I haven't seen her yet, he admitted with a casual shrug. But yesterday she formed her personal guard by commandeering Doan personnel. I gasped, pressing a hand to my chest with mock offense. Hey, I can do that! His expression remained neutral. Okay, technically I should have asked first, I conceded, rolling my eyes. But it was just a few papers. He eyed me, really looked at me this time. His gaze swept over my outfit, lingering for a moment on the subtle embroidery, the rich textures that definitely screamed not a random commoner. Then, his eyes locked onto my crown. And stayed there. His entire posture stiffened, like someone had just yanked the rug out from under his brain. His hand twitched ever so slightly, a subtle tremor betraying his sudden uncertainty. What do you mean by you should have asked? His voice wasn't quite steady anymore. I sighed, already regretting this interaction. With a casual flick of my wrist, I held up my ring and let a trickle of mana surge through it, making the insignia pulse with a soft glow. Not a definitive proof, but good enough. Princess Charlie. Don't worry about it, I said, keeping my tone light, almost bored. Like this wasn't the 50th time someone had just realized they were manhandling a noble. He froze on the spot, gulped, visibly recalibrated his entire existence. I smiled, just enough to let him know I wasn't actually planning to throw him in a dungeon. Just escort me out of the market like an unruly kid, and everything's fine. I'm not mad. You're just doing your job? He swallowed hard, then gave the stiffest, most awkward nod I'd seen all week. Yes, lady, he said, his voice suddenly a lot more careful. His grip on my arm instantly softened, shifting from firm authority to something closer to fear. The crowd thinned out the moment we crossed an invisible dividing line, one of those unspoken social physics things that players and NPCs instinctively obeyed. No more shoulder-to-shoulder jostling, no more pushy merchants hawking overpriced junk, just space, blessed, breathable space. The guard, sensing the shift, released his grip like he'd just realized he was holding a live grenade. I exhaled, stretching my arms dramatically. Thanks for the escort. And, sorry for my outburst. Bye. No ceremony, no lingering awkwardness. I just turned on my heel and booked it before anyone else could decide they needed something from me. I shouldn't be awake so early, especially later on diplomacy quests. Jogging felt good. It shook off the morning grump, helped clear the lingering irritation of paperwork, and, wait, I blinked. Where the hell was I going? Pulling up my map, I squinted at the blinking marker. Right. Jock Dungeon. Solo practice time. No people, no distractions. Just me and whatever poor creatures lived in there for a few hours. A grin stretched across my face as I picked up the pace. All right, let's go break some things. Chapter 82, Engok's Welcome. The walk through the meadows was peaceful, which was a problem. My brain, left unattended, had chewed on something truly cursed skill descriptions. Specifically, the nonsense poetry the system insisted on using instead of just telling me what the damn skill does. Observe as the very ground conspires to halt your enemy's advance. Oh, fantastic. What does that mean? Quicksand? Vines? Spontaneous sinkholes? Maybe the grass itself would rise in rebellion against my foes. That'd be fun. I sighed, rubbing my temples as I trudged along. Thanks, system. Really helpful. You could just tell me, but no, gotta keep the naughty exploiter in suspense. Not that I was actually surprised. There had always been skills and items like this, even in the future. The kind of mechanics that required trial, error, and a little bit of blind faith to figure out. So, my forte. He. The trek stretched on, nothing but rolling hills and lazy wildlife in the distance. Occasionally I spotted something, wasps, birds as large as me, the occasional oversized lizard, but they all kept their distance. Just as well. I wasn't in the mood for unnecessary fights. Yet. Instead, I walked in relative quiet, rereading skill descriptions and grumbling to myself about system who thought vague, dramatic phrasing was more fun than actual information. I wasn't going in completely blind. I had done my homework. Last night, before watching Catherine's stream, I had scrolled through Riker's collection of guides, or, as I like to call it, Riker does literally everything. Seriously, if it is something Rimelion-based, he was doing it. According to an explorer, Night Swallow, Engok Dungeon was set in some sort of swamp, maybe a bog. Honestly, I didn't know the difference. All I needed to know was that it was wet, muddy, and full of things I could freeze solid, at least according to her. She even put that behind a paywall, and Rikers were insisting I couldn't go wrong, so I sent a few credits her way. Well, see, when I finally reached the outskirts, the land shifted beneath my feet. What had once been rolling green hills flattened out, the grass giving way to twisted reeds and thick, gnarled roots, half submerged in pools of stagnant water. The air turned humid, thick with the scent of wet earth and decaying plant matter. A constant orchestra of croaking frogs and buzzing insects filled the air, an ever-present reminder that nature was absolutely thriving in this damp hellscape. The ground squelched beneath my heels. Wait, it should have. Instead, my glacial tread heels whispered over the terrain, untouched by the mud. I smirked, and giddiness was filling my heart. Ahead, the water grew darker, murky depths shifting with unseen movement. Large patches of floating moss disguised what was probably deep water, and ancient trees jutted out at odd angles, their roots twisting in a chaotic mess above and below the surface. Mist clung low to the ground, swirling around as if trying to hide the dangers lurking beneath. This was definitely a bog, or a swamp. Whatever, it's gross, and I hate it. Let's freeze it. But there past the fog, past the gnarled trees, half buried in the sludge, was the entrance to Engok Dungeon. Smallish, weathered stone archway, its carvings long worn by time and the relentless swamp. It looked as if it had been swallowed by the landscape, vines creeping up its surface and moss clinging as if it had claimed the place as its own. I took a breath, grinning. Finally, I strode in. You found Engok Dungeon, entering Instance 3. It was an instance dungeon. Take that, Riker. This was a game, not reality. No fighting sweaty tryhards for boss kills. Just me, my dungeon, and whatever horrors were about to crawl out of this bog. The moment I stepped through the crumbling archway, a wave of thick, stifling heat rolled over me. The temperature had to have jumped by at least 10 degrees. My skin prickled, and a sheen of sweat started forming immediately. This is disgusting. Even with my amazing, flawless, legendary heels, I wasn't walking on solid ground anymore. The moment my foot touched the surface, it sank into lukewarm, murky water. Ugh, I was wrong. So very wrong. Something gurgled. So was Night Swallow. A deep, wet sound, like thick mud sucking at boots after heavy rain. I glanced at my side at the notification that had popped up. Type, 2 uncommon HP, 19999. The bubbling got louder. The water churned, ripples spreading outward as something shifted beneath the surface. Thick clumps of mud began rising, forming a vaguely humanoid shape, but it wasn't solid. It was oozing, constantly shifting, as if the very swamp itself was vomiting up a creature from its depths. Riker, refund, the girl said it was interesting. Its skin, if I could call it that, was a dripping mass of dark, swampy sludge, flecked with rotting plant matter and bits of unidentifiable bones tangled within. Pockets of gas trapped inside the gunk burst with each sluggish movement, releasing the kind of foul stench that made me immediately regret inhaling. Oh, that's rancid. Its arms stretched unnaturally long, tendrils of sticky, slimy mud sloughing off, only to be absorbed back into its shifting mass. One glowing eye, yellow-green like festering water, blinked out from the mess of sludge making up its head. Its mouth, if that gaping hole could be called a mouth, gurgled again, dripping with some thicker, black tar-like substance. Then it lurched forward, dragging itself toward me, leaving behind a trail of bubbling filth in the water. I wrinkled my nose. Okay, that's just nasty. The moment I reached for my mana, it answered instantly, as if it had been waiting, coiled just beneath my skin, anticipating my call. It wasn't just magic. It was a presence, a force woven into my will, and I needed it badly. With a flick of my wrist, A wave of frost surged, curving around my fingers like a living thing, hungry to be unleashed. My magic flowed steadier than I expected, smoother, more refined. A portion of my mana, tiny compared to the spell itself, was siphoned toward my cape, so casting became easier, like my magic was reinforcing itself, sharpening, perfecting. My fingers snapped forward, releasing the cone of frost directly at the advancing creature. The air cracked, white mist curling from the sudden drop in temperature. But before I could watch the effect, a notification bloomed across my vision, its glow cutting into my focus. Battle attuning, Frostborn Regalia. Set name, Frostborn Regalia. Description, a garment fit for a ruler who walks the line between ice and elegance, power and peril. Forged in the echoes of a lost kingdom, its beauty conceals the strength of a sovereign unbowed by time or fate. Are unlocked? Self-repair? The intrusive window snapped my attention for just a fraction of a second, long enough for the bog creature to lunge. Damn, I barely had time to react before a mass of rotting, sludgy filth collapsed toward me, its putrid form blotting out my view of the swamp. I swiped the notification away, muted the system notices entirely, and willed my mana into motion to protect myself. At the same time, my new automatic skill activated. Diamond Reflex activated. Mana drained. The world shifted. For a heartbeat, everything moved slower, each moment stretched out like a thread being pulled taut. I could see the mud-slick tendrils, see the shimmering beads of water sliding off its dripping body, the gas pockets in its form pulsing ready to burst. Despite the reflex, I was too late. The impact slammed into me like a boulder of sopping, putrid decay. The wet, clinging mass struck my chest, the force knocking the breath from my lungs, sending me skidding backward. My heels dragged through the mire, keeping me upright but doing nothing to stop the hot, slimy weight pressing against me. It was disgusting. Thick, viscous filth clung to my clothes, seeping into the fabric, oozing between openings. The stench, a revolting mix of swamp rot, stagnant water, and something too rancid to name, burned in my nostrils. I gasped, pushing against the mass, but the creature wasn't done yet. Its form rippled, shifting, pulling itself tighter around me. I willed my mana into action, surging it outward like a frozen tide. Ice rippled from my core, spreading across my body, encasing me as the disgusting mass was suffocating me. My limbs locked up as frost engulfed my arms, legs, hell, even my chest, the cold searing into my skin as I forced the bog creature to share in my suffering. It wasn't letting go. I wasn't letting go. We fell into a grueling tug-of-war, a grotesque dance of draining HP. My foot, my arm, my boobs. Each time I froze a part of myself, the thing retaliated, leeching bits of my life force, sapping away slivers of my HP, dragging me into the same goddamn grave. As before, my bars were dropping fast. But I had one advantage, my healing spell. I forced a surge of healing into myself, ignoring the drain on my mana. The pain fell away, my body repairing itself, but my mana pool took the brunt of it, shrinking, dwindling, draining. Wait, no, 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 I yelled, not in despair, but in frustration. This was the Golem lab all over again. The realization ignited something sharp and seething in my chest. I'm not a masochist. With every ounce of power I could summon, I forced a pulse of freezing magic outward, snapping the wet, clinging filth off my body in a shockwave of ice. A sharp crack split the air, the creature snarling, or at least making some horrible bubbling groan as its mucky, gelatinous grip shattered into frozen shards. And then I threw the damn thing off me. It slammed into the swampy ground, landing with a sickening splatter, muddy chunks flying everywhere as it skidded across the bog, crashing through reeds and sinking halfway into the muck. I wasn't done yet. I threw my hands forward, summoning twin jagged lances of ice, and hurled them like spears. They pierced straight through its shifting form, freezing deep inside its body, but the thing kept bubbling, trying to pull itself back together. Fine. I slammed my heel down, and a wave of frost surged forward, spiking through the ground, turning the soggy mud beneath it into a brittle sheet of ice. So it helps me create a game. The floor is ice. The creature lurched, trying to move, shift, escape. Not this time. I lifted my hand, shaping an arc of razor-sharp ice, curving through the air like a crescent moon, slicing cleanly through its grotesque, shifting body. The top half of the creature froze solid, then cracked apart, its gelatinous insides snapping into shards as it collapsed in a heap of frozen, muddy sludge. It twitched once, then burst into crystalline ice dust, melting into the ground, leaving behind nothing but a vaguely foul smell and a puddle of murky water. Silence. I exhaled sharply, my breath misting in the heated air, my arms aching from the raw force of my magic. I glanced at my mana bar, wincing slightly. Worth it. I nudged a remaining frozen chunk with my heel, watching as it cracked and crumbled. The hubris just because I had a fancy legendary skill and some enchanted clothes didn't mean I was suddenly untouchable. The battle had just proven that. I'd fought stronger last month. I could waltz through mythic tier monsters without flinching. But that wasn't me anymore. I wasn't John, the seasoned warrior who had exploited every system loophole to stand at the pinnacle of the tester server. I was Charlie now, some weird mage-priest hybrid that shouldn't have worked, but somehow did, and it felt awesome. My clothes had already begun repairing themselves, the frost-kissed fabric weaving itself back together. A shimmer ran through the cape, the stockings tightening as if they'd never been touched, my corset smoothing back into pristine perfection. Self-repair. I barely contained my grin as I finally glanced at the set notification hovering in my peripheral vision. This was exactly what I wished for. Exactly what I wanted. I thought back to Grumpy, one of the old forum warlords. His actual username had been something about a grumpy animal, but everyone just called him Grumpy because of how he railed against the legendary gear progression. He had stormed the forums, flooding thread after thread with complaints about how it took him an entire year just to get his legendary set attunement to 50. 1 year. For half attunement. I smirked at the memory. Grumpy was a legend in his own right, commenting under any post about legendary items, but also one of the most dedicated grinders I'd ever seen. Hopefully, my set wouldn't take that long, but even if it did, the first perk was already amazing. Self-repair. That alone made this the best. I shook myself out of my nostalgia and turned my attention back to the swamp, scanning for movement. Enemies? None. Noise? Plenty. The croaking of massive frogs, the incessant buzz of mosquitoes, the drone of unseen insects lurking in the muck. But no immediate threats. Suspicious. It's never this easy. I exhaled, bracing myself, and took a step forward. Let's boldly go where? My heels met the thick, sludgy water, sinking slightly before finding grip. A wet squelch echoed in the silence. My foot slid deeper into the bog, the mud sucking hungrily at my heel. My stomach dropped. Where I shouldn't go. I want a refund, Riker. Chapter 83, Frost and Bogue, Book 2 IM. The trees thickened as I moved forward, their twisted limbs arching over the path like skeletal fingers, blotting out the sun in uneven patches. Light dwindled, swallowed by the damp, clinging fog that pooled between the gnarled roots and sank into the muck beneath my heels. The further I walked, the more unnatural it felt. There was no wind, no rustling of leaves, only the distant croak of unseen creatures and the occasional drip of moisture sliding from moss-covered branches. The air was thick, humid with the scent of rot and stagnant water, clinging to my skin like spilled whiskey. I slowed my pace, placing each step deliberately, testing the ground before committing. The skill felt amazing, and I found surety even in places I hadn't expected. But the bog was deceptive, shifting unpredictably underfoot. More than once, my heel pressed into what seemed like solid ground, only for it to sink an inch deeper than expected, the mud swallowing greedily before reluctantly releasing me. So far, I'd tested my heels, and yeah, they were amazing. Not sinking into the mud like some tragic damsel in distress. Life-changing. Next up, my cape. I inhaled, reaching for the thrumming pulse of mana that always sat just beneath my skin. The moment I called to it, the magic answered eagerly, rushing into my veins, flooding my fingertips. A flick of my wrist, and an icicle formed, a sharp, deadly shard, balanced neatly in my palm. But it wasn't just my magic. I could feel it, just a fraction of the mana being siphoned away, drawn into the fabric draped over my shoulders. The cape drank it in, and then, like a tide returning to shore, it surged back into me, refined and amplified. Neat. I filed that away for later. Diamond reflex? No need to test it more. It had already saved my ass once, and I wasn't about to tempt fate. That left unyielding poise, a skill designed to resist interruption, a tool for fights against humanoids who actually had the brains to disrupt me mid-cast. Unlike that thing. That would be a problem for future Charlie. So that left frost weaving. The skill was strange, like the cold itself bent to my will. Less a spell, more of a anything I wanted made from frozen water. Words didn't quite do it justice, so I didn't bother. Instead, I froze the water. The moment the surface crystallized, spreading outward in a delicate fractal bloom of jagged frost, the trees moved. Oh, that may have been a mistake, I muttered. It was not a breeze, nor a shift in the environment they moved. Branches creaked, the sound thick and viscous, like something drenched in molasses being pried apart. Roots slithered beneath the bog water, rippling the surface where my ice hadn't yet reached. Then, with a sickening glorp, something heaved itself upright. A treant but wrong. Its gnarled wooden limbs weren't just wood. They were saturated with the swamp, bog-wet bark dripping with congealed sludge. Pockets of murky liquid clung to its form, trapped like blisters beneath its surface, bursting and oozing thick black filth down its twisted frame with every shuddering step. Ugh, why come here? Its legs, if they could even be called that, were nothing but tangled roots, dragging through the mud, sloshing with each unnatural movement. Where its eyes should have been, there was only hollow darkness, seeping with the same sickly muck that dribbled down its jagged, splintering jaw. And as it lurched toward me, it let out a sound, a wet, gurgling groan, like the swamp itself was breathing. I clenched my fists, ice already forming in my fingertips. All right then, let's see what this frost weaving can really do. System, let me know if something interesting happens, otherwise no notices in front of my face. The creature lurched, its bog-drenched limbs dragging through the swamp with an agonizing slosh, but wow, it was so slow. Not even reflex activated, like, really slow. I arched a brow, sidestepping with medium effort, watching as it swung a dripping, root-clumped arm through the space where I had been standing seconds ago. The attack whiffed so hard I almost felt bad for it. Almost. Well, I mused, rolling my shoulders, this feels a little unfair. Time to test the skill. With a flick of my wrist, I shaped the mana, let it twist and coil, then solidify into a sharp, glistening icicle. I leveled it at my pathetically sluggish opponent, aimed for what looked like the center mass, and fired. The shard shot forward with a crisp, biting whistle. A perfect textbook projectile, if I may say so, and the moment it slammed into the creature's chest, it jerked, not dramatically, not with some epic, ear-splitting screech, just stumbled as if I'd smacked it with a particularly aggressive snowball. I stared. It staggered back, sludge sloughing from its frame in slow, thick globs. I blinked. Was that it? I had braced for a fight, some grotesque, nightmarish struggle against a mire-drenched horror, but this was pathetic. This thing was worse than the wolves in every stupid, muddy way. A slow, mischievous grin curled at my lips. I might have just found the perfect training dummy. I reached for my mana again, this time with no hesitation, and instead of a neat, moderate-sized icicle, I doubled the mass. No, tripled it. The air chilled in response, frost creeping up my fingertips as the massive shard of ice took shape. Sharp, uneven, and absolutely unfair. Oh, this is going to be good. I launched it. The projectile slammed into the creature, embedding deep into its chest, and for a breathless second, it was still. Then, the mud, the water, the pulpy, sludge-laden roots that held its warped body together, they just froze. The moisture in its form solidified instantly, locking it into place, trapping it in an unforgiving embrace of ice. And then, crack. A splintering rupture ran up its twisted frame, fracturing its body from the inside out. Its hollow sockets seemed to widen in shock, as if the poor, oozing creature realized too late what had just happened. Then, it just shattered. Chunks of frozen mud, bark, and whatever the hell else it was made of rained down, hitting the swamp floor with hollow, brittle thuds. I stood there, stunned for a moment, and then I giggled. Then I laughed. A full-bodied, elated giggle echoing through the bog as I clutched my stomach in sheer delight. Oh, this is amazing. I perfectly counted these things. Perfectly. This wasn't just a fight. No, it was target practice. This dungeon would not be hard at all. In fact, it was going to be fun. Night Swallow was right. The swamp churned. What had once been a quiet, eerie bog now roared to life. Trees groaned and twisted as countless figures peeled themselves from the murk. Not just one, not 10, a whole damn forest. Oh, oopsie, I murmured, but the grin stretching my lips was anything but apologetic. The quailays were crawling from the depths, their moss-coated limbs sloshing, gurgling, and oozing with thick, tar-like mud, their branch-like fingers twisting and snapping as they lumbered closer. Their mold-ridden bodies shuddered, as if shaking off the cold bite of their fallen comrade. Then, whoosh! A thick branch snapped through the air like a ballista bolt, hurtling straight at my face. Instinct took over. I pushed mana into my shield. It flickered into existence. I angled it just right, deflecting the attack at the last moment. The branch veered off, spinning wildly into the trees and slamming into one of the slower ghouls with a sickening crack. "Oh, so that's your new trick," I huffed, shaking my arm as the force of the hit buzzed through my bones. "Great, love that for me." The ground shuddered, thick mud bubbling and shifting, trying to suck me in with each step. I had no time to complain, no time to overthink, only time to act. I reached for my magic, ice coiling around my fingertips in response, an icicle spear forming as I aimed at the closest moving mass of sludge and roots. "Quickly," I called, stepping back as they closed in from all directions. My mana thrummed, my breathing remained steady. I may not be a mighty warrior anymore, but that doesn't mean I don't have skills. With a twist at my wrist, I sent the icicle hurtling forward, spearing it straight into the nearest creature's chest. The result was instant. Its twisted, knotted body froze on impact, ice spreading like a disease, locking it in place. And then, just like before, crack, it shattered. One down, whoosh. Another branch shot toward me, and I barely had time to shift. Damn, these things were getting faster. "Pretender!" The prince's mocking voice rang in my head. "Do you talk to yourself often?" I gritted my teeth, ducking as another branch slammed into the mud where I had just stood. "Shut up, Prince! I liked you better when you were asleep. Too bad your mother woke me up." His voice dripped with amusement, unbothered by the fact that I was currently being assaulted by an army of tree monsters. "Get 'em, they stink." I had no breath to argue, no moment to throw back a snarky retort, because they were everywhere. Spirits can smell. The ground shifted, conspiring against me, mud gripping at my ankles, trying to root me down, but my heels wouldn't let it. Instead of sinking, I glided, mana pushing just enough to keep me mobile, light, untouched. Another Kiwai lunged, its mud-coated hands clawing toward me. I spun, mana twisting around me, and this time, I didn't just throw an icicle. I crafted. The air crackled as I formed an arc of ice, a curved blade, razor-thin, and sent it whipping forward like a scythe of winter itself. It sliced through 3 creatures at once, freezing their grotesque sludgy forms and severing them in clean, snapping fractures. "Pretender." "I can see they stink," the annoying prince said again, just as they shatter, shatter, shatter. The pieces of ice-bound bodies collapsed into the swamp, swallowed instantly by the muck and water. But there was still more. They didn't stop. More branches launched, more mud churned, the very swamp itself trying to pull me under. But I wasn't some helpless traveler. I wasn't prey. I had my legendary skill, and it wasn't just for show. With a sharp breath, I slammed my hands together, mana coiling between my palms, and let the power surge outward. The ground beneath my feet froze solid, ice racing across the bog, locking everything in place, roots, mud, water, everything. The Kiwais that had been lurking, waiting, creeping closer. They froze too. I didn't even hesitate. I raised a foot, then slammed my heel down. The ice fractured outward, sending a shockwave through the frozen swamp and rupturing every enemy within range. They cracked, then splintered, and then fell apart, nothing more than fragments of ice and sludge, lifeless and broken. And finally, silence. Just the whisper of wind through the trees, the distant drip of melting ice, the distant croak of a frog. I exhaled, almost out of mana. Then I grinned, tossing my hair over my shoulder as I surveyed the absolute carnage. The swamp still hissed with melting ice, the remnants of my magic slowly dissipating into the humid air. The scent of earthy decay, frozen mud, and raw mana lingered around me, mixing with the fading echoes of my battle. I let out a breathless laugh, adrenaline still pulsing through my veins. "Did you see that, you annoying royal archmage?" I threw my arms wide, grinning like a fool as I perched on a half-submerged boulder, its surface slick with algae and frost. Also a legend now, the prince scoffed, his voice curling in my mind with a mixture of disdain and grudging amusement. That was nothing, just borrowed power. I rolled my eyes, resting an elbow on my knee as I surveyed the icy devastation I had left behind. Oh, shut up. Let me enjoy the moment, will you? But then his tone shifted. Cold, serious. A weight I wasn't prepared for. But I have news for you, princess. A shiver crawled down my spine. My breath hitched, and an odd, unfamiliar weight settled in my chest. He never called me that. Never. Dread curled like a slow-moving shadow, creeping up the edges of my mind. What is it? My voice was steadier than I felt. The swamp around me felt quieter, as if the world itself held its breath. The prince's response was slow, deliberate, ominous. As I told you, Eowyn is making her move. The temperature already warm from the bog's natural humidity felt stifling. The air, thick and heavy, clung to my skin. She's enacting a ritual, he continued, his voice heavy with something I couldn't quite place. Urgency? Frustration? It will damage the spell matrices. I stiffened, gripping the edge of the boulder, my nails digging into the slick stone. That wasn't just bad, as everyone was telling me. That was very bad, kind of bad. My stomach dropped. So, the prince pressed, his tone sharpening, use me now or never. Chapter 84, The Price of Power. Book 2, Somewhere in the Plains, Ian reached into his rough, well-worn bag and fished out the last stone, its weight pressing against his palm. With a muted exhale, he crouched and placed it carefully onto the ground, aligning it precisely with the others before stepping back to examine his work. The polished surface of the stone pulsed faintly, the arcane energy within barely perceptible. But it was there, waiting. Finally, he muttered under his breath, rolling his shoulders to shake off the dull ache creeping into his limbs. All around him, the landscape buzzed with movement. Hundreds of players, some clad in shining plate, others in flowing robes, scurried across the vast clearing, their silhouettes contrasting against the light of the sun. The makeshift ritual ground stretched for miles, a sprawling mass of activity where teams diligently placed similar stones in meticulous patterns. It was an enormous, organized chaos, each faction playing its part in what was surely the prologue to something far greater. Beyond the sea of workers, near a small, grassy hill, a cluster of large, heavy-duty tents stood like ominous watchtowers over the operation. The banners rippling against the wind had the insignia of Queen Eowyn's army. Some tents belonged to her, others to her chosen generals, their occupants hidden within, setting up the war machine that Ian now found himself a cog in. His bag now empty, he turned and strode toward the command tents, his boots crunching against the dirt-packed ground, avoiding to displacing any of the stones. Inside one of the larger tents, the atmosphere was dense with expectation. The air carried the faint scent of parchment and wax-sealed maps, mingling with the rich leather of chairs dragged hastily into formation around a central table. The players of Vainqueurs Imbattables, the guild he had only recently joined, were gathered here, preparing before the next stage of the campaign. Done? The voice came from the woman cloaked in grey-black fabric, her tone smooth. Ian's gaze flickered toward her, noting how her hood cast deep shadows over her features, revealing only the faintest glimmer of a grin beneath the fabric. He nodded. Yes. She inclined her head ever so slightly in acknowledgement before her gaze drifted past him, out toward the camp beyond. What's going on? He asked, following her line of sight, though he couldn't yet see what had piqued her interest. You'll see, she murmured, her grin widening just enough for him to glimpse her white teeth in the darkness of her hood. Ian tensed instinctively. He had learned not to underestimate her, not after she had beaten him in combat with such ease that it still made his stomach twist in frustration. Shorter than him, lean and unassuming at first glance, she moved like a shadow. Her daggers a seamless extension of her will, cutting with precision honed by skill rather than brute force. He had trained under a master of sword, yet even he had not left him as humiliated as she had. The memory of their duel clawed its way to the surface, spontaneous. The flicker of her movements too fast to track the cold press of a blade against his throat before he had even parried. Ian let out a slow, controlled breath and pushed down the lingering sting of defeat. Every new guild member has to get humiliated, so at least he wasn't alone in that. The air crackled with anticipation as the last of the players and soldiers stepped back, their task complete. The massive, intricate formation of stones now lay in perfect alignment, spanning miles in every direction. Each one pulsed faintly with stored energy, waiting for the catalyst that would awaken their true purpose. At the center of it all, moving with deliberate, regal grace, was Queen Erwin herself. The embroidery on her flowing robes shimmered under the sunlight, giving her a glow as she made her way to the heart of the ritual circle. Her presence alone seemed to shift the atmosphere, an invisible weight pressing down on Ian's chest. Even the most hardened warriors and experienced players in the camp lowered their heads as she passed, as if the very air bent to her will. Ian swallowed, bracing himself for whatever came next. "So it begins," a deep voice rumbled beside him. Ian flinched, startled. He hadn't heard anyone approach. He turned sharply to find himself standing next to Dmitri, the hero of the flame. God. The man was a looming presence, draped in a long beige robe that concealed the bulk of his battle-hardened frame. His head gleamed under the pale glow of the magical lights, the few stray hairs that stubbornly clung to his scalp doing little to mask his otherwise bald crown. "Good job, Ian," Dmitri continued, his deep brown eyes glinting with something unreadable. "Infiltrating the fort must not have been easy." Ian let out a weary sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. "Sadly, I got burned," he admitted, frustration clear in his tone. "I apologize for the failure." Dmitri threw his head back and let out a booming, belly-deep laugh. "Oh, burned indeed." His thin lips curled into a smirk, the motion deepening the angular wrinkles lining his face. Ian fought the urge to shrink under his gaze. "Have you reached level 11, as I asked?" Dimitri's tone turned sharp, his eyes narrowing with sudden intensity. Before Ian could answer, the world around them shifted. Queen Erwin raised a single hand, and the very air trembled in response. A shockwave erupted from her, radiating outward with a literal physical force. The canvas of the nearby tents strained against their poles, flapping wildly like trapped birds. Ian staggered, his boots skidding slightly across the dirt as the invisible pressure crashed into him like the onset of a violent storm. His breath caught in his throat as raw, golden energy gathered at the queen's feet. It twisted and writhed, tendrils of pure mana surging across the ritual circle like veins of liquid fire. The stones responded in kind. One by one, they ignited, flaring to life in a cascading chain reaction, each absorbing and amplifying the arcane energy coursing through them. The process was slow, consuming only a handful at a time. There were tens of thousands of them. With each passing second, the ritual intensified, the air growing thick with tangible power. Ian forced himself to remain steady, clenching his fists at his sides to ground himself against the sheer magnitude of it all. "Yes," he finally managed, his voice steady despite the chaos surrounding them. "I reached level 11. Dmitri exhaled sharply through his nose, pleased. "Good. Your service is appreciated." He tilted his head slightly, the sharp angles of his face casting deep shadows under the flickering golden glow. "Now, you'll serve in a new way." Ian stiffened, unsure whether that was a threat or an opportunity. Dimitri's smirk widened, a cruel amusement flickering in his piercing brown eyes. "It's a promotion," he said smoothly, the weight of his words sinking like stones in Ian's gut. "You're moving up into the middle guild ranks. From this moment forward," his heavy hand landed on Ian's shoulder, the grip firm, unyielding, like shackles snapping shut. "You will be imbattable." A moment passed, the world hanging on the edge of something unseen. Then Dmitri added, almost casually, "I recommend setting your reality limit to 1%. Before Ian could even question the statement, fire erupted from where Dimitri's hand rested. The heat was instantaneous, searing through his armor like it was nothing more than parchment, licking up his shoulder and consuming his chest in an inferno of crimson. Ian's breath hitched, eyes widening in raw, unfiltered shock. His entire body screamed as flames danced hungrily over his skin, spreading too fast, too violent. He staggered, trying to move, to do something, but the fire had already taken root inside him. His nerves flared like live wires, sending jolts of pain through every fiber of his being. His reality limit was still set to 10%, so it wasn't unbearable. Not like it would be at full intensity, but it was real enough. And he didn't understand. Through the roaring agony, Ian turned his disbelieving gaze toward Dmitri, his expression raw with incomprehension. Why? Dmitri met his eyes with a wry smile, completely unbothered by the suffering unraveling before him. Every member has to give me power, he explained, his tone light, almost conversational, as if he were discussing guild logistics rather than a burning man in front of him. It's only a day out of the game for you, but an eternity of strength for me. Ian's fingers curled into fists, his nails biting into what little flesh remained uncharred. He tried to speak, but his throat was already raw from the heat, his breath coming in ragged, labored gasps. Why not tell sooner? He managed, his voice barely a rasp, each syllable choked out between the searing waves of pain. His skin boiled as the fire consumed him whole. Dimitri's smirk didn't waver. You could have gotten scared, my friend. Ian wanted to curse him, wanted to lash out, wanted to do anything, but his body was no longer his own. His muscles gone, his bones turned to embers, and then his lungs burned away. There was no more breath, no more sound, only fire, and then nothing. You died. In Ngok dungeon. So, the prince pressed, his tone sharpening. Use me now or never. I slowed, staring down at the elegant, insufferable ring wrapped snugly around my finger. Suspicion coiled in my gut. What do you mean, use you? My voice dripped with irritation as I flexed my fingers, the cooldown still ticking down. Unless I suddenly grew an extra 20 hours of patience overnight, I can't exactly magic time forward. You can charge the ring with mana. In about a minute. I stopped dead, blinked, then, with an exaggerated flourish, flung my hand out as if about to launch the prince straight into the bogwater. What? I demanded, my disbelief practically cracking the trees of the damp dungeon. And you couldn't have mentioned this back in the treasury when I was actively being hunted? A deep, satisfied chuckle echoed through my mind. A prince's laugh, polished and deliberate, like a man who had never once been inconvenienced in his life. Oh, I could have. I narrowed my eyes, resisting the urge to actually throw my fist into the nearest tree. But his amusement lingered, his voice taking on that maddeningly smug tone I was starting to hate, which was impressive, considering he was a spirit. It damages me and decreases the quality rather rapidly, so until now, I saw no reason to tell you. I clenched my jaw so hard, my teeth might just turn to diamond. So let me get this straight, I said, my voice the kind of calm that preceded large-scale property destruction. You had a desperation-fueled emergency mana recharging function this entire time, but it's bad for you, so you decided to keep it to yourself? The ring practically radiated smugness. You grasped the concept splendidly. I pinched the bridge of my nose, inhaled deeply, then let the exhale do the talking. And now you're offering it. Why? There was a pause, just long enough to be suspicious. Then his voice, softer, because soon Ring's existence will be pointless. That sobered me up faster than a slap to the face. We better use the time then, I whispered, more to myself than the ring, before pulling up my friends list. Lisa was online. Perfect. Charlie, Lisa 3. I'm ready to port you. Lisa, where we meet. Charlie, where are you? Lisa, sending screenshot. Charlie. Be there right away. I smirked. Finally, something going my way. All right, my dear prince, I announced with as much dramatic mastery as the damp, monster-infested bog allowed. We're traveling to a meadow. Now, how do I do this? Oh, wise and powerful enchanted jewelry. Just push mana into the ring, the prince instructed, his tone somehow being both annoyed and condescending at once. I rolled my eyes but did as he said, focusing inwardly. My mana surged, a familiar warmth flooding through me before funneling straight into the ring. The artifact pulsed in response, gulping in the energy like a starved beast, the golden inscriptions along its surface flaring to life. That's it? I asked, watching as the glow intensified. I am a genius, the prince declared, his voice practically dripping with self-satisfaction. Even an idiot pretender can use my magic. I snorted. Oh, great. So it's idiot-proof. I was worried I'd have to perform a whole ritual involving virgin sacrifices and twin moon phases. The ring hummed, ignoring my sarcasm. Fine. Whatever. The surrounding air warped, the stale, bog-scented atmosphere rippling like the surface of disturbed water. My vision blurred, twisting into a swirl of light and motion, and with one final pulse of magic, I vanished. Chapter 85. Meet, Greet, and Heat. Book 2, Cute Princess. The moment I materialized, the world barely settled before Lisa raced into me at full speed, her arms locking around my waist as she buried her face into my chest. My breath hitched, not from the impact, which should have knocked me flat on my ass, but from the sheer force of Lisa Ness radiating off her in waves. Reflexively, my hand found its way to her head, ruffling her soft locks as she practically purred in response. I was stunned, despite expecting it. Teleporting based on screenshots was a shaky business, but thankfully, this wasn't an entirely new location for me. It crossed through these rolling hills once before, back when Lucas and I had gone for our casual walk and ended up claiming an entire fort. The surrounding scene was picture-perfect, gentle, sloping hills stretching endlessly into the distance, brushed by a light breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers. The sky was casting everything in nice, warm tones. And amid it all, here I was, Lisa clinging to me like an over-affectionate cat, her arms wrapped tightly around my waist. Perfect, right? Almost. Because her entire guild was standing around us, watching, Prince couldn't hold it anymore and started laughing. A silence hung in the air as I slowly turned my head, only to meet the collective stares of about a dozen unfamiliar faces, some amused, some baffled, and some just openly gawking. Hi? I raised a hand in a weak attempt at a casual greeting, my voice coming out more awkwardly than I intended. A man in a flowing robe, clearly a priest by his clothes, nodded at me with a knowing smile. Welcome, Miss Charlie. I'm Peter. Pardon Liz, she's more focused most of the time. His tone was far too diplomatic, like a parent making excuses for their overly enthusiastic child. Damn right. A booming laugh cut through the moment, and a warrior confidently strode toward me, his armor clanking with each step. I'm Rob, the only warrior you need to know. His grin stretched across his face, plastered there with the unwavering confidence of someone who absolutely believed his own hype. He looked like the guy who thought strategy meant hitting things harder, and negotiation was for people who couldn't swing a sword. I immediately decided I would not be handing him any whiskey, at least until he's old enough, this punk kid. Hi, came a barely audible murmur from somewhere behind me. I turned my head slightly and glimpsed a girl in a black clothes, clearly a rogue, attempting to merge with the landscape. Unfortunately for her, standing in tall grass during broad daylight was about as effective for stealth as a Brit in an Irish pub. And nice to meet you, she stammered, her voice so quiet I had to strain to catch it. I gave her a small, encouraging smile. Hey, Natasha, I said, keeping my tone light. Nice to meet you too. I'd shake your hand, but I gestured down at Lisa, who was still wrapped around me. Finally acknowledging the attention, Lisa squeezed tighter. Miene, she declared, her voice muffled against my chest. I whispered, my brain momentarily buffering. What? Peter the priest executed the perfect facepalm textbook, really. The kind of facepalm that carried the weight of years of dealing with this exact kind of situation. Lise, you can't just claim people, he sighed, his tone teetering on the fine edge between displeasure and resignation, like a man who had long since given up fighting the inevitable. Lisa, to her credit, finally unlatched herself from me. She straightened her robe with a calm, neutral expression, as if she hadn't just physically restrained me in front of an entire audience. I know, Pete, she said smoothly. Then, almost too quiet, she added, just let me be childish sometimes. I really… Her voice trailed off, whatever she was about to say lost in the void of unfinished thoughts. But then, as if flipping a switch, her usual cheerful smile snapped back into place. Doesn't matter. Suspicious. Lisa definitely mattered. But I wasn't about to pry right now, not with a dozen people staring at us like we were the pre-show entertainment for the Sword Queen event. So I filed that little nugget of information away for later and focused on the task at hand. So, Charlie, Lisa continued, her usual energy back in full force. I get that we're ready? I nodded, already pushing mana into the ring. The golden inscriptions flared, greedily pulling in my energy like a bottomless pit. We can go anytime. The sooner, the better, at least for me. Lisa turned to her guildmates, hands on her hips, and began explaining, passionately, that she was leaving with me to, and I quote, get better so she can wipe Dimitri's ass. Lisa was talking about Dimitri like he was some kind of plague that needed to be scrubbed from the earth. I started, unsure how to even approach this. I feel like I just heard something I wasn't meant to. Peter sighed again, this time rubbing his temples. Lisa words. Use them correctly. Lisa waved a dismissive hand, undeterred. You know what I mean. We all hate Dmitri, right? A collective murmur of agreement rippled through the group. Even Natasha, hiding behind Rob, who had seemed too timid to exist a few moments ago, muttered, I mean, yeah. I squinted at Lisa. Okay, fine, but wipe his ass? That's how you're phrasing it? She crossed her arms. Well, you know what I meant. I decided to ignore all the ass-wiping talk before it got permanently burned into my brain. Okay, I'm ready. Hold on tight, Lisa. Lisa said her goodbyes, which, of course, naturally meant launching herself at me again in an all-consuming embrace. Well, no complaints from me. She smelled nice, and at this point I might as well just accept my fate as her portable stuffed animal. But just as I was about to teleport us out, wait, I turned my head slightly, only for Rob's voice to boom across the entire meadow. Want to go on a date? He shouted, as if I were already mid-teleport, and he had to get his confession out before I faded into the ether. What? My brain stuttered so hard I practically blue-screened. I stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. Did he really just... Before I could even process a response, Natasha elbowed him from behind. Unfortunately for her, trying to elbow someone in full plate armor was about as effective as attacking a golem with a toothpick. But to my absolute delight, Rob still staggered forward, nearly tripping over his own feet. Lisa, still wrapped around me, let go, slowly, deliberately. Without a single word, she walked toward Rob. Rob gulped. His cocky demeanor shattered in real time, like a glass pane meeting a sledgehammer. With a resigned sigh, he reached up and unfastened his helmet, revealing a face that was currently one bad decision away from regretting his entire life. And then, slap. Lisa's palm connected with his cheek, with a loud smack that echoed across the meadow. It was beautiful. The kind of slap that belonged in an old-school drama where the heroine declares, I trusted you, before storming off. Rob barely flinched, but his head turned slightly from the impact. A single, stunned moment passed before he muttered, worth it. Lisa, expression neutral, turned on her heel and walked right back to me. Let's go, she said, as if she hadn't just physically disciplined a fully armored warrior in front of her entire guild. Okay, I blinked, still processing what had just happened. But I shook it off. I had a job to do. I focused, picturing the cave clearly in my mind. I had been there often enough on the test servers to recall it precisely. See you all later, I muttered, and with a final surge of magic, we vanished. The moment we reappeared, the air slammed into us like a physical force, a wave of blistering heat so intense that my lungs protested on impact. I instinctively squinted against the brightness, my pupils struggling to adjust to the hellscape before us. Lovely place. The ground beneath our feet was cracked and scorched, veins of molten rock pulsing between broken obsidian formations like a glowing infernal network. The very earth seemed alive, shifting and sighing under the relentless heat. A thick haze of shimmering air curled upward, distorting the horizon like a mirage, and ahead of us, looming like a sovereign ripped straight from a nightmare, stood the volcano. It wasn't just any volcano. It was the volcano. An enormous mountain of blackened rock, its gaping maw spewing plumes of ash into the sky. Rivers of lava snaked down its slopes, splitting and reforming in an endless dance of destruction. The very air hummed with pressure, vibrating with the barely contained fury of the molten heart beneath. If hell had a penthouse suite, this was it. I wiped the sweat from my brow. Not that it helped, and exhaled through gritted teeth. So, this is the place, I muttered, already moving toward the cave entrance carved into the volcanic wall. Lisa followed, her expression a mix of curiosity and happiness. Please, I added, glancing over my shoulder at her. You need to do your best. I don't know how hell react to us. Lisa's sharp gaze locked onto mine, instantly serious. Who's he? I hesitated for a fraction of a second before answering. It's complicated. That was an understatement. But don't say dragon. If you do, Ice God have mercy on us. Lisa blinked. That bad? Worse, I muttered as we stepped into the cavern. The heat didn't lessen inside. It shifted. Outside, it was the sun's wrath, beating down mercilessly. Inside, it was trapped, a suffocating pressure cooker of smoldering air and shifting rock. The walls were slick with heat-scorched minerals, their once molten surfaces now hardened into uneven formations of obsidian and basalt. Glowing cracks ran through the stone like the veins, pulsing with the dull thrum of something alive. The ground beneath us crunched with every step, not gravel, but ash. Thick, ancient, and far too deep for comfort. "Thank you, Heels." Lisa was careful, but I had to help her get her footing now and then. The ground was remnants of 1,000 infernos past, whispering of eruptions that had carved these tunnels long before even the oldest creatures in Rimelion had lived. Well, most. And the deeper we went, the more the world changed. The cave wasn't just a tunnel, it was a labyrinth, carved not by any humanoid, but by lava itself. Natural channels twisted and curved unpredictably, their surfaces smooth and warped like melted wax. Some walls had the scars of something else, something with claws sharp enough to etch through volcanic rock as if it were soft clay. Lisa ran a hand along one such groove. "This wasn't just lava." "Yeah," I agreed, my voice low. We passed an open crevice where lava still flowed, a slow-moving river of molten death illuminating the cavern with its unnatural golden red glow. The heat was so intense, a deep, distant rumble rolled through the cavern, vibrating through the very walls like the mountain itself was growling in discontent. Lisa tensed beside me, her hand instinctively twitching toward her wand. "Was that?" "Yeah," I whispered, already regretting every choice that had led me to this moment. "He knows we're here." The air thickened, not just with heat, but with something older, something that watched. My instinct screamed at me to turn back, to flee, to not be here. But that ship had sailed the second we set foot inside the cavern. Still, that didn't mean I couldn't stall. "Okay," I muttered, rubbing my palms together as if I wasn't sweating like before paying the tab. "We're gonna have to do this carefully." We stepped into the cavern, and the sheer scale was amazing. The chamber stretched miles apart, a vast, yawning expanse that could swallow entire fortresses whole. Basalt columns speared upward, some twisting unnaturally as if frozen mid-melt, remnants of lava flows from ages past. The ceiling arched so high above us, it blurred into shadows, its uneven surface veined with rivulets of molten rock that pulsed. The floor? A death trap. Lava pooled in chaotic patches, some bubbling furiously, others barely glowing beneath a thin, blackened crust. The sheer heat rippled in waves, distorting the air until everything shimmered like a fever dream. The occasional burst of pressure sent spouts of molten rock skyward before they splashed back down, hissing as they cooled against the cavern floor. And amidst it all, an eerie silence. No wind, no echoes, just the low, ever-present hum of the earth, as if the volcano itself was breathing. I swallowed hard. "It was nice knowing you," the prince drawled, his voice disturbingly sincere. "You're stupid, pretender." And then I saw to drag him. He sat upon an enormous rock near the entrance, his hulking form coiled in a display of effortless dominance. Shadows clung to him like a second skin, distorting the edges of his massive body as if reality itself was unsure how to define him. At first glance, he was pure black, a silhouette cut from obsidian, but as the molten light flickered across his scales, hints of something deeper shimmered beneath, a shifting void, like the night sky was trapped within his flesh. Each scale wasn't just dark, it was consuming, drinking in the light and refusing to give it back. He was massive, easily 15 meters, possibly more, his serpentine neck arching with an unnatural grace that told us about the raw power coiled beneath. His eyes glowed, not with fire, but with something ancient, something predatory and patient. His wings, half folded, were tattered at the edges, not with weakness, but with use, worn like a blade that had seen too many battles. And his talons? Each claw could skewer me in an instant, the sheer weight of them capable of crushing stone to dust. Then he spoke, a servant of that upstart god. His voice wasn't just sound, it was a force vibrating through the very rock beneath us. His head tilted slightly, nostrils flaring, and with a touch of that cold bitch, Lisa stiffened beside me. My stomach turned to ice. Then, die, a deep whoomph of displaced air, and then fire, an enormous fireball barreled toward us, the sheer heat preceding it like a shockwave. Chapter 86, Masks and Mourners, Book 2. Lisa. I yanked her wrist and practically threw us backward. The heat from the incoming fireball was already licking at my face. The air around us, warping like reality itself, was reconsidering its existence. I barely pulled mana together, my instincts screaming at me to do something, anything, before we got turned into very crisp adventurer kebabs. A meter-thick wall of solid ice slammed into existence before us, cracking and creaking under the sheer wrongness of fire that should not be burning this hot. It didn't even slow down. The flames consumed the ice in an instant, not melting it, but devouring it, like a fire that had long since evolved past needing fuel. The moment it met the ground, the stone shattered from the force of impact. Lisa and I were hurled backward like discarded dolls, landing in an undignified heap with enough force to rattle my brain inside my skull. My healing spell fixed our bruises. "Wait!" I gasped, shoving myself up before he could launch round two of our untimely demise. "I'm here too. The audacity!" The definitely not a dragon moved, and the world tilted. 1 second he was perched atop his throne of volcanic rock. The next he exploded forward, flying with zero effort, his massive wings not even moving. He was too fast. Wrongly fast. The air itself detonated from the sheer force of his movement, the sonic boom slamming into us like a titan's slap. My ears rang as the pressure wave shoved us toward the entrance like we were unwelcome guests at an aggressive house party. Yes, am I that?" I coughed, barely keeping my footing as the ground stopped shaking beneath me. I pointed a very shaky finger at Lisa. "But she needs your help." "The dragon, not dragon, fine, definitely not." A dragon paused. His massive, shadow-swallowing form loomed over us like an impending natural disaster. I really wished I could identify him, but of course the system was pulling its usual. "I don't know her act," and refused to work for me. Figures. Lisa stood her ground, her expression surprisingly composed for someone who had just been nearly incinerated by an ancient being of untold power. The hero of the flame. God is her nemesis, I continued, because apparently I had no self-preservation instincts whatsoever. She hates him. That at least got his attention. His colossal head tilted, eyes narrowing as he turned his full, suffocating presence onto Lisa. The heat pulsed in waves from his massive form, every breath he took making the cavern vibrate, as if the volcano itself obeyed his whims. "Interesting," he rumbled, his voice shaking dust from the very ceiling. I still wasn't breathing properly. He lifted a single razor-sharp claw and pointed it straight at Lisa. "Is it true?" Lisa met his gaze without hesitation. Her back straightened, her jaw set, and her hands clenched into fists at her sides. "He's the worst," she said, her voice hard with conviction. Something shifted in the dragon's stance. His molten gaze assessed her for a long, agonizing moment, and then, "If you prove your worth, I will train you." Lisa's head snapped up in surprise, but before she could even consider responding, he turned his monstrous gaze back to me. "But she," he said, his voice dropping into something lower, darker, dangerous, "needs to go." A single, massive talon jabbed toward me, like the final verdict of a judge passing down an execution order. "I don't want to stay in my home anymore." Wow, rude. I didn't even argue. Of course. I bowed so fast I nearly folded in half. Then, with the grace of a person absolutely terrified for their life, I began the world's most dignified backward crawl toward the exit. Lisa didn't look back at me. I didn't blame her. I just really hoped there wouldn't be another fireball farewell before I left. I staggered for a few moments, still shaking off the holy crap I just faced a not dragon and lived days before finally finding my feet. My hands scraped against the hot, uneven rock as I pushed myself up, my legs wobbling like I'd just downed an entire bottle of whiskey in one go. Reaching for the ring, I shoved mana into it, feeling the greedy pull of its enchantment. The prince let out a huff in my mind, a sound somewhere between irritation and reluctant amusement. "I don't know if you're brave or just terminally stupid," I scoffed, stumbling forward as the cavern's heat continued to press down on me like an over-enthusiastic blacksmith's anvil. "I must say," he continued, his tone almost contemplative, "you know about places even our ancient kingdom didn't know existed." Heh! I let out a shaky laugh, the aftershock of barely surviving still thrumming through me. "I'm just full of surprises, I guess. And yeah, stupid fits me like whiskey in my hand." I wiped the sweat from my brow, wincing at the heat still clinging to my skin. which, by the way, I desperately need after that. The prince snorted. A fitting epitaph for you, pretender. I finally reached the cave's exit, gulping in a breath of fresh, or at least less lava-infested air. Outside, the wind hit me like a blessing, hot but at least breathable compared to the oven I had just crawled out of. Where to now, adventurous heroine? The prince asked, his thoughts full of sarcasm. I shot the ring a glare. Now, we get the hell away from volcanoes, dragons, and fireballs. Maybe somewhere with water, or at least somewhere that doesn't actively try to murder me the second I arrive. A beat of silence. Then, in a tone that was just a little too smug, he said, "Would you like a vacation? Perhaps the seaside? Or are you more of a mountain retreat kind of pretender?" I groaned. "I hate you. You love me. I will smelt you down." He laughed. Shaking my head, I turned my attention back to the horizon. The sun still hung high, casting long, shimmering heat waves across the desolate wasteland surrounding the volcano. "How much time do we have?" I asked, glancing back at the cavern. "A few hours before your mother finishes it," the prince replied, his voice suddenly losing its humor. "I can feel the disturbance." A chill ran down my spine, despite the blistering heat. "Great," I muttered, rolling my shoulders. "Guess that means I need to get moving." Indeed, the prince's voice was quieter now, and quickly. "Of course, I know exactly what to do right now. Besides smelting you," I muttered, shoving my hand into one of my many pilfered bags. It took a few seconds, but my fingers brushed against the smooth surface of something stiff and delicate. I pulled it out with a flick of my wrist, revealing an absolute masterpiece of excess, a masquerade mask. Fine gold filigree traced swirling patterns across its deep black surface, with inlaid gemstones so bright they practically screamed, "Rob me," in 17 different languages. I turned it over in my hands, admiring the craftsmanship. Maybe a little too fancy. Yeah, this was definitely the fancy that made people ask questions. The fancy that screamed, "This was not meant for you, you filthy thief, and the owners will absolutely look for it." Details. With a practiced ease that could only come from years of knowing I should make better life choices, and then, ignoring that knowledge, I secured the mask over my eyes. The silk ribbons tightened around the back of my head, settling the mask into place like it had always belonged there. "You still have your clothes," the prince pointed out, his tone positively steeped in smugness. "Your heist will fail." I huffed, adjusting the mask until it sat just right. "Sssss," I hissed, waving my hand in front of the ring as if I could physically shove his commentary away. I felt his judgment radiating through the enchanted metal. Ignoring him, I focused on my next destination, the temple. The air shifted around me, magic swirling as the ring hungrily devoured my mana. The sensation was smoother now, less gut-wrenching disorientation, more gentle pull through the fabric of reality. I was getting better at this. Too bad it wouldn't last. The temple was, to put it politely, underwhelming. No grand marble statues, no extravagant golden altars, no self-important priests decked out in silks and jewels, just smooth, unadorned stone walls, worn by time and touched only by the occasional carved inscription. Simple prayers in an old imperial, nothing flashy, nothing self-indulgent. The air inside carried an eerie stillness, not the weighty, incense-drenched kind found in most religious spaces, but something more subtle, like a hush that wasn't imposed but expected, as if the very foundation of the place had soaked in centuries of quiet sorrow and made a home of it. The people within matched their surroundings. No noble robes, no expensive dyes, no unnecessary adornments, just plain earth-toned garments, each one a testament to modesty and restraint. Even the priest, standing at the center of the gathered mourners, wore only a simple linen tunic that draped just past his knees, its edges frayed from use rather than any attempt at fashion. His feet were bare against the cold stone floor, toes curling slightly as he spoke, his voice the only thing breaking the stillness. At least 20 people had gathered here, standing in silent reverence. Mostly humans, but among them stood a twir shorter than the humans, but not by much, their lean frame giving them an air of quiet agility. I, of course, fit in perfectly. Well, not. Decked out in my high-quality clothes, a freaking masquerade mask strapped to my face, and probably still radiating residual, I just almost got roasted by a not-a-dragon energy. I was definitely an intruder. Um, hello? I waved awkwardly at the group, already shoving Mana into the ring like my life depended on it, which, at this rate, probably did. I just need to borrow something, and it'll be out of your hair. The priest, to his credit, barely reacted. His calm, expressionless gaze settled on me, studying me with the patience of a man who had spent his entire life listening to people cry about their problems and had long since stopped being surprised. By anything. Who are you? He asked, his voice even, measured, and completely devoid of the, what in the absolute hells is this masked lunatic doing here? Then, with all the genuine curiosity of a man asking if I'd like a cup of tea, he added, are you searching for the emotional release of grief? I reached for the nearest wall, fingers brushing against its surface, smooth, cold, and absolutely devoid of personality. Seriously, it'd seen more decorative glamour in a storage closet, not even a sad little candle to add some tragic ambience. Well, not exactly, I muttered, tapping my nails against the lifeless stone. Therese, just something I need. 20 pairs of eyes bore into me, and I could practically feel the priest's judgment radiating through his linen-clad serenity. But I ignored them because I had priorities. I knocked on the wall. Once. Twice. Thrice. A deep rumble filled the temple, vibrating through the very foundation beneath our feet. Dust trickled from above, catching the dim light, and the sound that followed was the kind of ominous mechanical groan that usually meant one of two things. You just unlocked something ancient and powerful, and you were about to get crushed under something ancient and powerful. Click. The stone lowered, not slid, not swung open like some grand door to divine knowledge. It just dropped with a thud, so anticlimactic it was almost disappointing. And there, where a totally ordinary wall had once stood, was now a pedestal. Elegant, a little dusty, and absolutely screaming loot me. I winced and turned back to the priest, who remained unshaken, though I was pretty sure I saw his eye twitch. Sorry, I offered, giving him what I hoped was a charming smile. Judging by the way his stare could probably see into my very soul, I was not forgiven. Chapter 87, Manifest Destiny. Me, Book 2. I reached for the loot, because of course I did. It sat there on the pedestal, waiting, beckoning, like some tragic little treasure forgotten behind a wall of dullness and sadness. The Morning Spirit Amulet. Simple, unassuming, and humming with a faint energy that sent a shiver up my spine the moment my fingers brushed against it. And then, because nothing could ever be easy, came the voice. Stranger. I stiffened. The priest's tone wasn't angry. It wasn't shocked. It was worse. It was disappointed. My fingers curled around the amulet as I turned back toward him, suddenly feeling like a kid caught sneaking cookies from the temple pantry. Come on, man. I just had the grand temple theft, and the only thing you say is stranger? We are in the simple morning home, he continued, his voice measured, his eyes locked onto me like he was willing me to feel guilty. What did you do? Yeah, okay. That wasn't unsettling at all. I hesitated before pointing awkwardly at the pedestal. This. A pause. The amulet, I clarified, lifting it just slightly. I mean, it was just lying here behind a wall? Not exactly prime relic security. I gave him a sheepish grin, trying to ignore the growing tightness in my chest. I'll put the Morning Spirit amulet to good use, I promise. The silence that followed was thick, the kind that made my stomach twist into a knot I had no hope of untangling. And then, finally, the priest reacted. His eyes widened, his calm mask cracking, his hands trembling as if I just casually announced I was going to use the sacred relic to decorate my bathroom. No! His voice carried weight now, a sudden force that made the already still temple feel like the air had been sucked right out of it. Stranger, this is a relic of the church. You cannot. I pulled the amulet. His breath hitched. The shock, the horror. It wasn't just outrage, it was grief. My throat tightened. I swallowed hard and exhaled slowly, the weight of the amulet pressing into my palm. I can take it, I mumbled. And I will. I forced myself to meet his gaze, feeling something awful settle in my chest. And I'm sorry for it. He didn't speak, but I saw it in his eyes. The disbelief, the heartbreak, the heavy realization that I was going to do this anyway. I promised to give it back, I added softly. A beat of silence. Then, quieter still. Eventually. The shift in space was immediate. 1 second, I was in a temple full of judgmental stares and crushing guilt, and the next, I was standing at the edge of a breathtaking seaside cliff, the complete opposite of where I'd just been. The air here was different. It carried the scent of salt and the crisp, clean sharpness of the sea. A steady breeze rolled in from the vast, open waters, carrying the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against rugged rocks below. It wasn't violent, though. No raging storm, no thunderous destruction. Just soothing, like a song after fifth whiskey. The sun was warm but not scorching, casting a golden hue over everything. The sky stretched infinitely above, a brilliant blue with only the softest wisps of clouds lazily drifting by. It was the kind of place where time felt slower, where the world didn't press in so hard. And yet, despite all that peace, I still had an angry prince in my head. Pretender. His voice was heavier than usual. It wasn't his usual brand of haughty amusement or barely contained irritation. No, this time it was weighted, like he was carrying something just as heavy as the air between us. From all that you have done, why did you rob that temple? I exhaled, rubbing my temples. I could already feel the incoming lecture. You could have chosen any temple, but you committed the worst crime, and there it was. I turned toward the sea, watching the waves break against the shore, trying to find a way to phrase this that wouldn't make me sound entirely awful. I thought it would be empty, I admitted, as if that somehow made it less bad. The prince scoffed, his presence in my mind like a storm cloud looming overhead. And you believe that makes it acceptable? I cringed. No, but I did it for you. Silence, a long, heavy silence. Then, finally, his voice came again, measured, slow, but unmistakably disbelieving. For me? I nodded, even though he couldn't see it, watching the waves roll in, their endless motion, a stark contrast to the stillness in my chest. There is nothing I want, the prince continued, his voice sharp as the cliff's edge, and nothing that could justify robbing a morning temple. I winced. Yeah, when he put it like that, it sounded so much worse. I turned my gaze toward the horizon, watching as the sun dipped lower, its reflection shimmering over the water. The sea didn't care what it'd done. The waves would keep coming, the wind would keep blowing, and somewhere out there, a priest was probably still standing in stunned disbelief at my grand act of spiritual theft. It's fine. I will return it, but the look sucked, I muttered. The prince's voice in my mind was tight, mixed with something between disbelief and outright disapproval. Pretender, this is... If the priest had called the temple guards from the other room, you would not have survived even a second. I'm almost amazed you haven't been smitten by the gods for this. His words weren't exaggerated. The temple guards were ridiculous. The kind of NPCs that made you question if balance even existed in this world. They weren't just high-level warriors, they were divinely sanctioned executioners. Each one had a detailed backstory about how they were chosen by the gods to wreck people like me. I shook my head, exhaling slowly. Yeah, overpowered guards, divine punishment, the wrath of 1,000 grieving grandmas. I got it. But the thing was, it would have taken them a minute or so to even investigate before executing me. Probably. Morning Spirit Amulet. Quality, 7 relic effect. That which was lost may stand beside you once more, if only for a fleeting breath. Shadows given form, whispers made flesh, the past made present, but never truly yours again. Huh. It's a relic, not legendary? And if the prince ever bothered to learn more about players, he'd realize that we didn't care. We would rob anything that wasn't bolted down, and sometimes even then. Prince, oh mighty and resourceful, I said, plopping down onto a flat, sun-warmed rock. The wind ruffled my hair, carrying the scent of the ocean fresh salt, damp stone, and the lingering hint of something green from the cliffs above. Do you know the difference between a legendary item and a relic? Don't try to change the just answer, I interrupted, waving a lazy hand as if dismissing his outrage. I wasn't in the mood for another morality debate. Instead, I let my gaze drift toward the horizon. The sunlight danced on the water's surface, golden streaks shimmering across the deep blue expanse. The distant roar of waves colliding with craggy rock formations filled the air with a rhythmic pulse, steady and unbothered by mortal nonsense. It didn't matter. The temple didn't even know that stupid amulet was there. They wouldn't know for a few years. When that happened in the game, I had rushed back to the temple on the test servers, trying to exploit it. But I frowned slightly, fingers absently tracing the grooves in the rock beneath me. It was hard. The function was limited, frustratingly so. Even knowing what I did now, even having it in my possession, I wasn't sure if I could make it work. The prince sighed, and I could almost feel the irritation rolling off him like a wave. Very well. The difference between a relic and a legendary item, the prince began, like a professor explaining something painfully obvious to the world's most insufferable student. Me, I smirked, leaning back on my hands, letting the warm stone seep through my fingers. The salty breeze tugged at my amazing clothes, the distant cries of bird creatures mingling with the endless, rhythmic crash of waves against the cliffs below. If I was about to get lectured, at least it was happening in a postcard-worthy location. A legendary item, the prince continued, is born of mortal hands, but it ascends beyond its origins. A blade forged by the greatest smith, a staff that hums with boundless magic. These become legendary through their deeds, through the ones who wield them. Like me. I nodded along, pretending to be fascinated, when, really, this was basic knowledge. A relic, however, the prince continued, and there was something different in his tone now, something almost reverent, is not forged by man, nor beast, nor magic alone. It is a piece of the divine. Relics are shaped by belief, by worship, by centuries of devotion woven into their very essence. They do not simply exist, they endure. A piece of the divine, huh? I tilted my head, watching the way the sunlight bounced off the water, how the sea foam curled and retreated like fingers grasping at the shore. So basically, I said, tapping a finger against my knee, legendary items are from mortals, but relics? Relics are sacred and bound to gods. They're not just things, they're concepts made physical. That could be why it was legendary on a test server. The gods didn't have power there? The prince scoffed. Crude, but accurate. A relic is tied to its faith. It cannot be owned, only held. To steal one is to wound the god it belongs to, however small the cut may seem. I groaned, dragging my hands down my face. Ugh! So what you're saying is, I didn't just commit grand larceny. I pissed off an actual deity? Yes, pretender. That is exactly what I am saying. I winced, my gaze drifting toward my bag where the morning spirit amulet was safely tucked away. Great. Just great. Not only did I rob a temple, but I literally injured some god's pride in the process. That was bound to come back and bite me. Okay, I sighed, blowing out a breath. But, counterpoint, nobody knew it was there. If a relic falls behind a secret wall and no one remembers it existed, does it even count as stealing? The prince was silent for a long moment. You are the worst kind of heretic. I grinned. Oh, absolutely. Okay, time to do what I actually stole it for. I clapped my hands together, figuratively dusting off the last remnants of guilt. Not that there was much to begin with, and stretched, my grin widening. This was going to be fun. Are you ready? I asked the ring, my voice practically dripping with excitement. Ready for what? The prince's voice came through, spiked with suspicion. For once, he actually sounded nervous. Pretender, you are scaring me, I snickered. Oh, shut up. You'll love it. The morning spirit amulet felt heavier as I pulled it from my bag, the weight of it pressing against my palm like a quiet warning. The smooth pendant pulsed ever so slightly, as if aware of what I was about to do. Or maybe just judging me for robbing its holy home. Well, too late for regrets. I looped the chain over my neck, the cool metal resting against my collarbone. I have no idea how this works, but let's hope it does. A sharp inhale, a shift in the air. Then I focused, sending mana into the amulet. Unlike the ring, which was temperamental and finicky like a spoiled noble, the amulet drank my mana without hesitation. It was effortless, natural like breathing, like exhaling a secret into the wind. Pretender. The prince started, his voice tight with something I almost mistook for panic. Too late. The moment my mana reached its peak, I yanked at the connection between the amulet and the ring. Pop. The world tilted for a fraction of a second. My stomach lurched like it just stepped off a ledge, and then he was there. A burst of energy swirled before me, coalescing into something solid, something regal, something unmistakably him. The prince. He stood on the flat rock next to me, no longer a disembodied voice in my head, but tangible, real. He was dressed in a royal hunter's hide armor, dark, supple leather stitched with gilded thread, accented with faintly glowing arcane sigils. The armor wasn't just protection. It was declaration of his status, his power, his untouchable might. His high collar framed his sharp jawline, and the cape flowing from his shoulders gave him the air of a monarch who had just stepped onto the battlefield, ready to claim his due. His golden eyes, deep and ancient, flickered with disbelief as he glanced down at his own hands, flexing his fingers as if testing their reality. For a moment, he just stood there, his chest rising and falling with slow, deliberate breaths. I let the moment settle. Hi, let him drink it in, let him realize he was back. Then, with a sweet smile, I took a step forward and slapped him. Chapter 88. The Rebels. Book 2. In a bright volcanic cave. In a bright volcanic cave, the air shimmered with unbearable heat, warping the rugged walls into a surreal, molten nightmare. Sulfur and scorched minerals burned in Lisa's nostrils, each breath searing the inside of her throat like she had swallowed embers. Her HP had plummeted into the single digits minutes ago, and despite adjusting the pain threshold to a tolerable 75%, her nerves screamed as if the setting had glitched and cranked up to 200 instead. Every muscle in her body trembled, the phantom sensation of fire licking at her skin, making it impossible to ignore where she stood. Or rather, what she stood on. Liquid lava roiled beneath her, a bubbling expanse of molten rock shifting like the surface of some primordial beast. The twin platforms of fire magic beneath her feet were the only things keeping her from an agonizing death, their fragile glow flickering each time she faltered. And she could not falter. Hold like this for another 10 minutes, the Lord mused, his voice a purr of amusement that barely carried over the distant thunder of the shifting magma. Lisa would not make the mistake of thinking of him again as a draw. No, not that. She slammed the thought out of her mind before it could take shape, shaking her head as if she could physically dislodge the notion. Focus. If she lost her grip on either of the spells she was maintaining, there wouldn't be anything left of her to regret it. Her mana reserves wavered at dangerous lows, a gnawing emptiness clawing at her. Every time she reached the brink of depletion, the Lord idly flicked his claws, replenishing her pool with almost lazy indifference. Not out of kindness. This wasn't a test of magic. It was a test of endurance, of control. A game where she held her own life in her hands, barely. Her pulse roared in her ears. The sweat trailing down her temple evaporated before reaching her chin. Just half a second of distraction would kill her. But she clenched her teeth and held on, not for herself. For Catherine. Dmitri had been chosen as her fiancé, and there was nothing they could do to change it. Not for lack of trying. Lisa had tried, and failed, over and over. And he loved that, didn't he? That smug, predatory amusement every time he crushed another attempt beneath his heel. Lisa sucked in a sharp breath, her grip on the spells tightening. The Lord might have wanted her to break. Dmitri might have wanted her to suffer, but she would not give them the satisfaction. 10 minutes passed, then many more. The Dragon Lord sprawled across his chosen perch like a king on a throne carved by the earth itself. His wings lay folded, their leathery expanse shifting with each lazy breath, the weird magic along his scales pulsing in rhythm. His eyes never left her, watching, measuring. Very well, he finally said, his voice a rumble of distant thunder. You don't lack determination. Lisa barely processed the words through the haze of exhaustion. Her limbs trembled, every muscle screaming, the burn beneath her skin no longer just heat, but the deep, aching fatigue of holding on for too long. Then, without so much as a beat of his wings, he moved. That strange, effortless magic carried him forward, his form gliding toward her with unnatural grace. And before she could react, before her mind even caught up to her instincts, she was snatched, lifted, as if weightless, the world tilting, then unceremoniously deposited onto solid ground. Her knees buckled the instant they touched the rock. The magic circles had vanished, but their echoes still pulsed behind her eyes. The sheer strain of focusing for God knows how long left her shaking, her breath ragged as she tried to pull herself together. But it was worth it. It had to be worth it. You passed the second test. His voice had changed. Gone was the amused, taunting edge. It carried something quieter now, something heavier. Lisa forced her gaze upward just in time to see the transformation. The towering beast shimmered, heat distorting his form as it gave way to flesh. his frame compacted, shifting, his wings folding inward until they were gone. Then he stood before her. A humanoid now. Still tall, still radiating that impossible presence, but no longer the immense, otherworldly force looming over her. His eyes, however, remained unchanged, glowing embers locked onto her with unnerving focus. The last test. His voice was subdued, thoughtful. You have skill for magic and endurance of will, but do you have the attitude of fire? Lisa's breath steadied. Yes, she said, without hesitation, without doubt. A slow smile spread across his face, sharp and knowing. Truly? His gaze held her, searching. Then tell me, what is fire? What does it mean to be fire? Lisa exhaled, the heat pressing against her like a living thing, sinking into her bones. The weight of exhaustion still clung to her limbs, but she straightened, meeting his gaze without flinching. Fire does not obey, she said, voice steady despite the tremor in her muscles. It does not bow. It does not ask for permission. It rises where it pleases, consumes what it must, and refuses to be tamed. A flicker of amusement, no, approval, passed through the Lord's eyes. Lisa took a step forward. Fire burns, not because it is told to, not because it serves some grand purpose. It burns because it is, because it can't be anything else. It doesn't yield, it doesn't compromise. And when something stands in its way, her fingers curled into fists, it turns that obstacle into ash. The Lord let out a low, thoughtful hum. Lisa wasn't done. To be fire is to be untouchable. To know that the world will try to contain you, smother you, shape you into something small, something safe. Her teeth clenched. But fire doesn't stay where it's put. It spreads. It refuses to be controlled. Her pulse was hammering now, but she wasn't sure if it was exhaustion or something else. Something hotter coursing through her veins, filling the spaces where doubt used to be. The Lord regarded her in silence. Then, slowly, he stepped closer. The heat around him thickened, pressing against her skin like invisible hands, but she stood her ground. That, he said finally, voice lower now, like the crackling of flames, is an answer worth considering. His humanoid form flickered, his outline blurring like an ember caught in a gust. For a heartbeat, Lisa could see the fire in him, the sheer, unrestrained force beneath his carefully held shape. The Lord chuckled, deep and rich, like the smolder of coals before an inferno. Very well, he said. And this time, there was no mockery in his tone, no amusement, just something solid, something real. You may yet prove worthy. Mythic path unlocked. You have embraced the flames that refuse to be tamed. Prestige class chosen, the Rebel Fire. From now on, you bear the name Lisa, the Rebel Fire. Lisa's eyes flicked to the glowing notice in front of her, her lips parting in disbelief. Her heartbeat, already racing from exhaustion, skipped a beat. She barely registered the slow rise and fall of her chest, her breath coming shallow as her brain worked to process what she was seeing. My mythic? The word came out in a whisper, brittle, uneven. She blinked rapidly and tore her gaze away from the notice, looking up, way up into the Lord's eyes. He was mythical, beyond question. The sheer presence radiating from him was proof enough of that. The best classes she had ever heard of were heroes, and they were legendary. She swallowed, something uneasy churning in her gut. Do you doubt me? The Lord's voice rolled through the cavern, dark, carrying the slow, simmering heat of something dangerous. Lisa snapped back to reality, her body stiffening on instinct. No, I just… Her throat tightened. Surprised. That's what she was. Shocked even. This wasn't something she expected. Charlie somehow did it? The Lord snorted, a puff of smoke curling from his nostrils. His amusement was razor-thin, barely concealing something far sharper beneath it. You mean that vermin that came with you? His lip curled slightly, scorn thick in his tone. Forget about her now. Lisa bristled, but before she could say anything, the heat in the cavern swelled again, pushing against her skin like an unspoken command. The Lord's gaze bore into hers, his next words slower, more deliberate. You need to embrace fire. On the coast. The prince flexed his fingers again, his brow furrowing as he turned his hand over, studying the way the light caught on the surface of his palm. His golden eyes flickered with something close to confusion. I don't understand, he murmured, slowly clenching his fist as if expecting it to fade from existence. Im in the ring and im not at the same time? I shrugged. adjusting the amulet as it settled against my collarbone. You told me yourself. This is divine magic we're dealing with. It doesn't have to make sense. His gaze snapped up to mine. But I'm forbidden to. See, he blinked, realization dawning over his face like the slow spread of dawn. His fingers twitched at his sides, and he took a careful step forward, testing his balance. Like a newborn deer, but make it royal. This isn't a real body, is it? Nope, I said, rocking back on my heels with a grin. It's a mana construct, your consciousness shaped into a temporary mana form. His mouth opened slightly, 1,000 thoughts clearly forming behind his eyes. Too bad for him I didn't care to hear them, because right then I lifted my hand and slap. A sharp crack echoed through the cliffs as my palm connected with his face, my fingers stinging from the impact. He staggered back a fraction, blinking in sheer disbelief. Not from pain, just shock, which was unacceptable, honestly. So I slapped him again. Pretender, he growled, his golden eyes burning with fury. What was that for? I cocked my head, giving him a quizzical look. Do you really have to ask? He paused, the anger in his expression shifting into something like resignation. He exhaled, tilting his head to the side slightly, considering me. Then, with the most exhausted voice I'd ever heard from him, he muttered, "Fair enough." The prince stared at me like I'd personally offended his entire lineage. So you risked the wrath of the divine just so you could slap me? I folded my arms, tapping my fingers against my biceps as if contemplating. Well, it wasn't just for that. I paused, then gave him a lazy grin. But I'd be lying if I said it wasn't deeply satisfying. His golden eyes narrowed. Pretender. He sighed. Then his gaze wandered past me, finally taking in our surroundings. The vast expanse of shimmering blue stretching to the horizon, waves crashing gently against the cliffs below. The air was thick with salt and warmth, the perfect blend of lazy paradise meets treacherous beauty. The sea glistened like molten sapphire under the sun's embrace, and the breeze carried the scent of something sweet, maybe citrus from the scattered vegetation clinging to the rocky ledges. He turned back to me with a wry smirk. So, you chose to take a retreat into a tropical island after all? He rolled his shoulders, as if already settling into the idea. That's what? No, I scoffed, jabbing a finger toward a darkened crevice carved into the cliffside. The yawning mouth of a cave loomed above us, half hidden behind a curtain of hanging vines. Look there. We need to retrieve something else. The prince followed my gaze, then let out the most obnoxious laugh I'd ever heard from him. A deep, knowing, utterly exasperated laugh. Oh, pretender, he drawled, shaking his head as he crossed his arms. And for a moment, I actually thought you had changed. Chapter 89, The Last Deposit. Book 2. It took us a few hours to gather everything I needed, but the end came sooner than I expected. We were deep in the Highlands mansion, halfway through the latest heist, when the prince suddenly stiffened. His golden eyes narrowed, scanning the dimly lit study with a wariness that made my skin prickle. Pretender. This is not good, he said, his voice low, edged with something that wasn't quite fear, but close enough to make my fingers pause over the worn spines of a dozen dusty tomes. I barely glanced at him, too focused on the bookshelf in front of me. It had seen better days. Its once polished wood was now cracked and faded, the faint scent of mildew clinging to the old pages. Some of the books looked like they'd crumble to dust if I so much as breathed too hard. But one of them was supposed to hold the key to a crisis. Something about the moon's energy failing. Or was it something about eclipses? My memory was spotty at best. What I knew was I had been here before 12 times to be exact. I knew where to find exploits. That had been my job, and a damn good one at that. What is it? I muttered, flipping through the spines, running my fingers along the faded titles. The more I searched, the more my frustration climbed. This is one of the last ones I need. The prince exhaled sharply. I'm afraid our time is near the end. My stomach dropped. I gripped the edge of the shelf, my fingers pressing into the grain as the weight of those words settled on my chest. I knew this was temporary. I knew I was on borrowed time, but hearing it put so plainly made something sour curl in my gut. Okay, I said, my voice quieter than I intended. How long? I couldn't deny it. I had really liked this. The thievery lifestyle. There was something undeniably thrilling about slipping through places I wasn't supposed to be, taking things that weren't mine to take, and getting away with it. The answer wouldn't change anything, but I needed to hear it, to brace myself. The prince didn't answer right away, and I could feel his gaze on me. I think we have about an hour at best, the prince said, his tone heavier than usual. I finally yanked the book from its dusty perch, grinning like I had just struck gold. What? That's plenty of time. I let out a laugh, but it rang hollow in the quiet of the study. Plenty of time. Yeah, right. Okay, we need to get into the imperial capital before I get pulled back home. I nodded to myself, flipping the book over in my hands before trying to shove it into my inventory. Failed. I blinked. Huh? Tried again. Inventory was full. Of course. Fine. I dug through one of my 6 also full spatial bags, but every single one was stuffed to the brim. With a groan, I finally jammed the book into my spatial backpack, the last safe haven for loot. Even that was getting dangerously full. The prince watched this whole process with the amused patience of someone observing an idiot dig themselves deeper into a hole. What for? He asked, one brow raised. His body, mana construct body, shifted slightly as he crossed his arms. He was still getting used to existing outside of the ring, and it showed in the way he kept flexing his fingers, as if marveling at the simple act of movement. I adjusted the strap of the spatial backpack. Deposit things, I said simply. I can die in the fights, so I need to place it somewhere safe. The prince let out a dark chuckle. The imperial treasury wasn't safe from you. And you've got one of their bags, he pointed out, nodding toward my hip. I narrowed my eyes. Not everyone has access to a ring that completely ignores anti-teleportation wards. Ah, so you admit you cheated. His grin stretched, annoyingly smug. I scoffed. I admit that I was better at cheating than they were at stopping me. There's a difference. The prince simply smirked, and I hated how much satisfaction he was getting from this conversation. Okay, there's one place safer than the capital. The Heartlands. The moment I said it, the prince visibly flinched. It was quick, just a flicker of something unreadable across his usually smug face, but I caught it. Oh? Interesting. Huh? Bad memories? I grinned, savoring the rare moment of watching him squirm. I pressed my palm against the ring, already pushing mana into it. The familiar tug of teleportation built up around us like a silent storm gathering in my bones. The prince let out a low, irritated sigh. Those Twir are insane. His voice had a weight to it, like he wasn't just throwing around an insult, but remembering something real. Dedicated, you meant to say, right? I smirked. The prince didn't respond immediately. His gaze flickered toward the horizon, as if the mere mention of the Heartlands had conjured ghosts from his past. I offered him my hand. With a slight shake of his head, whether at me or at himself, I wasn't sure, he reached out and accepted my hand. As soon as our fingers met, the teleportation snapped into place, and the world around us vanished in a rush of magic and light. The scenery shifted in an instant, and suddenly I was standing in a valley cradled by towering mountains. Their craggy peaks scraped the sky, some still capped with remnants of snow, even in the warmth of the afternoon. The sun hung low, casting golden light across the slopes, turning the lush greenery into a breathtaking mix of deep emeralds and shimmering golds. At the valley's heart, a colossal river carved its way through the landscape, hundreds of meters wide, its surface a mirror reflecting the sky. The water churned with a steady, powerful current, a deep blue-green with hints of white foam curling over hidden rocks beneath. I could hear its constant murmur, a low, ever-present voice that hummed through the valley, mingling with the gentle rustling of wind through alpine meadows. Wildflowers, tiny splashes of color, peeked through the rolling grasslands, nodding in the breeze. The air carried the crisp, fresh scent of pine and earth, undercut with a faint trace of something smoky, probably hearth fires from the massive town sprawled out ahead of us. The settlement was impressive. Sturdy and well-crafted buildings clustered along the riverbanks, their rooftops sloped steeply in the traditional Twir style, likely to combat heavy snowfall in the colder months. Stone bridges arched over tributaries that split off from the main river, allowing easy passage between different parts of the town. A fortified wall wrapped around part of the town, not the cold, imposing stone of an imperial city, but a high wooden palisade, reinforced with watchtowers that overlooked the valley. I exhaled slowly, taking it all in. The Heartlands. Let's go, Your Royal Highness, I said, releasing his hand with a dramatic flourish. We don't have time to soak up the scenery. Prince let out a soft sigh, but nodded, falling into step beside me as we made our way down the ancient dirt path. It was well worn, packed from centuries, maybe millennia of foot traffic, its surface smooth from the passage of countless travelers. Time had imprinted grooves into the stone markers along the way, their inscriptions faded and half buried beneath the creeping embrace of moss and wildflowers. This valley had once been the heart of the largest empire in Rimelion, its capital a beacon of power. But then, the Tuir, in their ever-bizarre way, had simply dissolved it, walked away from ruling the world like it was a job they'd grown tired of, retreated into their mountains, and left the rest of civilization to figure things out on its own. As we neared the town's weathered wooden walls, I absently checked my inventory, wincing at the overflowing mess inside. A jumbled hoard of treasures and junk, worth enough to make me the richest woman in Rimelion. And yet, I couldn't even find space for a damn book. Never conquered, never pillaged, the prince murmured beside me, his voice almost reverent as his gaze swept over the towering wooden gates. I arched an eyebrow. What are you whispering about? Nothing, he muttered, shaking his head. But there was something almost wistful in his expression. Ahead, a watchtower loomed, its platform manned by a single guard. As we approached, a figure popped into view. A Tuir. Tuir were a peculiar people, shorter than humans, but nowhere near as stout as dwarves. Instead, they were lithe, wiry, and quick, their sharp features giving them a permanently alert, calculating look. Their eyes always seemed too keen, their movements too precise. And most of all, they were so damn thin. Just looking at them made me want to shove a loaf of bread into their hands. The guard assessed us with a practiced sweep, his narrow eyes sharp under the shadow of his helmet. I flashed my best charming, non-suspicious smile as we neared the watchtower, my boots kicking up a light cloud of dust from the well-worn dirt path. Halt! His voice was sleepy. Names and purpose of visit? Ah, the classic warm welcome. Hello, I said, flashing the guard my most disarming grin. Here I was, a walking disaster, about to leave my own questionable mark on this ancient, untouched paradise. My name is Princess Charlie, and this bloke here is Prince Rolando. I jabbed a finger at my ever-charming, ever-mysterious companion. I seek to safely store some things, and am hard-pressed for time, so I'd really appreciate not having to stand here all day. The guard's sharp eyes crinkled, and then he laughed. A genuine, booming laugh, as if I'd just told the best joke in the world. We're not the human empire with their ridiculous rules, he snorted, grinning wide enough to put me at ease. Welcome, welcome. First time visiting? No, we both said at the same time. Prince turned to me, blinking in surprise, and I just rolled my eyes. Did you expect me to come here without ever having been here? I let out an irritated sigh, shaking my head at him before turning back to the Tuir. Sorry, he's been stuck in a closet for a long time and just got out recently. The Tuir erupted into even louder laughter, the kind that made his whole body shake. Well, you're in luck then. Which bank do you want to use? Without missing a beat, I started moving forward, stepping onto the smooth, age-worn cobblestone streets. The prince, still a little stiff, hesitated before finally falling into step beside me. Of course, the old one, I said, chuckling. Is there any other? No, the Tuir laughed along with me, his voice ringing out as we passed through the massive wooden gates. As we entered the heart of the town, it unfolded around us like something out of a lost age. Stone buildings with intricately carved facades lined the streets, their designs weird. Shimmering glass lanterns hung from arched wooden beams, glowing with soft blue light despite the afternoon sun. Tuir bustled through the streets, moving, not quite the chaotic, but more irrationally. There was a weight here, a history that hadn't been rewritten by conquest, hadn't been raised and rebuilt. The Tuir had simply kept going whatever they pleased. The prince walked beside me, silent. I didn't have to glance at him to know he was taking it all in, remembering whatever ghosts still haunted this place for him. The guard was pretty nice, no? I grinned as we marched forward, our boots tapping against the ancient stone pathway leading deeper into the town. I can't stand them, the prince muttered, his teeth clenched. The Tuir are such pranksters. I arched an eyebrow at him. Pranksters? Really? He let out a sharp exhale, his gaze narrowing as if recalling some deep-seated trauma. We had 2 Tuir guests in our castle once. You never knew what they were going to do, and they kept getting people into trouble. One time, and there it was. The talk of old men, The kind of story they told while nursing a glass of whiskey, filled with unnecessary details, wild exaggerations, and a heavy dose of back-in-my-day energy. I tuned him out almost immediately, nodding at appropriate intervals while my focus drifted elsewhere. The road we followed, smooth and perfectly maintained despite its age, led directly to an imposing gate embedded into the mountainside. The old one was waiting. Chapter 90. The Gatekeeper. Book 2. The first sign that things might actually be taken seriously here appeared right in front of the massive gate. Standing like immovable statues were two Twir in full plate armor, their helmets covering their features, their posture rigid and disciplined. They held halberds crossed in front of a small entrance, the gleaming metal catching golden rays of the sun. But then, right beside them, an old Twir was sprawled out on his side atop a rickety wooden table, looking as if he'd been unceremoniously dropped there for a midday nap. His graying beard pooled onto the surface. One of his legs dangled lazily off the edge, and in his hands he clutched a half-eaten apple. So much for seriousness. I blinked at the sight, momentarily thrown off, then cleared my throat. "Hello," I said, waving at the Twir, who seemed way too comfortable in his current position. "I'd like to deposit some items." The old Twir groaned and rolled over just enough to crack an eye open at me. His pupils, sharp despite his age, studied me for a moment before he let out a huff. "That a question?" His voice was rough, like gravel scraping over stone. I frowned. "No," I replied, confused. That was apparently the funniest thing he had heard in centuries. With a wheezing laugh, he rolled too far and promptly tumbled off the table, landing in a heap on the ground. The fall did absolutely nothing to deter his amusement. He kept laughing, clutching his stomach as his whole body shook with wheezy chuckles. I exchanged a glance with the prince, who just sighed heavily, looking like he wanted to melt into the mountain wall behind us. After what felt like an eternity, the old Twir finally regained his composure. Still lying on the ground, he wiped at the corner of his eyes and let out a satisfied sigh. "That was a good one," I smirked. "Thanks. I made it myself," I quipped, repeating Lucas' old favorite line from high school. That sent him into another fit of laughter. He actually slapped the ground this time, kicking his legs as if he were a toddler having the time of his life. The two fully armored guards didn't even flinch, as if they were used to this level of absurdity on a daily basis. I crossed my arms and waited patiently, biting back a grin. "Call me Gatei." "Okay, Scunny, do it." The old Twir, who I was now mentally labeling as completely unhinged, waved lazily at one of the guards. Without hesitation, the armored Twir nodded and pulled a trigger on a contraption I hadn't noticed before. A pulse of blue light erupted from the entrance, washing over us in a wave of shimmering energy. The moment it hit me, I felt an unmistakable prickle, like a static charge crawling under my skin. My stomach clenched. Crap. It was a high-tier mana scan, the kind that peeled apart layers of enchantments and disguises and, more importantly, detected magical artifacts. And what was I, if not a walking treasure hoard stuffed with stolen goods? I braced myself, muscles tensing, already preparing my worst excuses. Then, after half a second of panic, I remembered where I was. This was the Heartlands, a place so absurdly independent that even the gods seemed to treat it as a lawless safe zone. No one cared about theft here. Probably. Hell, they probably appreciate the effort I put into acquiring my collection. I let out a slow, relieved breath. Everything is fine. From the corner of my eye, I noticed the prince stiffen as the old Twir's gaze locked onto him, his sharp eyes twinkling with a hint of amusement. "Ah, Prince Rolando, your last visit was—" Prince's expression darkened instantly. He held up a hand and cut him off. "Please, that's private." "Oh ho." Now this was interesting. The Twir Gatei apparently cackled but relented, kicking the wooden table he'd been lounging on. It collapsed instantly, as if some hidden mechanism had folded it up, and then it sank into the stone beneath him like it had never existed. I stared. Gatei either ignored my confusion or reveled in it because, without missing a beat, he yanked another table from the ground. This one made of stone, covered in strange glass tubes and whirring devices. "You are Princess Charlie of the Elim," he declared cheerfully, as if announcing a festival event. "Didn't know your kingdom still existed." I sighed. Technically, it still exists. Suzerain under the Empire. I rubbed my temples. But I'm not the most senior living member, am I? That would be my mother, the queen. Ah, no, Gate laughed, waving a dismissive hand. It's actually the emperor. What a nonsense. He picked up one of the odd glass tubes and aimed it at me. I flinched. Because, when someone pointed anything at me, it usually involved fireballs, weapons, or divine wrath. Gatai's sharp eyes softened slightly when he caught my reaction. Relax, Pinky, promise it won't hurt, he said with a wide grin, wiggling the tube slightly. I eyed it suspiciously. If you say Pinky promise, but the thing you're holding can erase my existence, then I feel like the promise is invalid. Gatai just cackled and motioned for me to stay still. I let out a sigh and begrudgingly accepted that this was just how things were here. The prince, meanwhile, looked like he was reconsidering every life decision that had brought him back to this place. I didn't blame him. Gatti aimed his strange glass tube at me, and before I could do something reasonable like dodge or panic, a beam of soft blue light washed over me. Nothing happened. Huh? I blinked. Told you, Gatti said smugly, twirling the glass device like a toy before pointing it at the massive stone gate. A similar beam shot out, vanishing into the ancient surface. All right, here's the deal. Personal vaults are expensive, and you don't have enough on you to negotiate for one. He shrugged as if that were common knowledge. I exhaled through my nose. And let me guess, I don't have access to any other vaults? Nope. Gatey's grin was wide and careless. Prince does, though. We're not going there, Rolando snapped before I could even turn my head. I sighed, massaging my temples. I was hoping to banter a bit, I muttered. But the other thing, not enough value? Gate let out another bout of laughter, a sharp, almost cackling sound as he slammed the glass tube back onto the table. The table promptly sank into the ground as if it had never existed, only to be replaced by a new stone table, this one covered in more strange gadgets and a layer of fine dust. We've got no idea what most things are, he said, grinning like this was the funniest thing in the world. I facepalmed. Of course they didn't. The Twir never bothered with categorizing things the way the Empire did. To them, value wasn't based on wealth, it was based on function. And if something had a function they didn't understand, then to them, it was junk. I let out a long sigh. So, what can I do here? Hey, don't despair, Gate said, still grinning as he dug through his mess of a workbench, shoving aside odd trinkets and glowing shards of who knows what. I do have a testing bench. Maybe we can figure out something of actual value for a small storage box. He grabbed a pair of weird, bulky goggles, the lenses thick and strangely tinted. Then, without missing a beat, he hopped onto the table itself, bringing him to eye level with me. His hand shot out, palm open. So, what do you say? I stared at his outstretched hand, then at his manic grin, and finally at the prince who, for once, looked even more done with life than usual. Okay, time to pull out the big guns. For that, I said, straightening my posture, I've found focusing lenses for your wrath matrix. The moment the words left my mouth, the air changed. Gate's grin vanished instantly, his entire body going rigid. The mischievous glint in his eye evaporated, replaced by something dark and sharp. The casual, joking Twir he'd been speaking to seconds ago. Gone. He stared at me for a long, tense moment, his expression unreadable. We don't joke about that here, he said, his voice low and rough, stripped of all the playfulness from before. I met his gaze without flinching. I'm not joking, I said evenly. I have both lenses in my inventory. The silence stretched heavy and taut like a wire about to snap. The two armored Twir guards standing behind him subtly shifted their stances, and I didn't need my instincts to tell me they were now very interested in this conversation. Then, finally, Gatai moved. Slowly, deliberately, he pushed his goggles up onto his forehead and took a deep breath. His fingers twitched, like he was barely resisting the urge to snatch my entire inventory right out of my hands. You better not be lying, he muttered. I'd never joke about potential mass destruction, I said, deadpan. Okay, maybe I would, but not right now. Gatai exhaled sharply. Then, for the first time since I met him, he spoke with absolute seriousness. Show me. There was this legend on the forums, more like a story from the founder of the Society of Old Dusty Dungeons. Don't ask them why they were named like that unless you truly hate your own free time. According to the founder, one of their members, some random newbie, had once stumbled into a rookie dungeon. We're talking low level, like The kind of place where you get mugged by aggressive rats and possibly one skeleton with bad posture. It was just some decrepit old house, barely worth the effort. Nobody had ever claimed it. No rare loot. No hidden boss. Just a place for fresh adventurers to get their feet wet before moving on to actual content. But this particular noob? He found something. Nothing exciting at first. Just a pair of glasses tucked away in some dusty drawer, abandoned like a long-forgotten relic. They looked weird, though. Their lenses had these delicate, spiderweb-like cracks across them, warping everything he saw. The world through those lenses became funny. Not, haha funny, more like, what the hell is wrong with my eyes funny. Being a noob with no grasp of value, he just thought they were cool. So, he wore them. Everywhere. Even as he leveled up, even as he wandered into bigger, badder dungeons, he kept them on. People laughed at him for it. Nobody thought twice about his dumb, broken glasses. Then one day, a Twir saw them, and promptly offered him a mountain of gold. Because, of course, they weren't just any old glasses. They were priceless artifacts. Some lost piece of Twir technology that had been sitting in a level 5 rat nest for gods know how long. Since then, that dumb story had become a core part of the Society of Old Dusty Dungeons recruiting tactics. See, they'd say, you never ignore random loot. At first, I had every intention of stashing these away, cashing in later when I actually needed them. But hey, I was here now. I reached into my inventory and pulled them out. Wrath Matrix, Focusing Lens X2W, both of them resting in my open palm. Gatai stared. His entire body went still, like I had just handed him a ticking bomb instead of two small, unassuming objects. The Twir guards behind him stopped breathing. Even the prince, who never shut up, was silent. The moment stretched, thick with anticipation. Then, Gatai's fingers twitched, and in a movement almost too fast for my eyes to follow, he snatched them from my hand. I resisted the urge to gulp. Carefully, reverently, Gatai brought the lenses up to his face, peering through them with the same intensity a jeweler might use to inspect a legendary gem. A slow, sharp breath hissed through his teeth. Then, he started laughing. Not his usual carefree, ha-ha, this is hilarious kind of laugh. No, this was a deep, almost manic chuckle. The kind that sent a shiver down your spine because someone was just a little too excited about whatever was happening. Oh, Gatai said, voice full of satisfaction. Oh, you have no idea what you've done. Chapter 91, Gatai's Hammer, Book 2000. Oh, Mr. Gatai, I think I do, I said with a knowing smile, folding my arms. You know, I'm not from this world, right? Gatai flicked a single sharp glance at me from the corner of his eye, but his hands never stopped moving, carefully inspecting the lenses like they were the most precious things he had ever held. Of course, he murmured, not looking up. It's an interesting phenomenon. I watched as he placed the lenses, so delicate, into a weirdly shaped casket on his workbench. The way he handled them was almost reverent, like a priest laying down a holy relic. We're united now, I continued, pacing slightly, but it wasn't that long ago that we had a unification war. I cast a glance at the prince, who, in true royalty, who's seen too much fashion, looked completely disinterested. Figures. But before all that, I continued, before we reached that unity, we devised a way to remove any place from existence. Entire cities, gone with one decision. I snapped my fingers for emphasis. Erased. Just like that. Gatai hummed under his breath, turning one of the lenses this way and that under the dim glow of the cavern. The way the light refracted off the cracks sent shivers down my spine. I see where you're going, he muttered, not quite listening but also completely hearing me at the same time. Yes, similar. His fingers trembled slightly as he adjusted a dial on his bench. A pulse of soft blue light flickered across the casket, illuminating the lenses inside. Gatia's face, already lined with years of wisdom and, let's be honest, probably some chaotic decisions, lit up with a wild, almost childlike glee. This is genuine, girl, he whispered, his voice almost shaking. Then, louder, he laughed, a manic, utterly unhinged sound that echoed off the cavern walls. This one is genuine. I stopped pacing, letting a wave of relief wash over me. Okay, good to hear, I said, standing in front of him, hands on my hips. So, can it get me a vault? Gatai let out a sharp, amused laugh. Vault, he repeated, shaking his head. Just vault, she says. And then the guards, yes, the fully armored, supposedly no-nonsense guards, also started laughing. Wait, what? I shot them a look, only to be met with knowing nods, as if I had just told the funniest joke in Tweer history. Oh, they weren't nearly as serious as I thought. Just a little wary of me. Good to know. Gatai wiped an imaginary tear from his eye, grinning widely. Girl, well, princess, this just bought you the eternal friendship of the council. Before I could fully process that, he abruptly sealed the lenses inside the casket, then kicked the entire table down as if he were afraid I'd reach for them again. The moment the table hit the ground, it sank into the floor, disappearing into the stone as if it had never existed. I blinked. I mean, thank you? I tried to keep my expression neutral, but internally, my brain was scrambling. Eternal friendship of the council? That was a bit more than I'd hoped for. I had assumed the old forum story was just that. Some nonsense exaggerated by nerds who thought they'd gamed the system. But apparently, that mountain of gold had been a lowball offer. That noob could have asked for far more. I was still deep in thought when I spoke. I'm in a bit of a hurry, I said, shaking off my daze. I need to store my things and be on my way because your mother is tearing the very fabric of our world apart. Gatti practically leaped with joy, clapping his hands like a child witnessing fireworks for the first time. What a family. My glare could have shaved steel. How do you know? I demanded. Gate's grin widened, but instead of answering, he just stood there, smugly silent. I sucked in a breath, my patience fraying. I'll get you the best vault for your baubles, he said, kicking the ground as if ordering another one of his damn magic tables to appear. Fine. Instead, I turned to Rolando, who looked up at the mention of his name like a criminal caught red-handed. He was way too still. Tell me, I snapped. Tell what? His voice was cautious, his body already shifting like he was debating whether to run. How everyone and their mother know that Eowyn is ripping reality apart. My glare locked onto him with the precision of a siege weapon. Nobody told me how they know. The prince hesitated, then his brows furrowed. Wait, you don't know? His voice carried genuine disbelief. You can't feel it? I shook my head. I don't have spatial magic. I paused, considering. Or maybe it's because I'm not from this world. Gate, meanwhile, had retrieved a hammer. A massive, ridiculously oversized thing that seemed hilariously out of place in his small hands. I had no idea where he had pulled it from. The guards immediately took several cautious steps back. What are you? I started, but before I could finish, Gate swung the hammer with the kind of force that should have splintered his tiny bones into dust. The head of the hammer collided with the massive stone gate, and instead of just cracking or breaking, the entire thing crumbled. Whoa! I barely managed to jump back as chunks of stone crashed down, dust billowing up in thick clouds. When the rumble finally settled, I stood there staring at the gaping ruin of what had once been the entrance. My mouth hung open. Gatai, for his part, looked incredibly pleased with himself. I turned to Rolando, still wide-eyed. Did that just happen? The prince sighed deeply, rubbing his temples. Pretender, he said telepathically. Then he resumed normally. You really need to expect things like this. Follow me, Gatai said, waving us forward as he hopped over the wreckage with the nimbleness of someone far too familiar with demolishing doorways. I secured you an inner vault. He moved at an energetic pace, weaving through the rubble as if it weren't even there. I paused and cast a glance at the guards, half expecting them to protest, maybe raise an eyebrow, something. Nothing. They stood as still as statues, completely unfazed, as if this were just another Tuesday. Maybe it was? With a sigh, I followed Gatai inside, carefully picking my way over the broken stones. The deeper we went, the cooler the air became. The damp scent of earth mixed with something older, something metallic, like the forgotten depths of an ancient forge. The tunnel beyond was a strange blend of raw nature and deliberate craftsmanship. The rough walls curved with the unmistakable hand of the elements, but interwoven through it were precise carvings, smooth stone walkways, and glowing magical torches embedded in sconces, their blue-white flames flickering without heat. If I had the time, I might have stopped to actually look at them, maybe piece together whatever history was scrawled there. I didn't have that time. Because behind us, the gate rumbled. I turned back, eyes widening as the destruction we had just caused reversed itself like the world had suddenly hit rewind. Stone by stone, piece by piece, It flew, hovering for the briefest of moments before snapping into place with a precision. It wasn't like an avalanche tumbling back up a mountain. No, this was deliberate, guided. Like unseen hands were methodically stitching reality back together, sealing the damage we had caused without a trace. And the sound. It was grating. A deep, unnatural grinding that set my teeth on edge, 100 stones scraping against each other, shifting and clicking into their rightful places with mechanical efficiency. Within seconds, the gate was whole again, untouched, like it had never been broken at all. I stood there gawking, my brain desperately trying to process what I had just seen. Gate, of course, just chuckled. No one gets in without permission. No one gets out without permission. I let out a slow breath and turned back toward the tunnel. Well, that's comforting. We eventually stepped into a cozy chamber, the shift in atmosphere almost jarring compared to the raw, ancient tunnels we had just passed through. Soft blue light cascaded from an expensive-looking chandelier, a delicate structure of intertwining crystal and shimmering metal, suspended like a frozen constellation above our heads. The gentle glow bathed the room in a cool, calming hue, illuminating every polished surface with an almost ethereal sheen. Against the back wall stretched a long counter, its surface wrapped in white cloth that sparkled under the light. Not just clean. This was the kind of pristine that made me wonder if the cloth itself was enchanted. Maybe it was woven from something absurd like moon spider silk, or infused with divine dust, or, knowing the Twier, just really, really well-made linen. Lining the chamber were rows of chests, each one carved from wood that looked so exquisite it could probably pay off the debt of an entire kingdom. Every single one of them was wrapped in the same white cloth, giving the space a uniform, almost ceremonial elegance. "Your vault," Gate declared with a wide grin, gesturing grandly toward the space, as if he had just unveiled a priceless treasure. I squinted at him. "We just walked forward?" I asked, glancing at Rolando, who nodded, equally perplexed. "Is this like a common vault?" Gate shook his head, his expression the very picture of smugness. "No, it's yours. It'll bring others somewhere else into their own vaults. Don't worry." I shrugged and reached for my first bag, pulling out a particularly heavy idol and setting it on the spotless counter. Across from me, Rolando sank into a chair that looked like it probably cost more than whole village number 17. He looked back into the entrance, brow furrowing slightly as if he were trying to wrap his mind around how we got here. "Your magic is impressive," he muttered, his tone almost grudgingly admiring. "Oh, it's divine magic," I said, nonchalantly flicking a gold-trimmed goblet onto the counter. "Twier are kind of gods." That got his attention. He froze, his head snapping toward me so fast I thought he might strain his neck. "Wait, gods?" His voice held the disbelief usually reserved for finding out your childhood hero was actually a drunk. Gate, for his part, remained completely unbothered. He simply kicked the wall beside him, because apparently doors and chairs were for boring people. And, in response, a smooth stone seat rose from the ground like it had just been summoned into existence. Then, as if this was the most natural thing in the world, he reached into his pocket, pulled out something that suspiciously looked like dried meat, and started eating with the casual air of a man completely unfazed by reality itself. "How are we doing this?" I asked, eyeing the absurdly expensive chests before glancing back at him. Gate grinned, amused, chewing thoughtfully before gesturing lazily at the vault. "It's yours. Store anything you want, anywhere." Rolando, however, was still not over the god thing. He turned back to Gate, his expression caught somewhere between horrified realization and complete existential crisis. "You're a god?" he demanded, as if just now realizing the full weight of the situation. Gate finished his bite, thought for a moment, then flashed another mischievous grin. "In a sense, you could say that," he admitted, voice thick with delight. Rolando looked like someone had just kicked over his entire worldview. Gate, unbothered as ever, leaned back against his summoned chair and waved a dismissive hand. "Our ancestor was a veritable god, so we all carry divinity. But it's not like every one of us can just be gods." I raised an eyebrow. "Sure seems like it," I muttered, gesturing toward the literal stone seat he had just casually manifested from the ground. Gate's gaze flicked to the nearly overflowing table, his grin widening like a man who had just stumbled onto the juiciest piece of gossip in years. "Party tricks," he mused, waving a hand dismissively, as if divine magic was nothing more than a casual hobby. His ball of foot tapped idly on the ground before he tilted his head, his eyes narrowing in amusement. "But I'm more interested in your masquerade mask." I blinked. "My what now?" His gaze lowered meaningfully to my face, and before I could even process what he meant, my own hand shot up, patting my cheeks frantically until my fingers brushed against. Oh, the mask. Still strapped over my damn eyes. A wave of heat crawled up my neck as realization dawned, and I froze, my fingers curling against the edge of the mask. Oh no. I had completely forgotten about it. In my defense, a lot had happened between robbing a temple and now. But still, Gateye's grin turned amused as he leaned forward, watching my delayed reaction with a kind of smug delight. "Are you the noble thief who was brazen enough to rob a mourning home?" His voice was thick with mock reverence, as if I was some legendary figure in a heroic ballad instead of a very confused, very flustered "The thief." I could hear the prince's giggle. I cleared my throat, attempting to regain even a sliver of dignity. "They already gave me a name?" I asked hesitantly. Gate outright cackled, throwing his head back, his laughter echoing in the enclosed chamber like a damn bell. "Oh, princess, you underestimate just how fast a scandal travels when you piss off the gods." Chapter 92? The Last Hour. Book 2. I pulled off my mask, the material briefly clinging to my skin before I dropped it into a chest with a dull thunk. "Well damn," I exhaled, running a hand through my hair before turning back to the pile of artifacts threatening to spill from my overstuffed inventory. With practiced ease, I reached for another relic, a gilded idol with too many eyes, and dropped it into a separate chest. "They can't find it here, can they?" Gateye's eyes scanned the collection I had amassed with the detached curiosity of a collector appraising someone else's hoard. "Hey!" he hummed, the sound deep in his throat, before finally shrugging. Probably can," he said, entirely too casual for the potential divine wrath I was trying to avoid. Then, with an evil grin that practically dripped mischief, he added, "But our vaults are private." A pause. Then a cackle. "Always funny when they fuss about." Prince snorted, arms folded as he leaned lazily against the side of an ornate chest I had yet to fill. I emptied the third spatial bag, watching as a cascade of dusty totem, random scrolls, and questionably obtained artifacts clattered into the wooden depths. Gate cocked his head at Prince, his expression the perfect picture of mock surprise. Prince glared at him and said, "And you call yourself gods?" He snorted again. "Gods of mischief, maybe." Another round of Gateye's laugh filled the vault, a wheezing, full-bodied thing that made the very air seem livelier. He tore off a bite of a new mystery food, something that looked vaguely like jerky but shimmered strangely under the vault's ethereal blue light. "We strive to be that ones, we do," he declared between chews. Then, with a knowing smirk, he jabbed a finger in my direction. "But we're not the ones calling ourselves gods. Only upstarts like her god do that." I rolled my eyes, ignoring them both as I turned to yet another chest. I borrowed a lot of things, more than I remembered, honestly. My memory wasn't perfect, and I just vaguely remembered what I needed. So I just grabbed everything not nailed down. My fingers skimmed over a smooth surface of a relic that felt both ancient and important, before I unceremoniously dropped it in with the rest of the loot. Prince, still watching Gate with vague interest, arched an eyebrow. "God of ice blood?" Gate nodded, his grin widening. "He's a god, not an upstart, no?" Gate scoffed, conjuring another round of that bizarre food from what I could only assume was his personal pocket dimension. He held it up, appraising it briefly before taking a bite. The texture crunched in a way that set my nerves on edge. "His claim to divinity is weaker than mine," Gate said, his words coated in the same smug confidence that made me both wary and amused. I barely spared Gate a glance before moving on to another chest, fingers working swiftly as I sorted through the mountain of liberated items. "By the way, do you want to join our battle?" I asked, tossing a dagger into the growing horde. "Opportunities like this don't come often." Gate let out a lazy hum, watching with mild amusement as I shoved the last of my spatial bags into the chests and turned to the more tedious task, emptying my inventory. "I don't join common squabbles, princess," he said, stretching as if this entire conversation bored him. I stopped, fixing him with a sharp glare. It's not some petty squabble. It's the start of a civil war. My mother, Eowyn, versus me. I have to put up a fight for the god of war to even acknowledge it as a real war. Gate snorted, utterly unimpressed. Another upstart, he quipped, finishing the last bite of whatever strange, possibly cursed food he had been munching on. I shook my head, turning back to my hoard as the familiar sound of clinking metal filled the chamber. A pair of bracelets with runes I didn't understand slid into place beside a broken chalice. "Don't you want to fight demons?" I asked, my voice light, almost offhand. That got his attention. Gaius' entire demeanor shifted in an instant. He perked up, eyes gleaming with sudden, almost childlike excitement. "Demons?" His voice practically vibrated with enthusiasm. "You should have led with that." Grinning like a man who had just found out it was his birthday and all drinks were free, he kicked the bench beneath him. The wooden structure didn't just collapse. It flipped midair, twisting as it reshaped itself into a throne-like chair before he landed back onto it, looking supremely pleased with himself. I shot a glance at Prince, half expecting some kind of reaction, but he was thoroughly distracted, stretching his fingers, shifting his weight from foot to foot, even bouncing slightly like he was testing the limits of his body. "Well, I'm almost done," I said, dropping one of the last relics into the chest with a dull clunk. My inventory was nearly empty now, just a few odds and ends rattling around in the void. I straightened, rolling my shoulders as I glanced at Gate. "Want to come with us? The teleports won't be working soon." I nodded toward Prince, who was still completely ignoring me, far too engrossed in whatever mundane object had captured his interest this time. Gate grinned, looking positively delighted by his own existence. "No, thank you. I'll show up randomly, as I should." His smirk widened like a man who had just won an argument no one else was having. I sighed, stashing the last of my treasure inside one of the many chests. For a moment, I frowned, scanning the remaining bits in my inventory. I thought I had more gold, but most of it was just junk. Not entirely useless, mind you, just not immediately valuable. Well, useless for now, at least. "Okay, what now?" I asked, dusting off my hands. "Now, you go home." Gate kicked his chair, which promptly vanished as if reality itself had simply decided it was no longer necessary. He gestured lazily toward the hallway leading back to the surface. "You're welcome here anytime. Don't forget that. We are friends." I nodded, making a mental note of that as I turned to Prince, who, I was not exaggerating, was intently poking a stone like it held the secrets of the universe. With an annoyed sigh, I shoved him forward. "Move." He blinked at me like a drunk Irishman who had just been woken up to close the bar. "What?" I rolled my eyes. "We're going. Do you want to stay in your body for this?" "Yes, princess," he corrected himself, shaking off whatever daze he had been lost in as we started walking toward the gate. His posture was a little stiffer, still adjusting to existing outside the ring, but he was getting there. As we neared the exit, he sighed, glancing at me from the corner of his eye. "But I still can't fight, as we established. I can take on a more advisory role." A pause. Then, almost too quiet, "Before you help me go free." I didn't answer right away, because for all his arrogance, his smug grins, and his air of detached amusement, there was something about the way he said that. A quiet, almost reluctant hope beneath the layers of posturing. I just nodded. "Yeah, I promised." "We go out then," Gate declared, sounding far too delighted for someone about to demolish another entrance. He dusted his hands, finishing the last of his definitely moldy snack, and then, with no fanfare, reached into his trousers and pulled out the enormous warhammer. I blinked. "What?" Prince, to his credit, merely observed the scene in silence, then sighed. "I don't question it anymore." "Yeah," I hesitated, half wondering if I'd finally hit my limit for what the hell moments, and I thought I knew them. I was wrong. On test servers, they were a bit different. Rolando's head tilted slightly, golden eyes narrowing. "Test servers?" I waved him off, stepping over the freshly crumbled rubble as I channeled mana into his ring. "Ignore it." Gate, still lounging near the wreckage, grunted in amusement. I turned to him, offering a small smile. "Offer still stands," he huffed, dropping onto the ground like an old man settling in for a nap, and, because of course, produced a piece of moldy bread from his trousers. "I'm fine," he said, taking a bite like it was the most natural thing in the world. I just sighed. There was no winning against the twir. "Goodbye," I waved at Gate, then at the still unfazed guards. We're teleporting here? Rolando asked, surprise flickering across his face as he glanced at Gate. Gate, still snacking, now on a suspiciously aged wedge of cheese he had pulled from somewhere, shrugged. Fine by me. One of the guards, as if this were a completely normal farewell, lifted a hand and waved. Goodbye. I turned back to Prince and offered him my hand. He hesitated for only a second before accepting it. The next moment, the world twisted, magic surging, reality bending, until the familiar scent of parchment and old ink filled my lungs. We landed squarely in the center of my office, the warm afternoon sun spilling through the large window behind my desk. The golden light painted long, soft shadows across the well-worn wooden furniture, and the unmistakable, dreaded scent of paperwork hung in the air like an omen. Lady! Lola's voice rang through the room, brimming with enthusiasm. Way too much enthusiasm for what she was about to say. There is so much to do, she continued, sounding far too excited about the looming mountain of bureaucracy. She was already behind her desk, a stack of documents in front of her like a carefully constructed fortress. But the moment she saw me, she rose instantly and bowed, eyes gleaming with the anticipation of a woman who lived for paperwork. I nodded, suppressing a groan. Lola, nice to see you. Then, with a smirk, I gestured toward the very unfortunate spirit standing beside me. That's why I brought someone to show me how to do proper paperwork. Because I'm just a pretender. I let out a deliberately too cheerful laugh as I dropped into my chair, throwing my feet up on the desk for emphasis. The effect was immediate. Rolando, who had apparently thought nothing else could faze him after today, paled. Lola, meanwhile, blinked, as if only just now noticing the man standing awkwardly in the center of the room. Her gaze flickered over him, taking in the regal posture, the fine clothes, the fact that he looked one wrong move away from questioning his entire existence. Oh, she breathed, adjusting her glasses as she processed the prince standing in her workspace. Rolando, to his credit, recovered quickly. He studied Lola for a moment, then, with a smooth, practiced grace, took her hand and dipped into a half bow, his expression settling into one of effortless charm. My name is Prince Rolando, he said, voice warm and refined. At your service, lady. Lola blinked again, looking both flustered and analytical, as if trying to categorize exactly how she felt about this development. Lady, the teleport will be done in an hour, and you are expected to receive the count. Lola's voice was steady, but there was a weight behind her words, the kind that implied I was about to be very annoyed. I sighed, dropping my feet from the desk and straightening in my chair. My gaze drifted toward the window, where the golden afternoon sun bathed the castle's inner courtyard in warm light. The flags atop the guard towers swayed lazily in the breeze, the slow, steady rhythm oddly calming despite the impending headache I was about to have. Said attaché? I asked, my voice flat. Prince snorted, arms crossing as he leaned against the side of my desk. Rotten man. Lola's brows knit together in mild confusion as she glanced between the two of us. You know him, Prince Rolando. It's a bit complicated, I exhaled, rubbing my temples, but there won't be any teleporting. Lola's expression tightened, her hands instinctively reaching for a nearby quill, as if paperwork might solve the problem before it even started. Which way is the summon? I asked, already feeling the familiar, unwelcome tug of magic in the air. The prince stilled, eyes narrowing slightly as he tilted his head. A moment passed. Then, without hesitation, he pointed toward the far end of the castle, beyond the heavy stone walls. I feel it that way, he murmured, his golden eyes flickering with something unreadable, and it's very close to finishing. The fabric is straining. I pushed myself up from my chair, stretching slightly before flashing Lola a grin that was just a little too eager. Let's go. You need to see this, Lola. She hesitated, glancing between me and the prince, her fingers tightening around the edge of her quill. Should I prepare something? I laughed. No need. Turning toward the door, I could already feel it. The thick, charged pull of mana saturating the air like the build-up before a lightning strike. The stone beneath my feet thrummed faintly with an energy that wasn't quite here yet, but was coming. I expect this will be a very spectacular event, I mused, my grin widening as I strode forward. With my entourage in tow, we made our way toward the outer wall, the cool corridors of the castle giving way to the open sky. As we climbed onto the high ramparts, the improvised town sprawled out beneath us in its usual organized chaos markets, still bustling. banners rippling in the breeze, and yet there was something different. Something waiting. Prince Rolando stood near the edge, his gaze clouded with thought. The golden afternoon light caught the edges of his dark cloak of his hide armor as it fluttered gently in the breeze, the weight of what was coming already settling on his shoulders. Lola, on the other hand, looked utterly perplexed. Her brows were furrowed, her eyes darting between me and the empty space beyond the walls, as if expecting a tangible reason for the growing tension in the air. And because she was Lola, she had of course brought paperwork. A quill and several scrolls were tucked neatly under one arm, her fingers twitching as if resisting the urge to document whatever insanity was about to unfold. And me? I stood at the edge, heels planted firmly on the old stone, wind tugging at my coat. My pulse thrummed with anticipation. Below, the town remained blissfully unaware. But up here, atop the outer wall, we could see it, something beneath the surface of reality shifting, twisting. A ripple of energy surged through the castle's foundation, through the entire world. The magic torches lining the walls flickered, the light from the windows dimming for the briefest of moments, as if the world itself had taken a deep, anticipatory breath. Lola gasped, clutching her scrolls. Rolando stiffened, his fingers twitching at his side, the instincts of someone who had seen too much kicking in. And I? I grinned wider. Chapter 93. When Magic Breaks, Book 2, the world erupted in light. A blinding flash, searing, absolute, swallowed everything in an instant. Shadows vanished, devoured by the sheer intensity, turning the world into a formless void of brilliant gold. For a single, breathless moment, it was as if time itself had paused, suspended in that radiant, crackling stillness. Then, just as suddenly, it was gone. I blinked hard, spots dancing in my vision. The stone beneath my feet hummed with residual energy, the very air around us charged, vibrating with unknown magic. Lola let out a startled noise, gripping the edge of the parapet as if steadying herself against something unseen. Her wide eyes darted between me and the horizon, her brows furrowed in confusion. Lady, what in the hells was that? Before I could answer, Prince Rolando spoke first, his voice smooth but carrying the weight of finality. Too late, he murmured, gaze locked on the horizon. Your mother has finally begun summoning her demons. I inhaled sharply, my pulse spiking, not in fear, but in something sharper, something thrumming with anticipation. And then, we saw it. Far in the sky, days travel away, an enormous circle began to materialize. It wasn't some simple glowing sigil. No, this was something demonic, something designed, a construct of impossible scale. Tens of thousands of golden runes shimmered into existence, meticulously arranged in layered concentric rings, shifting, rotating in silent synchrony. They pulsed, humming in perfect unison with the very fabric of reality itself. And we could feel it. Magic, raw and unfathomable, surged through the air, a current so immense it pressed against the walls of the castle, against our very bones. It wasn't just mana. It was power. A force bending the world itself to her will. The runes pulsed once, twice. Before, in a single breathtaking moment, they collapsed inward. All that impossible energy coalesced, folding down, 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 a golden spiral hurtling toward the earth far beyond the limits of sight. We couldn't see the impact. It was too far. But we heard it. The supersonic crack spit through the air. Not a sound so much as a force. An explosion that sent a shockwave racing outward, rattling the stones beneath us, thundering against the walls of the castle, like the distant roar of an angry god. Then, silence. For a moment, everything was still. Then came the wind. A faint breeze, gentle, subtle, impossible, brushed against my skin, curling through my hair, rustling the loose papers in Lola's arms. It was nothing compared to the scale of the event we had just witnessed. And yet, the mere fact that even this far away, we could feel it? That was terrifying. Lola swallowed hard, gripping her scrolls like they might anchor her to reality. Lady? She asked again, voice quieter this time. I exhaled slowly, my gaze fixed on the distant horizon, where the golden glow of the ritual had already begun to fade. Oh, I murmured, a slow grin creeping onto my lips. This is the army well fight. For a fraction of a second, The world just paused, not in a natural way, not like the eerie calm after a storm or the tense silence before a battle. No, this was something else, something wrong. It was as if reality itself had lagged, and I was suddenly trapped inside my own body, unable to move, unable to even shift my gaze. Then, across my vision, a crisp message flickered into existence. Players, this is a message from Nathan, your dear creator of the game. Please be patient. I sighed internally. Of course. There was nothing I could do but wait. Nothing moved. Not the banners in the breeze, not the distant birds mid-flight, not even the subtle rise and fall of Lola's breath. Just stillness. Then, like a fast-forward button had been slammed, the world lurched back into motion. Everything surged around me in a blur. Prince Rolando had shifted a dozen times in the span of a single heartbeat, adjusting his posture, tensing, relaxing, scanning his surroundings like a warrior caught in an ambush. Lola's papers fluttered, as if time had skipped, the quill she'd been holding now resting on the floor. And then, players, I'm glad to announce that the scheduled patch 2, or has been applied. 2. Please be patient with our support team as we answer the details and wait for the change list. I blinked. What? This is weird, Lola muttered, adjusting her glasses with slow, deliberate movements, as if testing whether time was still functioning normally. I turned to Rolando, only to find him frozen in place, his mouth hanging slightly open as he stared at the space between us, his golden eyes unfocused, reading something that wasn't here. What's wrong? I asked, unable to hide my grin. Too scared you lost your purpose? His gaze snapped to me. Pretender! He all but yelled. The level cap was increased from 25 to 75. It wasn't? I asked, my brows furrowing as I tried to remember. But nothing came. The patch wasn't normal. Nathan stepping in to personally announce a patch. No, that wasn't how it was supposed to be done, would be done. A creeping unease settled in my chest. I had assumed that everything followed a structure, that the game had rules, that even the chaos had a limit. But if this wasn't planned, if Nathan himself had to step in and justify it last minute, maybe Riker was right. Maybe Rimelion was real, and we were just accessing it. It would explain a lot. But it was still terrifying. Prince Rolando exhaled sharply, shaking his head, clearly trying to process the same realization. Since forever, he started, his voice tight with something close to disbelief. The first 5 levels were easy. The next 5, harder, but still fairly manageable for anyone dedicated. Up to level 20, only the best of the best could reach. And the level cap. He paused, his fingers curling into fists, his entire posture stiffening. The level cap was only for the ridiculously powerful. His golden eyes locked onto mine, his expression unnervingly serious. Everything is thrown into a whack with your mother meddling, he continued, voice lower now. She changed how the world itself works. That's all well and good, I said, rolling my shoulders, but theorizing won't help us. I turned to Lola, who was still trying to juggle her scattered quills and papers. My lovely assistant, when exactly should we head to the teleport? Lola glanced around, hastily gathering her fallen quills before checking one of the many documents she had tucked under her arm. Her brows knit together, concern flickering across her face. Lady, with all this, she hesitated, then gave me a pointed look. Shouldn't we call an emergency meeting? I sighed. Of course, Shed suggests more meetings. Let's walk to the teleport, I said, waving a dismissive hand. I already told you, it won't work, but people are expecting it to, and they're going to panic when they realize they can't just flee the impending rebellion. I exhaled, casting a glance at Rolando. Come to, Prince. I think. Let me go back. I blinked, caught off guard. He was serious. His golden eyes held no hesitation, no doubt, just a quiet certainty. I swallowed. Are you sure? Without a body? Yes. He dismissed my concerns before I could even voice them properly, and, without another word, sat down on the cold stone floor. Just like that. I watched him carefully as he closed his eyes, his expression perfectly at ease, as if waiting for nothing more than the passing of a gentle breeze. There was no fear, no tension. Very well, I murmured, resigning myself. I reached for my amulet, fingers brushing against the cool metal. With a pulse of light, he was gone. Lola blinked rapidly, caught between confusion and concern. Lady? I waved a hand as I tucked the amulet back beneath my collar. He's a spirit, I said simply. Don't worry about it. I turned on my heel, already heading toward the stairs. Now, I continued, my voice firm, we have so much work to do. As we walked through the fort, the entire place was a blur of motion. Soldiers, officers, and messengers all rushing somewhere, moving with the urgency of people who had somewhere to be, even if they weren't entirely sure why. Military efficiency. Despite the storm of movement, only a handful of people paused long enough to throw quick, breathless questions at us, answered by Lola. Most were too focused on their own objectives to care that I was passing through. Fine by me. We exited the fortress and made our way toward the largest tent in the encampment, a huge structure, towering as high as the Sovereign of Ice. Its reinforced canvas stretched so wide it could easily house a small army inside. I strolled forward as if it belonged to me. I grinned, because, in a way, it did. The moment we stepped inside, a wall of chaos hit us. Hundreds of people, officers, strategists, soldiers were everywhere, packed so tightly that the very air felt charged with confusion. The scent of sweat, ink, and magic-laced parchment clung thickly to the fabric walls. Shouting voices layered over one another. Some barked commands, others fired off questions that had no answers. Near the center of the anarchy, a handful of robed mages were arguing vehemently over some obscure piece of magical theory, their gestures desperate. And at the heart of it all, the portal. A towering arch of cold, silvery metal gleamed beneath the flickering torchlight. Runes coiled across its surface like veins of liquid moonlight, their soft glow pulsing at uneven intervals, so unstable. The entire structure thrummed with power, a faint hum filling the space, as if it were trying to activate, trying to do something, but couldn't quite break through. People were gathered around it, arguing, recalibrating, pressing hands against the runes in vain attempts to stabilize the magic. But the portal, like the rest of the world, had changed, and it wasn't listening. I let out a slow, amused breath, scanning the mess before me before striding toward the glowing circle at the heart of the chaos. Nonsense, we need to activate it. You saw the lights. I knew that voice. The Imperial attaché. A bureaucrat down to his marrow, clinging to procedure as if it could hold back the storm that was rapidly consuming his carefully ordered world. And if he was here, that meant he was where the more capable minds had gathered, desperately trying to impose logic on something far beyond it. I stepped closer, weaving through the shifting bodies, catching glimpses of the man himself. He stood stiffly, dressed in formal imperial attire that looked painfully out of place among the rugged soldiers and frantic mages. His thinning hair was neatly combed back, his posture by the book despite the sweat beading at his temple. If not, he started, his tone measured, but before he could continue. No. A defeated voice rejected the idea. One of the robed mages, a man with ink-stained fingers and exhaustion carved into the lines of his face, shook his head. His shoulders slumped as if the weight of reality had finally crushed him. Magic doesn't work, he muttered. Useless. There was a finality to his words, the kind of resignation that came from watching everything you've built your life around crumble before your eyes. I dedicated my career. Without a teleporter, there is no career, the attaché pointed out, his voice still maddeningly calm, not angry, not urgent, just a simple fact. The mage let out a strangled noise, half gasp, half disbelieving laugh, and then, without warning, started laughing outright, a broken, manic sound. And he wasn't alone. The others, mages, officers, people who had no contingency for this level of catastrophe, began laughing too, not because anything was funny, but because panic had finally caught up with them. Chapter 94. 4 hours too late. Book 2. Amidst the absolute chaos unfolding before me, I remained exactly where I was, leaning lazily against one of the tent's sturdy support poles, arms crossed, silently observing. It was glorious. And, most importantly, not my fault. Pretender, I need to sleep, Prince announced, before his ring-going went again. Fine, I whispered, and allowed myself a smirk as the bureaucrats and mages spiraled into panic, their carefully structured world collapsing like a glass pyramid during rush hour. Lola scurried closer, pressing herself partially behind me, as if I could shield her from whatever nonsense was happening. She peeked around my shoulder, still blinking in confusion. Lady, she whispered urgently, her fingers gripping the fabric of my sleeve. Do you actually know what's going on? I hummed, tilting my head as I took in the spectacle. Yes, don't worry. Everything is the same, I said, completely relaxed. They're just freaking out. I flashed her a grin. Let's just sit back, enjoy the show, and get back to work later. It didn't last. Because the moment the Imperial attaché noticed me, his reaction was immediate. You. His sharp voice sounded over the tent, and suddenly, the barely controlled mess of an argument froze as dozens of heads turned toward me. I waved lazily, making a point of my unbothered demeanor. Good afternoon, everyone. I let my grin widen as I swept a hand over the gathered crowd, watching as their confusion deepened. Princess Charlie, the attaché, already red in the face, scoffed. Baronetess. He was a proper imperial dog. In his eyes, I was no princess, just some minor noble, barely worthy of recognition. This is outrageous. He barked, storming forward, his long imperial robes billowing slightly as he pushed past the still stunned mages. You will pay for this. It's her fault, one of the mages blurted, his exhausted eyes now fully locked onto me. The rest of them, who had previously been losing their minds over the impossibility of what had happened, suddenly found a focal point for their confusion. Me! But how? Another muttered, clearly spiraling between panic and intrigue. By the time the attaché reached me, his previous bureaucratic composure was completely shattered. The mask of polite, measured control, gone. Instead, his expression twisted into something heated, anger, frustration, accusation. He was furious at me, his face dark with emotion. He exhaled sharply, forcing himself into a semblance of calm, though his fists remained clenched at his sides. With slow, measured words, he asked, "How did you prevent Count Itzel from taking over the defense?" Ah, so that was what this was about. I pushed off the pole, straightening as I composed myself. Who is Count Itzel, and why would he be taking over the defense? I asked, my tone even and measured. It would have been too easy to provoke the attaché, to push him into a fit of bureaucratic rage just to watch him sputter. But that would be childish, and I wasn't a child anymore, most of the time. Still, his question was weird. I had never heard of a Count Itzel before, but that wasn't exactly shocking. There were so many lower nobles littering the empire's hierarchy that not even I, a tester who had dedicated more time to this world than most, could remember all of them. The attaché snorted, his eyes narrowing. Don't play innocent. It won't work on me. I glanced around the room, searching for anyone who might share my confusion, but all I saw were wary, expectant faces. The tension in the air was thick, and for the first time since stepping into this tent, I wasn't sure whether the crowd was on my side or if they were about to turn on me. Still, I blinked, letting my genuine confusion slip into my voice. I really don't know who he is. There was a beat of silence. Then, how did you break the fabric? One of the mages blurted out. And that was all it took. The floodgates burst open. Dozens of voices overlapped, mages hurling rapid-fire questions filled with technical, magical terms I had zero hope of deciphering. Some of them sounded vaguely familiar, like pieces of patch notes I had skimmed and immediately ignored, but most of them, completely meaningless to me. A headache was forming. Silence! The attaché barked, his fury surging back to the surface like an overfilled bottle spilling over. The force of his voice overpowered the noise. His glare swung back to me, burning with accusation. I am the one questioning her, he snapped, his voice low. Baronetess, answer. I stared at him, fought the urge to facepalm with every fiber of my being. I lost. My hands slapped against my face before I could stop myself. Are you stupid or what? The words slipped out before my brain could even attempt to filter them. A horrified silence settled over the room. I inhaled sharply, then exhaled, deep, slow, composed. I have no idea who that man is, I said, intoning each word carefully, as if explaining something very, very simple to someone who had been dropped on their head as a child. There is no plot, no ulterior motive. Eowyn summoned demons and broke the world. The words settled like a heavy stone in the room. It was your mother? The first mage to speak was standing slightly apart from the others, his posture rigid with disbelief. There was something about him, the way the others instinctively gave him space, the way they turned subtly toward him as if waiting for his lead, that made it clear. He was the most important mage here. I glanced at him, my curiosity piqued. What's your name? Master Mage Mara, lady. His voice held the heavy weight of exhaustion. The kind of resignation that only comes from having everything you understood about your craft ripped away overnight. I'm an expert in teleportation, at least. I was until recently. His eyes flickered toward the massive, completely useless portal behind us. I led the construction of this gate. Ah, that explained the utter devastation in his tone. Before I could respond, the attaché begged for attention with an impatient scoff. That is not important. He waved a dismissive hand, stepping forward, his gaze locking onto me. You just admitted it was your mother who did this, on your behalf, so you could. So that's what this was. He was part of whatever plot was meant to keep me from taking power. An enemy, then. A slow smile curled at my lips. It's in your head, old man, I said, my voice full with mocking amusement. Your head is broken now that your friend can't come, isn't it? I tilted my head, watching him carefully, reveling in the way his eye twitched. You just can't take the loss, can you? The attaché froze, his mouth parting slightly, but no words came out. Bingo. So shut up while adults are talking, I continued smoothly. I don't have time for your nonsense. We have a battle to fight. I jerked my thumb over my shoulder. Talk with Lola. Lola, who had been attempting to blend into the background, jumped slightly at the sudden attention. She's my assistant, I continued, my tone all casual confidence, as if I hadn't just shattered the attaché's already fragile grasp on reality. Report me to the Empire. Complain all you want. I don't care. The attaché's face went a shade paler. His world, which had already been crumbling, had just collapsed entirely. Good. With that handled, I turned back to Mara, who had been watching the exchange with a calculating gaze, his fingers tapping absently against his sleeve as if running through theories in his head. So, Master Mara, I said, my voice slipping back to something closer to businesslike. As far as I know, my mother, back when she originally created the spell, used the fabric of reality itself to weave it together. There wasn't even a moment of hesitation. The gathered mages nodded, as if that was normal. Oh well. She somehow, details shaky at best, managed to strike a bargain with a demon, I continued, pacing slightly as I thought it through. What I suspect is that, in exchange for power, she paid the price of lowering our realm's defenses to a demon invasion. I gestured toward the very far away but extremely large proof of that happening. It kinda makes sense, right? I shrugged. Without lowering her defenses, she wouldn't have been able to summon them at all. Mara let out a slow, almost reverent breath. A mythic spell powered by reality, he murmured, almost dreamily, his eyes taking on the distant look of a man who had just stumbled upon forbidden knowledge. Then, so softly, I almost missed it. I wish I could talk to her about it. Behind me, I could hear the attaché, very angry, his words clipped and sharply enunciated as he all but cornered Lola into conversation. I turned slightly, catching a glimpse of her holding her papers to her chest like a shield, her entire posture tense as she nodded along mechanically to whatever bureaucratic nonsense he was spewing. I caught her eye and mouthed, "Sorry." With a small smirk, I turned back to Mara, who was still standing exactly where he had been, slightly apart from the other mages, his arms now crossed in deep thought. "Well," I said, tilting my head, "if you join the civilians instead of the defenders, you may have a chance to talk to her." His lips parted slightly, but I didn't give him time to follow that train of thought. "But right now," I continued, "I need you to report what has been done with the teleport." Mara straightened, nodding once before slipping effortlessly into mage mode. "Lady, we configured the parameters to align with the ethereal resonance grid, stabilizing the planar interference by recalibrating the arcane dampening thresholds and fine-tuning the mana lattice harmonics." He gestured toward the massive, still failing teleportation arch. "We even attempted to reinforce the rift anchors with sigil-based astral compression, but—" I raised a hand firmly. "No. Stop." He blinked. "Were you able to communicate before it all went down?" I asked, cutting straight to what actually mattered. "Yes." He nodded, his expression turning slightly grim. The attaché was impatient, and they were sending Imperial messages through the network. The last message was that the Count will reinforce the army in the evening in 2 days. A pause. Then, softer, more hesitant. "Lady, what happens now? Is our craft gone?" His voice carried weight. I glanced around, really realizing that every mage in the room was watching me. Not as a ruler. Not as an enemy. But as someone who might actually have an answer. And for the first time, something cold and heavy settled in my gut. Until now, I hadn't even considered what this would do to the mages, to their livelihoods. Teleportation wasn't just some convenient fast travel button. It was the pinnacle of magical achievement for so many of them, a craft they had dedicated their lives to mastering. And in an instant, gone. Was I too self-centered, too focused on my own battles to see what this meant for them? I inhaled, then exhaled. I'm afraid that long-range teleportation is unavailable now. My voice was even, but very short-range teleportation within a mile or so should still work. A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd. Maybe the Empire will commission the construction of short-term relay stations, I offered, thinking aloud. Or, yes, I had already lost him. Not just him, all of them. Mara turned instantly to the other mages, his defeated expression now replaced with something fiercely focused, intensely alive. Within seconds, they had launched into rapid discussion, excitedly bouncing theories and possible alternatives off each other, sketching sigils in the air with quick, practiced gestures. Their world had collapsed. But instead of mourning it, they were already rebuilding it. It was exactly the kind of moment that demanded a dramatic entrance. And Imperial Doan Commander Mila, in all of his serious, no-nonsense glory, stormed into the tent like a man on a mission. The air shifted instantly. Conversation died. Mages, soldiers, even the attaché, all instinctively parted, clearing the direct path through the sea of bodies as Mila's sharp gaze swept the room, searching. It took him less than 2 seconds to spot me, and then, without hesitation, he strode forward. He moved with the deliberate confidence of a man who had no time for obstacles. Every step smooth, purposeful. The crowd adjusted automatically to his approach, the weight of his presence undeniable. He stopped before me, offering a precise salute before dipping into a slight bow. "Lady," he said, his voice a perfect blend of authority and urgency. "Our scouts have calculated the enemy army's preliminary strength and speed. They are marching directly toward us and will reach East Clip around noon in 2 days." I exhaled slowly, rubbing my temple. So I mused, my voice casual, too casual, as I thought aloud. The reinforcements will arrive 4 hours after that? No one answered. They didn't need to, because of course they would. Chapter 95, Protocols. Book 2. The attaché approached us again, completely calm now, as if his earlier rage had been nothing more than a momentary lapse in an otherwise composed existence. Too calm. "Thank you, Princess, for your patience," he said smoothly. "As per protocol, I defer to your command until I can contact my superiors." Then, to my utter surprise, he bowed to me. For 1 full second, I was so caught off guard that I forgot to speak. I blinked, my brain scrambling to process this new development. Then, realization settled in like a dull weight. I glanced at him, suppressing a sigh. This was the gain then. He was my enemy, along with some enemy faction that hated me, and a bureaucrat down to his very soul. And yet, here he was, offering deference because, for now, he had no other choice, and I had to play along, because I knew the same. Plastering on my best empty practice smile, I inclined my head. "I apologize for my earlier outburst," I said smoothly, the words tasting slightly bitter. "I may have gone a little overboard there. Diplomatic. What an improvement from my test days, when I would have punched him without hesitation. Personal growth, right?" I forced myself to exhale slowly as I was calming myself. Behind us, the mages were still arguing, their voices overlapping in a chaotic tangle of magical theory and excited speculation. Lola found a table with a chair near us and was scribbling furiously in her papers, completely absorbed in whatever notes she was taking. And Mila? Mila, who had far too much experience with war, with politics, with the sheer inevitability of what was coming, simply nodded. "It is as you said, lady," he murmured, his voice edged with quiet resignation. "We are on our own." "Oh, come on, Imperial Doan, Commander Mila." I flashed him a bright, overly confident smile, emphasizing his full title just for fun. "We can hold out for a few hours." Mila didn't return the enthusiasm. Instead, he let out a slow, measured breath and glanced at the broken teleportation circle. The arch of cold, silvery metal, its once glowing runes now nothing more than lifeless carvings. "We can hold the advance party, yes," he admitted. His voice was even, but there was something unsettlingly pragmatic about it. like a man carefully measuring the weight of each possible outcome. We can even stop the demon horde for a few hours. He turned to me, golden afternoon light catching on the edges of his armor, the steel reflecting faint amber hues. Scouts reported numbers, and they look bad. But we have a defensive position. I caught my head to the side, letting his words settle before reaching out and patting his shoulder with exaggerated cheerfulness. See? I grinned. That's the spirit. But he didn't smile back. Instead, he hesitated. And then. But there is the issue with Queen Owen. The dread in his voice was palpable. My smile faltered, just for a second, but I inhaled deeply, steadying myself. Leave my mother to me, Mila, I said, my voice firm. A faint, knowing smile played at his lips as he shook his head. But before he could say anything, the attaché cut in. Lady, he began, his tone painfully formal. Per protocol, as the highest-ranking member of the Empire's nobility present, you are barred from direct combat. Failure to comply may incur further penalties. His voice sharpened slightly when Count Itzel arrives. Mila nodded at the attaché's words, his expression grim. Lady, with all due respect, I don't think you can face her. His voice was measured, but beneath the calm was certainty. Nobody here can. She's on a level that transcends humanity. I scoffed. Well, she's not human, she's an elf. I grinned, fully expecting the joke to lighten the mood, but it landed completely flat. Except for Lola, who let out a small giggle, because she at least appreciated quality humor. Mila, on the other hand, did not look amused. I sighed. Have you forgotten about my 2 scrolls? Mila frowned, his brows pulling together as he searched his memory. Then his eyes widened. Yes, I did. Lola giggled again, clearly enjoying this more than me. I grinned, fully victorious. Mila exhaled, rubbing his temple like a man who had just realized he might need to reevaluate everything. That, he admitted slowly, changes things. Okay, so if I cleared my throat and mimicked the attaché's overly formal tone, the highest-ranking member of the Empire's nobility present. The attaché's eye twitched. I ignored it. We need to get things in order, I continued, shifting to my normal voice. Imperial Doen Commander Mila, I task you and your officers with creating a battle plan with alternatives and backups. Mila nodded immediately, already thinking, already moving pieces into place in his head. He hadn't needed the command, but it was still good to say it. I turned to the attaché, ready to give him something menial to do just to keep him out of my way. Attaché, you. He cut me off with a slight raise of his hand, his expression bored, as if he had already anticipated the conversation. There is nothing I can do to aid you, lady, he said flatly. During a crisis, protocol dictates that I spend my time in my chambers until Count Itzel arrives to reinforce us and take over command. I bit my lip. I did not punch him. Personal growth. Very well, I muttered, spinning toward the mages instead. Master Mage Mara, I called, raising my voice slightly. Nothing. The man was too deeply engrossed in a conversation under the massive runed ring, absorbed in whatever magical nonsense was currently fascinating him. I sighed, striding over and placing a hand on his shoulder. Master Mage Mara? He startled, his body jerking slightly as he snapped his head up to look at me, his face flushed, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. Yes? He asked, still half distracted. I glanced around, my gaze sweeping over the other mages. Are the mages under your command? I asked. Mara shook his head immediately. I'm a high-ranking member of the guild, but was structured. And just like that, he launched into a full-length dissertation on how the Imperial Mage Guild was organized. Ranks, factions, specialized departments. Endless, intricate, bureaucratic nonsense that I absolutely did not need to know right now. I nodded occasionally, pretending to listen. But half my mind was elsewhere. Count Itzel. The attaché's loyalty to him had already been too obvious, and now it was crystal clear. They had been waiting for me to fail. And honestly, if Erwin hadn't shattered the world itself, their plan might have worked. But the battle was coming, and after it was over, I needed to leave. The Imperial capital was my best bet. I knew the city like the back of my hand, like home. And there, I could shield myself. I could start working towards something more than survival. A countess. I wasn't going to fight for scraps anymore. I was going to take the whole table. And my uncle, he had said he would protect me. As far as I remembered, he was honorable. So no, Mara finally finished, his voice rushed, as if realizing he had been talking for too long. I can't just force them to do whatever you wanted. Then, after a slight hesitation, lady, he added, as if suddenly afraid I would be angry at him. I stifled a giggle, a soft breath of amusement slipping past my lips. Oh, I don't need you to force them, I said smoothly. I just wanted to know if you can ask them if they'd like to join the battle. My grin widened slightly. As volunteers? I winked. Wait, what the hell? When did I get so playful? Mara looked genuinely taken aback. That. He hesitated, clearly struggling with the sheer concept of it. I don't think we are battle mages. I waved a hand dismissively. Doesn't matter if the answer is 0, I won't be forcing you to fight. I nodded, more to myself than to him, and with a casual wave, I turned on my heel and strode toward Lola. She was still diligently buried in her paperwork, quill scratching rapidly over the parchment, her entire posture perfectly poised despite the absolute madness unfolding around us. I leaned forward, placing both hands firmly on the table, tilting slightly into her space. So, hi Lola, I greeted, flashing her an easy smile. How do you like the game so far? She barely glanced up, still engrossed in whatever very important thing she was documenting. Honestly, lady? She asked, flipping a page with effortless precision. I raised an eyebrow. Naturally, that's what I'm asking. I took a brief glance around the tent. With my orders given, the entire place was finally moving. Officers strategizing, scouts relaying intel, mages discussing short-range teleportation possibilities. That was a nice feeling. A very nice feeling. The feeling of power. Lola, however, was wholly unfazed by the shifting energy in the room. Since I came, she started, her voice matter of fact, I've been going through report after report, writing reports about reports, making excerpts from those reports, compiling inventories of our assets, reconciling logistical discrepancies, drafting official correspondences, cross-referencing supply chain records, verifying resource allocations, annotating tax ledgers, and, she continued, rattling off an endless list of high-level imperial clerk duties with the enthusiasm of someone discussing fine art. I blinked. That sounded horrible. Like, painfully horrible. I opened my mouth to say what, exactly, I wasn't sure, but then, before I could find the words, she grinned. A real, full, beaming grin, the first one I'd seen since I met her. I love it, she declared, her eyes practically sparkling with pure, unfiltered joy. It's amazing how it's so realistic. This is what I've always wanted to do. Ever. I stared at her. Lola apparently had entered the game and discovered her ultimate dream job. What the hell? Well, I said, clearing my throat, desperate for a subject change. Do you know about players? We're kind of the ones who should be organizing them? Lola, still radiating joy from her bureaucratic bliss, perked up slightly at the shift in topic, but I was still struggling to recover from witnessing that level of dedication to paperwork. I love you, I whispered. Silence. Lola's face went red in an instant, her quill freezing mid-stroke. What? She blinked rapidly, flustered. I thought we said that in the bed. Wait, what? Horror slammed into my face like a spilled whiskey. Did I? I said that out loud? I felt my soul physically leave my body. Lola's wide-eyed stare only made it worse. I meant, I stammered, waving my hands frantically. I love to have you as my assistant. You get so much work done, efficiently. It leaves me free to do what I do best, and not get bogged down by bureaucracy. Lola visibly relaxed, her shoulders dropping slightly. But there was still a hint of suspicion in her gaze, as if she wasn't entirely convinced my love was purely professional. I groaned internally. That aside, lady, she said, finally regaining her composure. My people have taken account of the players. I blinked. Your people? Yes, she nodded enthusiastically. I mean, they're in your service. But the clerks who help run East Clippe. She swiftly pulled out a paper, her fingers expertly sliding it into position like a seasoned professional delivering a battle report. I have the full report upstairs, she explained. But I asked for a summary. She tapped the document. So far, we can count on about 1,500 players. I exhaled slowly, my fingers tapping against the table. That's not much. I'd expected more, hoped for more. We needed numbers to defend the fortress. Lola's eyes narrowed. With dramatic force, she yanked another paper from her stack, nearly tearing it in her enthusiasm. I mean the processed applications, she snapped. waving it at me like an offended accountant prepared to duel over fiscal integrity. She practically radiated indignation at my lack of faith. More than that, is still in the queue. Chapter 96. Breaking Free. Book 2. I mean, the processed applications, she snapped, waving it at me like an offended accountant prepared to duel over fiscal integrity. She practically radiated indignation at my lack of faith. More than that is still in the queue. I raised my hands in surrender, taking a step back as if fending off an oncoming audit. Okay, I don't doubt you. Lola's eyes narrowed further. But then she seemed to realize that she had just snapped at me. Her face instantly turned red, her rigid stance softening into something more flustered than furious. Why, yes, lady, I know. She cleared her throat awkwardly. Let's go back to our office? It'll get you the full list. I grinned. Sure, let's go. It'll help. Without waiting, I grabbed half of the stack of papers from her overburdened table, ignoring the way she visibly hesitated, clearly torn between allowing me to help and insisting I would mess her system, whatever it was. So I winked at her. We walked side by side, heading back toward the fortress offices, the sounds of the camp's preparations buzzing around us. So, I asked, shifting the papers under my arm, anyone interesting sign up? Lola kept half a step behind me, as she always did, and for a brief second I thought about commenting on it. But she looked like she was enjoying it. There was a quiet sort of contentment in her posture, an ease in the way she naturally deferred to my pace, so I let it be. Instead, I glanced at her thoughtful expression as she ran through her mental notes. From those you asked me to check on. She paused, considering. Luminaria agreed to come. My brows lifted slightly. That's promising, and I think I saw an application from Night Swallow. That explorer, if she comes, it'll tell her how wrong she was. The others haven't responded yet, she added, her voice tinged with mild disappointment. What about Neko Ark or Scamantha? I pressed. We could really use the help of their guilds. She shook her head. FD? Teki Lama? Archangel Lucy? Lola shook her head. No response yet. I clicked my tongue, shifting my weight slightly as we entered the quieter streets in the improvised town. That was inconvenient. But we still had time. Not much, but enough to push for more reinforcements. The problem was that most of them didn't know me. And maybe they weren't famous or strong yet. But Luminarius Guild? That one had always been a powerhouse. At least we had that. Before I could spiral deeper into battle strategies, a voice ripped me back to the present. Charlie! A bright, familiar male voice. I glanced up, blinking away my thoughts just in time to see Ryan. He was tending to a stall in front of a fairly large tent, a broad, contagious grin stretching across his face. Lola said a quiet hello, while hiding behind me, and before I could process anything further. He reached out, arms open for a hug. So nice to see you, and thank you. I helped him. I blinked, momentarily lost. Had I done something? What had I done? No clue. But I played along. Ryan! I matched his enthusiasm, stepping forward and pulling him into a firm, friendly hug. And it was nice. There was warmth in the way our bodies pressed together, the unspoken camaraderie of shared experiences, even if I couldn't remember what exactly those were. A week before, I didn't like hugs. They had always felt awkward, suffocating, something I tolerated more than enjoyed. But now, there was something comforting in the closeness, in the ease of physical connection. It was like a silent acknowledgement that I existed, that I was here, in this moment, with people who mattered. It was different, good different. I pulled back, grinning up at him. How's business? I asked, letting my hands settle on my hips, curiosity slipping into my tone. Since you gave me that permit, it's been smooth sailing, Ryan said, his voice brimming with satisfaction. Behind me, I heard a yelped gasp. Lola. Oh, so she had been the one to handle that. I smirked, making a mental note to thank her properly later. But before I could, Ryan's gaze sharpened, his eyes flicking over my clothes, keen, calculating. Then, with a merchant's instinct honed to perfection, he pointed at my outfit. Your clothes are amazing, he said, intrigued. Where did you get them? Marvel? I blinked and then giggled. You're actually the first to ask, I said, shaking my head. Despite them being, I let my words trail off, my lips curling into a mischievous grin, and with a flick of my fingers, I sent him the item description for glacial tread heels. His eyes flicked over the details, scanning, and then they widened. Legendary? His reaction was instant, intuitive, his whole body jerking like I just slapped him with a sack of gold. His hands twitched on reflex, like he was physically restraining himself from reaching for my heels right there. And then, like a true merchant, he asked, "Do you want to auction your heels?" I laughed. "It's a legendary set, Ryan." He didn't miss a beat. "How much?" I giggled again, enjoying this way too much. "Ryan," I said, mockingly sweet, drawing out his name with exaggerated sugar-coated amusement. "Not for sale." Ryan grinned, clearly unfazed, but before he could make another offer that I would definitely refuse, a player wandered past his stall. The guy was clearly just passing through, but then his eyes flicked downward, locking onto something on the table, and strode straight toward Ryan's wares with the undivided attention of a man who had just found the deal of the century. "You also have a paying customer, Ryan," I noted, tilting my head toward the eager player. Ryan shot me a quick nod, still smiling easily. "Sure," he said, then his grin twitched wider, something playful sparking in his expression. "And I'm glad you're out of your shell, Charlie. A cute girl like you should be charming boys, not hiding." "Huh?" Both me and Lola made the exact same noise, completely synchronized in surprised outrage. "I'm still the same," I complained out loud, my hands flying up instinctively as if to emphasize how wrong he was. Ryan chuckled knowingly, like a man who had already won the argument. "Oh ho," he mused, already stepping back behind his stall, smoothly motioning for the player to come closer. "These are cheap because I have a friend blacksmith, you want them?" And just like that, he moved on. The absolute audacity of this man. That was my cue to leave before he dropped another comment that made me rethink my entire existence. I gave him a quick wave and turned, making my way back toward the fortress gates, Lola falling into step beside me. But the words stuck. "Ryan said I was out of my shell?" I muttered, still rolling it over in my head. Did he mean I didn't freeze talking to people? Lola's laugh was light, but definitely amused. "You don't, lady," she said with absolute confidence. "That wouldn't be you." That made me stop mid-step. I turned, staring at her, as if she had just casually declared me a god. Was she? Was she serious? I struggled with a response, not because I was paralyzed by the conversation, but because I wasn't. And that was crazy. I hesitated, blinking as the realization settled in. Then, slowly, I started walking again, processing out loud. I was socially awkward since I was a young boy, I finally admitted, glancing at Lola, almost as if I needed to hear myself say it to believe it. And yet, here I was, not freezing, not panicking, not hiding, just talking as if it was easy. "Truly? I can hardly believe that," Lola said, her gaze sweeping over me like I was some rock star stepping off stage, like she'd witnessed something legendary and couldn't reconcile it with the person casually walking beside her. "Your fights. Especially the final one," her voice softened, almost reverent. "The grace in how you held yourself, it was so—" She hesitated. Then, color bloomed across her cheeks like she had just realized how much she meant what she was saying. "One day, I will join you there." I giggled, the sound light, effortless, bubbling up from somewhere comfortable and warm. "Oh, Lola," I said, my voice full of delight. I had the same thoughts just a few days ago. I trailed off, glancing down at my own hands as we stepped inside the fortress walls. The air shifted instantly. Outside, the camp had been alive, buzzing with voices, movement, the constant background hum of everyone preparing for war. But inside, stillness and order. The stone corridors carried only the soft echo of our footsteps, and the few soldiers we passed stood disciplined and alert, saluting respectfully as we walked by. Their gazes held curiosity, maybe even awe, but none of them questioned me. They knew who I was. I felt it in the way they straightened, in the way their eyes lingered just a second too long. "That's new." "Lady," Lola said, snapping me out of my thoughts as we climbed the stairs. "We still have a few matters to sort through." Her tone had shifted, slipping into serious efficiency, the kind of voice that meant she was already mentally sorting the problems before I could even respond. "First," she continued, flipping through the stack of documents in her arms, "there is a man who you apparently owe." She paused, her voice turning intense as she shot me a look. 1,000 gold. I blinked. "What?" Lola's eyes narrowed slightly, suspicion creeping into her normally composed expression. "He claims you gave him your word. or some kind of contract, she said slowly, as if expecting me to deny it. And, her tone dipped even lower, disbelief leaking into it, he said he gave you his body? I stared at her and said again, what? Before I could even begin to process that insanity, we reached my office. Lady! Alma snapped to attention, standing impeccably straight beside the doorway, her crisp salute sharp as a blade. No one has disrupted the fort while you were gone, she declared, pride evident in her voice. I nodded, half present, half somewhere else entirely, as my mind reeled over the claim Lola had just dropped on me. Someone thinks I owe them 1,000 gold? And, more importantly, what the hell did they mean by giving me their body? Thank you, I said, nodding at Alma as I stepped inside. Good work. I moved on autopilot, barely noticing the familiar scent of parchment and ink in the office, the way the golden afternoon light from the windows stretched across the room in long, angled beams. I strode toward Lola's desk, barely aware of dumping the stack of papers onto her already overloaded workspace before leaning on the table with both hands, eyes narrowed in thought. What's his name? I asked, my voice coming out flatter than intended. Lola blinked at me, caught off guard. Sorry, the man who claims I owe him something, I clarified, still trying to wrap my head around it. Oh! Yes, wait! Lola furiously nodded, then practically launched herself toward her desk. She rummaged through the mess of papers, her usual neatly organized stacks now completely disrupted, pages haphazardly spread across the table. I need to find it, she muttered, frustration creeping into her voice. Something bitter edged into it, not at me, but at the disarray. I instinctively jerked back, realizing I had just added to the chaos. A lone parchment clung to my sweaty palm, stuck there from the sheer heat of my grip. I grimaced. Oh, sorry. I carefully peeled the paper away, guilt creeping into my voice. Here I am, barging in and disrupting your work. I gently placed the document back on the desk, hesitated for half a second, then exhaled and strode over to my seat. Lola didn't say anything at first, but the brief pause in her movements told me she noticed. His name is Chach Farley 33. That red-headed menace forced me into buying my own damn name from that man, because apparently I somehow broke the game and I had to negotiate for the privilege, but the payment wasn't even due yet, and now this guy was already knocking on my door? Impatient. Lola was still frantically shuffling through papers, her brows furrowed in frustration, but I had already pieced it together. With a slow exhale, I leaned back in my chair, arms crossing over my chest as my lips curled into something between resignation and mild irritation. Oh, I muttered, tilting my head toward the ceiling as if questioning the gods themselves. Yeah, he's right. Then, with absolutely zero enthusiasm, I added, I owe him 1,000 gold. The room went dead silent. Lola froze mid-page flip, her hands hovering in the air as if I had just confessed to murder. I glanced up. Lola's wide-eyed expression was a perfect mix of disbelief and dismay. Excuse me, she finally demanded. Chapter 97. The ceremony awaits. Book 2 with absolutely zero enthusiasm, I said. I owe him 1,000 gold. The room went dead silent. Lola froze mid-page flip, her hands hovering in the air as if I had just confessed to murder. Lola's wide-eyed expression was a perfect mix of disbelief and dismay. Excuse me, she finally demanded. I didn't get his body, I giggled, casting a side glance at Lola, who looked one misplaced word away from launching a full-scale interrogation. Only his name. Don't worry. She did not look reassured. Instead, she carefully set her papers down, her movements deliberate, like she was handling a volatile spell that could explode if she so much as breathed wrong. Then she examined me, eyes narrowed, scrutinizing, the kind of stare that made people confess sins they hadn't even committed yet. You bought your own name? The tone was dangerous, not furious, not shocked, just dangerous. The exact kind of voice one might use to question someone's mental stability. I raised an eyebrow. Well, what will be wrong if I did? I pushed myself up from my chair and walked toward the window, tilting my head as I gazed at the bustling courtyard below. The soldiers were preparing, moving supplies, training formations, checking weapons with efficiency. I shrugged. I didn't, but people spend money on. We don't have enough money for most things. Lola's voice sharpened, frustration bleeding into every syllable. and I turned just in time to see her gesturing wildly, her movements animated, expressive, a stark contrast to her usual collected composure. Your influx of funds was welcome, but it's not nearly enough, she continued, barreling forward with justified outrage. And we certainly don't have 1,000 gold to spare for your name. Her face was flushed, a mix of stress, irritation, and that deeply ingrained bureaucratic need to make every coin count. She was mad for all the right reasons, so I did what any reasonable person would do in this situation. I strode right up to her, leaned down, and pulled her into a hug, because apparently I was a hugger now. Lola stiffened, her entire body going rigid, like she'd just been ambushed by a particularly aggressive tax auditor. "Don't worry," I murmured against her stunned silence, a small smirk tugging at my lips. "I was kinda on a thievery spree, so I obtained enough gold for our campaign." I felt her hands twitch slightly, like she was debating whether to push me away. "And," I added, leaning back just enough to grin at her, "I may have grabbed a few gifts to, incentivize people to fight for us." Lola let out a long sigh, then shook her head, her posture still tense. Finally, she gave me a light shove, breaking the lingering closeness of the hug. Her face was still flushed, her hands curling slightly, as if forcing herself to let go of her frustration. "I apologize," she muttered, her voice quieter now, but still carrying that faint, stubborn edge. "But I had to prioritize who gets the last of the supplies and what little money we have left." She glanced down, her fingers gripping the hem of her sleeve, hesitating. "Lady, I'm so sorry You... I cut her off with a gentle but firm smile, reaching out and lifting her chin before she could curl further into self-reproach. "You are the best assistant I could ever have, okay?" Lola's eyes widened slightly. For a second, I could see the conflicted mix of emotions flashing behind them, relief, embarrassment, and maybe even something close to pride. Then, without dragging the moment any further, I stepped back, reclaiming my personal space, just as she let out a subtle, relieved exhale. "Okay," she nodded, pulling herself back together, already flipping through her ever-growing stack of paperwork as I returned to my seat, feet up on the table. Classic. Lola barely gave me half a glance before moving on. "The second point is that you promised the ceremony should be soon," she said, her voice slipping effortlessly back into efficiency mode. "You weren't exact about the time and just said in the evening." She shrugged, looking mildly exasperated. "I didn't know how to fit it into the schedule, or even when you'd be returning." "Sorry," I shot back instantly. And for once, I meant it. I hadn't realized just how much I was pushing on her shoulders. And this was supposed to be a game, not a job. Well, I paid her, but still. A sharp knock at the door rang through the room, cutting off my thoughts. Both Lola and I turned toward the entrance. "Enter," I called, already expecting more work to be dumped onto my desk. The door swung open, and in strode a courier, a young woman in imperial blue, moving with purposeful speed. She didn't speak. Instead, she bowed almost to the floor. Then, just as quickly, she placed a thick stack of papers on the table, straightened up, and left without a word. The entire exchange took less than 5 seconds. I blinked. "Is that normal?" I raised an eyebrow. Lola barely even looked up. "Yes." I stared after the vanishing courier, still half processing what had just happened, while Lola was already flipping through the documents, skimming with her usual precision. "Okay," but I leaned back, fingers drumming idly against my knee. "What ceremony are we talking about again?" Lola didn't even glance up. "You promised to appoint Alma." "Oh, right." Lola, fully absorbed in her papers, continued, voice matter of fact. "Good news. Your crew, Scamantha, and a few others have arrived." She flipped a page, then nodded to herself before delivering the actual important update. "We should now have confirmed around 2,000 people on our side." "That's good," I nodded, leaning back in my chair, arms folding behind my head as I closed my eyes for a moment. The chair creaked slightly under my weight, but the sound was drowned out by the faint shuffle of parchment as Lola continued sorting through the endless stream of documents. Scamantha. Not top tier in power, but top tier in resource gathering, which, honestly, way more useful in the long run. I was going to need a lot of resources to shape my territory into something functional, and, more importantly, she was no stranger to thievery, something I had recently picked up as a hobby. I let a grin curl at the edges of my lips. "You know what?" I said suddenly, sitting up straight, my excitement kicking in like a spark catching fire. "Let's do both things together." Lola finally looked up, blinking at me like I had just proposed a wildly irresponsible idea. Which fair? Both, she asked, clearly already preparing a counter-argument. Yes. Think about it. I spread my hands out, gesturing grandly. They'll see I can throw away 1,000 gold like it's nothing, I grinned, feeling a strange rush of confidence at the thought. And I'll make a speech. Lola's eyes immediately narrowed. Oh, she was skeptical, very skeptical. With my improvements, I continued, rushing forward before she could protest, I should be able to not freeze. And just like that, the excitement really hit me. I wasn't just saying it, I meant it. Finally, being able to stand before a crowd, to talk to people, to command without hesitation, without awkwardness, without freezing up. Lola tilted her head, watching me closely, curious now. I grinned wider. Because, for once, I actually felt like it was true. Lola stared at me for a while, her brows furrowing in thought. Then she gave a small nod, more to herself than to me. That's actually a very good idea. She didn't sound surprised exactly, just like she was trying to figure out how it happened. I'll make the arrangements, she said, already grabbing a fresh sheet of parchment and scribbling furiously, her quill scratching across the page with focused intensity. I exhaled, grinning slightly, then turned my gaze toward my own ever-growing pile of work. Okay, I muttered, finally surrendering to responsibility. My feet hit the ground, sliding down from my comfortable scroll as I sat up properly. I eyed the stack of papers waiting for me on the desk. I guess I need to do my part, and with only a little bit of reluctance, I reached for the first document. The arrangements took a full 3 hours. At first, I was bewildered. What could be so complicated about gathering people in one place? But apparently, there were imperial protocols, which meant, of course, that the attaché had to be invited, and I did invite him, reluctantly, because, as much as I hated admitting it, the bureaucratic fossil still held power, and I needed to play nice. With the final courier dispatched, Lola let out a satisfied sigh, stretching her arms above her head before rolling her stiff shoulders. Everything is ready. Finally, I shouted, dropping my quill onto the desk with dramatic exhaustion. The movement sent a splash of ink spilling across the table, but I ignored it entirely, already springing to my feet and striding toward the door. Let's go then! Behind me, I heard a sharp gasp. Lady, please wait! Lola's tone was downright desperate. I paused, turning just in time to see her frantically grabbing at the mess of papers. I winced, rubbing the back of my neck. Oh, sorry, I said sheepishly, stepping back to help her gather the scattered documents. Her hands moved quickly, flipping through pages like a worried mother inspecting a child after a fall. Once she seemed satisfied that no irreparable disasters had occurred, she exhaled sharply. Where is the ceremony? I asked, ready to actually leave this time. Lola didn't even look up. Throne room. Excuse me? She finally glanced at me, blinking. Throne room, she repeated. We have a throne room? My confusion deepened. Lola, completely unfazed, finished stacking her papers with surgical precision, then straightened her back and motioned for us to go. Yes. I blinked again, then slowly, suspiciously, followed her out the door. On our way to the ceremony, apparently held in the throne room, we came upon a strange sight. A girl. At first glance, she looked almost delicate, small-framed, even shorter than me, without heels. She had the youthful softness of someone around 16 to 18, her features cute in a way that made her look more like a lost noble's daughter than a warrior. Her long white hair cascaded down her back and her eyes, one red, one blue, like someone had spliced two worlds together inside her irises. Someone played with the character editor. She wore normal, medium armor, well-maintained, fitted just right, practical, not ornamental, the kind of armor made for actual fighting, not just showing off, which was rare among players. Strapped to her back were two blades, a rapier and a longsword, as if it was completely natural to carry two weapons of completely different styles. And right now, she was arguing with a guard. Except, she was apologizing in every other sentence. I'm sorry, but really, I promise, I'm supposed to be here. The guard crossed his arms, unimpressed. Sorry, but please, just check again, I'm sure. We walked right into the middle of it, Lola's footsteps slowing slightly as she took in the sight. I raised an eyebrow, watching as the girl bowed slightly between each protest. Her words rushed, polite but determined. "What's going on here?" I asked the guard, trying to inject some authority into my voice. The guard immediately straightened, snapping into a sharp salute. "Lady," his voice was firm, professional. "This noble girl is claiming she was invited to the ceremony, but Sword Queen Charlie." The girl practically yelled my Rhinecon title, her voice bursting with excitement. I blinked. She was already bowing slightly, her eyes wide, practically sparkling, her whole body buzzing with energy. "Sorry, but please, I was invited." "You did invite me." She sounded surprised by that fact. Then, suddenly, her expression shifted, her excitement focusing inward as she closed her eyes, her fingers twitching slightly like she was reliving a memory. "Your technique in the finale with the rapier," her tone dipped, almost reverent, as if she was still seeing it in her mind. Lola, to her credit, had completely retreated behind her stack of papers, peeking out like she was shielding herself from Lunaris' intensity. Meanwhile, I just stood there, momentarily thrown. Alright, that was a lot of energy to deal with all at once. I cleared my throat, forcing myself to refocus. "It's possible I did invite you," I admitted, tilting my head slightly as I gave her a once-over. "What's your name?" Her face lit up instantly. "Lunaris? Lunaris?" My eyes immediately flicked to her heterochromatic gaze. Red. Blue. I glanced at her weapons, the familiar dual-wielding setup. Yeah, that checks out. She didn't have her katana-like sword yet, but that came later in the future, and I would know. Because I had watched her fights. Because Lunaris was one of the best sword fighters in the game. I cocked my head, something slow and amused curling in my chest. "Lunaris?" I repeated, watching her beam up at me, completely oblivious to what she was about to become. This sweet, excited, eager girl. This future terror on the battlefield. This feared, dual-wielding menace who would one day cut through enemies like a storm. My grin stretched wider. "You're invited. Don't worry about it." I nodded toward the guard. "Keep up the good work." "Thank you, lady." The guard bowed. Then, turning back to Lunaris, I motioned her forward. "Let's go." I threw a glance at Lola, who still looked half ready to hide behind her paperwork. Then, with a final amused smirk, I started walking, leading the way to the throne room. Chapter 98. Banners and Thrones. Book 2. The throne room was enormous. I stepped inside, and for a moment, my mind went quiet, the sheer scale of the place pressing in like a slow-moving wave. This wasn't just some hall. This was the heart of the fort, a chamber built to command presence. Massive, supporting pillars lined the room. Thick, carved stone, standing like silent guardians, their surfaces etched with strange random designs, thought up by various builders on a whim, players doing player things. The place was mostly bare, but it wasn't empty. There was weight in the cold stone walls, in the way the light from magic braziers and magic torches flickered against the rough-hewn edges, in the way the air felt heavy with something unspoken. This was a place meant for power, for command, for someone who actually belonged here. And then there was the throne. A single platform rose at the far end of the chamber, 5 steps up, placing it just high enough to overlook everything without feeling ridiculous. A throne. Not ornate, not draped in gold or velvet, not the kind of seat you'd find in an imperial court, but imposing in its own right. It was made of dark, solid wood, reinforced with iron accents, its design sharp, practical, meant to last rather than impress. And yet, I was impressed, because it was mine. Or at least, that's what Lola had just finished explaining. "We didn't have the money for decorations," she admitted, shifting uncomfortably, her hands gripping her stack of papers a little too tightly. "But we commissioned a throne for you, Lady Charlie." I exhaled slowly, eyeing the room again, taking in every detail I had glossed over at first glance. The banners hanging against the walls. The imperial ones were faded, repurposed, stitched with hasty embroidery, as if they had been rushed to make this place feel less empty. The subtle tension in the few people already gathered, waiting for me. Something tightened in my chest. I wasn't sure what it was. Pressure? Expectation? The weight of what this meant? I had never cared about thrones before. But this wasn't just some symbolic seat of power. This was a place made for me. I grinned, slow and sharp, pushing down the unfamiliar twist of emotion. Well, I said, breaking the silence, my voice just a little too casual. At least it's not gaudy. Lola sighed heavily, muttering something about how I could at least pretend to appreciate it. But I did. I really did. Good job, Lola. I strolled forward, my steps slow, deliberate, my gaze fixed on the throne as I traced my fingers along its edges. The wood was smooth, worn down by the careful work of craftsmen, but the iron accents were cool to the touch, solid beneath my fingertips. For a moment, I let myself imagine it, myself an independent ruler. Not a pawn in someone else's game, not a piece on a board moved by the empire, but something more. And just for a second, something inside me shifted, like a locked door clicking open somewhere deep, deep inside. It wasn't memories, no images of a past life, no hidden knowledge waiting to be unearthed, but a feeling, a pull, as if I had just stepped into a place I was always meant to stand, like how I felt about Erwin, that strange, inexplicable sense of familiarity, the unshakable certainty that she was related to me, even when I had no memories to prove it. Was it magic? Was Riker right? Was this world more real than reality? Even if it was, that didn't matter. I turned, my thoughts slipping away, and lowered myself onto the throne, moving slowly, deliberately, the weight of the moment sinking in as my knees tilted to the side and I settled into place. From here, the room stretched before me, wide, waiting. It wasn't empty, but there were people missing. Like Alma, I rested my elbow on the armrest, fingers tapping idly as I glanced toward Lola, who somehow had already dragged a wooden table near the throne on right side and was stacking a towering pile of papers onto it. I raised an eyebrow. Of course. Even in the ceremony, bureaucracy haunted us. Are we waiting? I asked, shifting slightly. Lola didn't even look up as she smoothed out the top document. Yes, lady, they're late. Her voice was light, carrying a hint of something suspiciously amused. I narrowed my eyes, turning fully toward her, just in time to catch the glint of mirth dancing in her gaze. Wasn't this supposed to start in like a quarter hour? I cocked my head, biting my lip, suddenly wondering if I had just breached some grand imperial protocol. Lola finally met my gaze, her lips twitching upward. Yes. She let the word linger long enough that I knew something was coming. Then, with a playful tilt of her head, she added, But lady, you are never late. She paused for effect, then delivered the final blow. It starts when you arrive. And then she giggled. Lola giggled. I blinked, processing. Then, without thinking, I joined her. It wasn't very ruler-like of me, but I didn't care. Okay, but Lola, where is Lucas? I finally asked, shifting in my seat. I had sent him a message, but he hadn't been online all day, which was weird. Lucas was the one person I could always count on to be hovering around, meddling in my affairs. Lola barely glanced up as she flipped through another document. Oh, he didn't tell you, she said, like it was the most casual thing in the world. This morning, he said he had to go on a secret mission, whatever that means. I blinked, then sighed. Typical Lucas. No, we'd never date. We were barely functional as friends, and even that was pushing it. The universe couldn't let me have one moment of peace. The imperial attaché had arrived. He moved with that unshakable bureaucratic confidence, the kind of stride that said, I belong here, as if he weren't in fact a thorn in my side. He approached the throne, his steps deliberate, before executing a polite formal bow. Then, without hesitation, he stepped to my left. Of course. Protocol. Always closer to the heart. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes, instead shifting my weight slightly, my fingers lightly tapping against the armrest of my throne. The presence of the attaché was an unwelcome shadow, but I wasn't about to let it ruin the moment. Instead, my gaze flicked toward the wall behind me, drawn to the banners hanging high above. The imperial standard was dominating, draped directly behind the throne, a symbol of the Empire's presence, its authority, its claim over everything I stood for. And yet, beside it were two smaller banners. Mine. The realization settled in my chest, slow and steady. Mine. They weren't as grand, as imposing, but they were there, standing alongside the Empire's, claiming their own rightful place in this room, in this world. A smirk pulled at my lips, something slow, something defiant, because no matter how small those banners were compared to the Empire's looming presence, they were mine. And soon, they wouldn't be small at all. Before I could dwell on that mess, people started trickling into the throne room. At first, it was just a few, a handful of officers, couriers, and key figures taking their places near the edges of the chamber. Then, the flow picked up. More people streamed in, fighters, guild leaders, adventurers from Earth, and even locals, their faces curious, uncertain, or calculating. Within minutes, the room I had thought was enormous felt full. More than 100 people now stood inside, all waiting for me. That was a new experience. The guards had positioned themselves near the doors, others posted along the pillars, some by the windows, all placed strategically. I wasn't sure who had ordered it, but I was impressed. Everything felt official. Serious. Real. Too real. Lola's voice woke me from my spiraling thoughts. "Lady, it's time. Your speech." And just like that, I froze. Oh, crap. I should have been preparing what to say. I should have been going over my key points, figuring out how to rally people, how to inspire them. But instead, I had done what I always did, winging it at the last possible second. I started sweating, and a shiver ran down my spine. Too late now. I forced myself to stand, focusing on my right to rule stat. It wasn't impressive yet, but when used sparingly and in situations where the gap between my authority and theirs was wide, it had an effect. I took a deep breath, my pulse steadying, and raised my voice, loud enough that even the last row could hear me. "Welcome, everyone, to East Clippy." My words echoed in the throne room, bouncing off the stone pillars. I let my gaze sweep over the crowd, letting them feel the weight of this moment. We live in a historic time, and this fort, this stronghold, is a proof of that. I let my voice tighten, just slightly, feeding into the gravity of the moment. In a single week, we, players from Earth, with the help of seasoned builders and architects, prove that we are more than outsiders. We are a force that belongs here. I let my words hang in the vast, magic, torch-lit chamber, the weight of them settling over the gathered crowd. The response was immediate. Gasps, murmurs rippling through the room like a wave. A few exchanged wide-eyed glances, while others, the more battle-hardened, the strategists, the skeptics, narrowed their gazes, absorbing the implications of what I had just said. "Don't ask me the details," I continued, raising my voice slightly so it carried to the back of the room. "But my mother, Queen Erwin, is leading a rebellion against the Empire." A few sharp inhales. Some of the NPC Imperial loyalists in the crowd visibly stiffened, their hands twitching near their sword hilts. I pressed on, ignoring them. She gathered the survivors of various elven kingdoms and fed them a story. A tale where she alone is the rightful ruler of all elven lands. At that, someone snorted loudly. I didn't even have to look. Night Swallow. The roll gleamed lazily against a nearby pillar, arms crossed, her hood drawn just enough to cast a shadow over her smirking face. "Classic," she drawled, clearly unimpressed. "Now we get to join the Imperial side in rebellion." A few chuckles, a few glares. I ignored all of them. But that is not important. I cut through the growing murmurs, pulling the attention back to where it needed to be. "What is important," I said, my voice sharpening, "is that she summoned a demon army and is marching here, and we need to stop her. Not for the Empire." I let my gaze sweep over them, my expression turning harder, colder. For the civilians, that landed. A shift in the crowd. Tension deepening. Players glancing at each other, some nodding, others frowning, as if just now realizing that this wasn't going to be a simple war. Then, because the universe refused to let me have a dramatic moment, "Yes, we'll get a quest," Scamantha yelled excitedly, pumping a fist in the air. That broke the dam. Excited murmurs erupted. Some players already pulling up their system menus, looking for updates, checking for the ping of a new mission. I sighed, irritated but amused. "Indeed." I raised my voice, cutting through the excitement before it could fully derail into players screaming about loot drops and EXP gains. "But please, let me finish." I waited, arms crossed, as the energy died down. A few awkward coughs, some sheepish grins, but eventually, silence. I took a breath, then continued. "Today I asked you all here for one reason." My fingers tightened on the armrests of the throne. "To join my side. To join our fight." I let the words settle before driving the point home, to defend against the horde of undead demons. They needed to understand this wasn't just a numbers game. "For that," I said, shifting gears, the next part of Lola's plan sliding into place, "I've created a royal company." More whispers. Anyone not in a guild is welcome to join. That got a reaction. Some nodding, some quick exchanges between loners in the crowd, a few calculating glances. I glanced at Lola, but she merely shook her head ever so slightly. She had done all the work behind this, and now she wanted me to take the credit. It didn't sit well with me. But if I mentioned her name, she'd be angry. No, she'd be very angry and scary. I wasn't ready to test the full extent of that particular threat. So I pressed on. And for those of you here on behalf of your guilds, I let my gaze sweep the crowd, catching Luminaria's quiet, thoughtful expression as she stood near the side of the room, her arms crossed, listening intently. A tactician, a strategist, a wild card. I have created a royal alliance. That one hit like a shockwave. The murmurs exploded back into full-blown discussion. Some excited, some wary, others immediately checking their menus, probably looking for the alliance invite notification. Luminaria's lips quirked slightly, but she said nothing while watching me, studying the room, already planning 5 steps ahead. A few guild leaders exchanged glances, some with excitement, some with cautious interest, some, like Night Swallow, with quiet amusement, as if waiting to see how far I could actually take this. Chapter 99. From the Throne. Book 2. I flicked a glance at Lola. She nodded, a slight smile on her lips, before handing me a parchment. The paper was rough beneath my fingers, the edges uneven, like it had been torn from something larger in a hurry. I traced the surface absent-mindedly before turning my attention to the beautiful, precise handwriting scrawled across it. Now, let me read the finer details about what exactly the Royal Company and Alliance are. I cleared my throat, shifting my stance a little. My brilliant assistant, Lola, helped with that. At that, I pointed at her. Lola furrowed her brows, her lips pressing into a tight line. I grinned. Ah, the face of someone deeply regretting giving me her notes. Still, I pressed forward, scanning the document and launching into the words like a proper noble. In accordance with system rules, and as a member of the ruling family of an independent entity known as Elam, I can found a company and or Charlie, choose the correct bar. I stopped. I bit my lip. From the corner of my eye, Lola face palmed so hard I could feel it in my soul. The entire room erupted into laughter. I let out a slow exhale, shaking my head as I tried and failed to maintain an air of dignity. I said, flashing a sheepish grin. Apologies. I skimmed ahead, this time actually trying to understand the bureaucratic nonsense Lola had prepared. Ahem. I, as in me, personally, can found a company and alliance, and they will be recognized as legitimate for 1 year under system law, because the de jure land of the kingdom, Elim, is under the control of a foreign entity. I frowned. Wait, that's me. I personally have 1 year to either incorporate appropriate land into Elim or achieve high noble status. Examples include, I let out a suffering sigh and turned my head toward Lola. Do I really need to read this? She didn't say a word, just glared, and then motioned aggressively for me to keep going. Fair. Okay guys, apparently the system needs to hear it out loud, so buckle up, I called out, sighing dramatically. The crowd laughed again, some shaking their heads, others nudging each other with amused grins. Except for the attaché. I caught him watching Lola with a weird look, but not his usual disapproval. Was that respect? Interesting. I scanned ahead, looking for something that wouldn't make me want to curl up and disappear into my chair. My lips curled into a grin. Basically, I have 1 year to confirm my status. Before I could finish, a sharp voice cut through my mind. Pretender, let me out. I can help. I froze. My breath hitched just slightly. I blinked, my focus snapping back to reality. Apologies, guys, but really? Rolando's voice was serious. Yes, now. Lola collapsed into her chair, looking like she had just aged a decade in real time. Her knuckles were white, fingers clutching her quill like it was the only thing keeping her tethered to reality. The sheer desperation in her expression was enough to make even the most hardened warriors in the room avert their eyes, as if bearing witness to a bureaucratic tragedy too great to comprehend. She looked like she wanted to cry. Hey, it's not my fault. This time I sighed and closed my eyes, pressing my fingers against the cool surface of the relic amulet hanging from my neck. Its ancient inscriptions buzzed faintly under my touch, the magic inside it waiting. All it took was a trickle of mana, just the barest suggestion that the prince should be here in person, and reality bent to my will. A pulse of silver light flared in front of the throne, like the air itself had been cut open and stitched back together. Then he appeared. Prince Rolando stood right in the center of the room, his regal hunting armor catching the dim magic torchlight, its dark green and gold accents gleaming faintly. For half a second, there was stunned silence, a heartbeat of absolute stillness, before the guards reacted. Steel sang as swords left their scabbards. A dozen blades were drawn, pointed straight at him. And it wasn't just the guards. Some of the more cautious players were already positioning themselves defensively, hands hovering over weapons and wands, while others, like Scamantha, just watched in fascination. Their gazes flicked between me and Rolando like they were waiting to see how much chaos would unfold. Wait, I hurriedly raised my hands, stepping forward before things could escalate. He's invited. There was a pause. Slowly, the tension eased and swords lowered, but not before the attaché shot me a glare so sharp it could have filed down steel. Prince Rolando, for his part, simply bowed toward me, a smooth, controlled motion that exuded the kind of effortless arrogance only true royalty could pull off. Then he turned, his eyes scanning the gathered crowd to ensure they all saw him clearly. I sighed, running a hand through my hair before forcing a grin. Let me introduce you all to Prince Rolando. A few murmurs rippled through the room. The title alone had weight, but most of them were still processing the fact that a royal had just materialized out of thin air. He's been helping me the past few days to gather things, I added, throwing in just enough vagueness to keep things interesting. Then, before he could get too smug about it, I strode down the platform and promptly slapped the back of his head. A sharp smack. Another round of laughter. Rolando gave me a look of pure offense, but I was already turning away, hopping back up to my throne before he could retaliate. With composed dignity, he adjusted his posture before addressing the room. As the princess says, I am temporarily staying with her. His voice was smooth, perfectly measured, the kind of tone meant to be heard in courts, not battlefields. Until the battle you all anticipate is finished, I shall remain. His gaze swept over the gathered crowd, lingering just slightly on the imperial attaché, who was now visibly fuming, though still silent. After that, Rolando continued, I hope to depart. But until then, he turned and walked straight toward Lola. Lola stiffened as he approached, her hands tightening around her parchment, her expression caught somewhere between wariness and confusion. Then, with formal precision, Rolando stopped in front of her, placed a hand over his chest and declared, In the name of my nation, as a prince, I recognize the claim of Princess Charlie. His voice was measured, ceremonial. I recognize her as a pretender. I blinked. What? In the back of the room, Scamantha had turned, deep in conversation with a young man, but something in their exchange shifted, and suddenly the guy called the guards. An argument broke out, as if the chaos in the room had given everyone permission to start causing their own problems. A few other disputes started rising in volume, and the entire room erupted into chaos. Some people were shouting at each other, arguing over the meaning of Prince's words, while others were already talking in hushed, frantic whispers, likely trying to figure out how this changed everything. I massaged my temples. We'll continue after we sort this out, I yelled over the crowd, trying to cut through the noise. That got some people to pause, though most were still engaged in whatever newly formed debate they had latched onto. Thank you for your patience, I added, trying to sound at least halfway sincere. Meanwhile, Lunaris was running. I barely caught sight of her weaving through the crowd, but before I could even wonder why, I spotted Rob chasing after her. I exhaled sharply through my nose. Had he seriously tried to ask her out the same way he did with me? I didn't even need an answer, I already knew. With a long-suffering sigh, I turned back toward Rolando and Lola, who were standing near the table stacked with documents. Time to figure out what the hell just happened. Rolando, I said, my voice turning dangerously cold, letting just a hint of Owen's authority bleed into my tone. His smug expression didn't waver, but I saw the slight twitch of his shoulders, the way his fingers tightened just a fraction. I am not a pretender. Before he could answer, Lola practically vibrated next to me. Lady, this is a good thing, she burst out, her tone an absolute contrast to the sheer despair she had been drowning in mere minutes ago. I turned, blinking at her sudden enthusiasm. She looked like she had just been handed the imperial treasury and told to reorganize it. You are recognized as a pretender to the LM throne. I groaned, rubbing my temples. Why is that a good thing? Lola lit up even more. The bonuses are even better. Her voice sped up as she practically vibrated with excitement. And you could be a queen. Lola leaned in, her eyes gleaming, practically sparkling with ambition. Erwin is the current queen of 6 different kingdoms, right? She continued, words tumbling over each other. That means you. She grabbed a nearby parchment, flipping to a detailed set of notes I hadn't even seen her write. You can claim one of those titles for yourself. She looked up at me, breathless. Lady, you could be a queen. Before I could process that insanity, Rolando let out a soft, knowing chuckle. You're a pretender, truly, he said, his smile just a bit too pleased with himself. Since the day I met you. I exhaled sharply, crossing my arms. Okay, my lovely helpers. I eyed both of them, leveling them with a pointed stare. Even if I wanted to, I can't just declare myself queen inside the empire, can I? Lola hesitated. I raised a brow. She sighed. Duchess first. Then maybe find land big enough to claim a kingdom. I gestured. Exactly. But instead of discouragement, I saw something else spark in her eyes. Something that made me just a little bit concerned. Determination. Pure, unshakable determination. We can do it. Her voice was steady, sure, filled with a kind of conviction I wasn't sure even I had. As long as you hold the title of princess, we can work toward it. She straightened her back, standing taller, her quill tapping against the table like a judge's gavel. And thanks to Prince Rolando's recognition of your claim, the bonuses for your company and alliance are now doubled. I grinned. I liked this side of her. Without thinking, I stepped forward and hugged her. Lola stiffened, like full-on statue mode. I felt the way her shoulders locked, her quill still clutched like a lifeline. Then, awkwardly, she patted my back once, twice before I let go. I pulled back and smirked. Lola, you have more ambition than me. Her face flushed deep red. She cleared her throat, straightening her papers in a way that was entirely unnecessary. I always wanted to be a kingmaker. She paused. Or queenmaker. Another pause. Then, under her breath, as if admitting it was a crime, I might have planned for this kind of thing before. I opened my mouth to respond, but she was already shaking her head, pivoting back to the prince. But, sir, how did you even come here? I sighed, reaching over and smacking Rolando on the head again. A solid thwap. He let out a dramatic sigh, rubbing the spot, his expression deeply wounded, as if I had just gravely offended his royal dignity. This joker is my ring, I said simply. Lola froze mid-note-taking, her quill hovering over the page. She narrowed her eyes. Then she slowly, deliberately, pointed the quill at us. What do you mean he is a ring? I grinned. You see, there was this ring I launched into a very vague version of the story, conveniently leaving out some morally questionable details about my acquisitions of wealth. Lola listened, her expression shifting from curiosity to bafflement to deep, deep exasperation. By the end of it, she just buried her face in her hands. I patted her shoulder. It's okay. You'll get used to it. From her muffled groan, I could tell she strongly disagreed. Are the bonuses permanent? I asked, shifting gears as smoothly as I could. I mean, can Rolando or I take them back? I leaned forward slightly, arms crossed. Except for kicking them out of the alliance, of course. Lola let out a slow, practiced breath, the kind she used when dealing with a particularly tedious report. She tilted her head back, her quill tapping lightly against the table, before finally responding. Yes, they are. Her tone was steady, but the weight of the answer was clear. You have 1 year to somehow become a countess. Or better. She met my gaze. A duchess or a queen. I nodded, reaching out to pat her shoulder, feeling the tension coiled beneath her clerk uniform. Then, with a sigh, I turned away, heading back towards the throne. My heels echoed against the stone floor, each step measured, but inside I was still burning with irritation. As I walked, I cast a glare at Rolando, my frustration at his royal meddling still very much alive and well. He had the audacity to smirk, as if utterly unbothered by my silent fury. Typical. I bit down my annoyance and instead inhaled deeply, stepping onto the raised platform. Then I let it rip. Guys, my voice boomed, cutting through the last remnants of scattered conversations. All heads snapped toward me. Good, my voice carried across the vast chamber. I will first appoint my personal guards. My gaze swept over them, picking out the faces I recognized. Luminaria, standing near the edge, her arms crossed as she studied me, calculating. Night Swallow, still lounging with her air of detached amusement, but her fingers tapped idly against her belt. Scamantha, who was still half distracted but perked up at my words. They were watching, waiting. I smirked. Time to reel them in. After that, I will call on each and every one of you. I let my gaze drift across the crowd, lingering on guild leaders, lone adventurers, the ones still weighing their choices, and ask, do you want to join my alliance with your guild? A few heads tilted, players exchanging glances, calculating the implications. Or do you want to join my company, which, in a year, will be turned into something akin to a guild, with me as the guild leader? Both has bonuses, and I will lend you a powerful item as long you are a member. That got their attention. Some leaned forward, others crossed their arms, the wheels already turning. This wasn't just a call to arms. This was a foundation being laid. So, let's begin. Chapter 100, Picky Hat, Book 2 CO. So, let's begin. I grinned, my voice ringing through the chamber, filled with the same energy as someone about to kick off a festival rather than conduct an imperial ceremony. Lola gave a small nod to the guards by the doors, who immediately moved into action. The heavy wooden doors groaned open, the hinges letting out a faint creak, and they marched in. Alma led the way, her posture flawless, the very embodiment of a leader forged in discipline. I picked her at random. Why is she so competent? Behind her, 10 soldiers walked in a formation. No, not walking, but marching, each step measured, their boots striking the stone floor in unison, sending a faint reverberation through the air. Their armor gleamed under the magic torchlight, a striking silvery green, the same as I saw earlier. So, across their backs, inscribed into the upper half of their curved pauldrons, was a bold engraving of a snowflake crest, the icy silver stark against the deep green. The room was silent, save for the measured footfalls as they took their places, forming a semicircle before the throne. As if guided by an unspoken command, they all dropped to one knee, heads bowed in synchronized respect. A slow, anticipatory hush swept through the chamber. All eyes were on me. Oh damn, I had been so caught up in their entrance and their display that my mind went blank. Lola's quill hovered dangerously over her notes, as if ready to scribble down whatever disaster was about to leave my mouth. I swallowed. Then, by sheer force of self-preservation, I opened my mouth. Let me welcome my new personal guard. Not exactly the formal declaration befitting a noble appointing their most trusted warriors, but hey, I got words out. I exhaled, squared my shoulders, and tried again. I could practically hear the imperial attaché internally combusting somewhere behind me, so I at least had to make an effort. I took a slow breath and lifted my chin. You have stepped forward, not as mere soldiers, but as my chosen shield sworn to protect, to uphold, and to stand unwavering in the face of what comes. I caught Alma's slight nod of approval, barely noticeable, but it gave me confidence to continue. With your blades, my will shall be enforced. I could almost feel Night Swallow smirking in the crowd at that one, but I ignored it. With your armor, my throne shall remain unbroken. All right, I was on a roll now. The days spent in the Imperial Palace hadn't been in vain. I took one step forward, my gaze lowering over them. Rise. As the first of my personal guard, as the ones who will stand at my side. Slowly, in perfect unison, they stood. And, for the record, if any of you try to stab me, I will personally make sure it's the worst mistake of your life. Laughter broke out, and I clapped my hands together. All right, I want to grant you. I didn't even get to finish my next words before the heavy creak of the doors interrupted me. The room stilled, heads turning toward the entrance just as Lisa rushed in, wrapped in flowing ceremonial robes that looked entirely too extravagant for someone who had just barged into my event late. Catherine trailed right behind her, her steps quieter but no less hurried. Are we late? Lisa's voice rang through the chamber. I let out a long sigh. They didn't decline to come, they were just late. Probably because of that not a dragon. Protocol dictated that I was supposed to ignore them completely, as if they didn't exist, but honestly, that was boring. So I simply nodded at her and said, Yes, Guild Leader Lisa, you are late. A few chuckles rippled through the crowd, but Lisa, being Lisa, just flashed me a winning smile and joined the line of other attendees, entirely unbothered. As she moved, my eyes locked onto Rob in the crowd, who had conveniently found something interesting to look at on the floor. Your stand-in was causing problems, I announced, my voice carrying through the room. A few more murmurs, a few knowing grins were exchanged, but I didn't wait for a response. I turned back toward Alma and my personal guards, letting the moment settle. Now, back to business. As my personal guards, I began, projecting my voice. You have been granted the best weapons and armor available. But to show my gratitude, I let the words linger, shifting slightly as I reached into my inventory. I bestow upon the leader of my guard this weapon. I had found this sword during my completely legitimate, definitely not unlawful tour of a coastal armory. It wasn't some ancient relic meant to gather dust in a Twer vault. It was functional, well forged, and would serve Alma well. I pulled the sword from my inventory, and it materialized into existence, solidifying in my grasp with a faint pulse of magic. The blade was battle-ready, its steel a deep, burnished gray, forged with folded layers that shimmered subtly under the magic torchlight. The crossguard curved slightly upward, its edges engraved with faint runes that pulsed with a soft, silvery blue glow. The hilt was wrapped in blue leather, ensuring a firm grip. Let this be a sword that protects me from now to eternity. I cringed. The words felt awkwardly theatrical, but unfortunately, these things had to be said for the system too. The sword flashed. A brilliant surge of light pulsed outward, wrapping around the blade like a whispered promise of power. The system acknowledged the bond. I grinned and turned back to Alma, who was still kneeling before me. Rise. I paused, glancing at the sword's new name. The description flickered before my eyes. What? For a moment, I considered giving her another one, but what's done is done. I let out a breath and finished. Rise, Alma, my High Warden. Alma stood smoothly, her movements as disciplined, but I caught the slight tightening of her jaw, the glint of pride in her eyes. I handed her the blade, sharing the details of its stats with everyone in the room. Why not boast a little? High Warden's sword. Quality, 5 epic ATK, 30-35 restriction. High Warden of Princess Charlie info, scaling, scaled to a level 12. The name had changed, so had the crest. The system had made it official. Alma tightened her grip on the sword, giving a brief, sharp nod before stepping back into formation, now fully cemented in her role, the personal guard spreading through the room, but she stayed close to me with pride in her eyes. I tilted my head, satisfied, then clapped my hands together. All right, who's next? Lola let out a small, nervous cough, then scurried toward me, her quill clutched as she whispered, Lady, now the royal company. I glanced at her, then at the expectant crowd, and flashed her a quick grin. Ah, sure. Turning back to the gathering, I clasped my hands together, making sure I had their full attention. Apparently, it's now time for the royal company. A few chuckles flew around the crowd, but I continued, lifting the parchment Lola had practically shoved into my hands. Well, go through the list of people who have preliminarily agreed. I waved the paper a little, but hey, no pressure. I won't be forcing you to accept. If you want to go your own way, there's no bad blood between us. I let my gaze sweep over them, my smirk just a little mischievous. But I dragged out the word dramatically, glancing down at the list, and I gasped. Lola actually flinched. I flicked my gaze back to the crowd, my tone shifting into something bordering on scandalized amusement. You'll be missing 20%. That's how much of an experience boost you get if you join the company. A ripple of murmurs broke out instantly, and a few people in the crowd visibly tensed, exchanging glances, some muttering in hushed tones. I could already see the math running in their heads. Then I added, just to twist the knife further, I finished with, the guild gets 10% on top of your guild's one. Players shifted uneasily, whispering to each other and mentally weighing their choices. Slowly, my stare slid toward Rolando. That bastard actually smiled at me, a slow, knowing, smug-as-hell smile. I shivered. Before I could do anything to wipe that look off his face, I turned back toward the rowdier crowd and nodded at Lola. She handed me another parchment containing a very carefully prepared speech. Clearly, she didn't trust me to keep things formal. As she handed it over, she whispered something to herself that I just managed to catch. You've got this. Then she inhaled and, in what was, for Lola, practically a shout, she announced, let me introduce Tremar. I blinked. Who? A man in a flowing blue robe stepped forward, grinning at the mention of his name. He dusted off his sleeves, walking toward the throne with an easy confidence, his hood still drawn over his head. Wait a minute. That robe, that posture. I narrowed my eyes. The moment he reached the steps, he pulled back his hood, revealing short blonde hair and a cheeky smirk. Long time no see. Oh, him. I blinked again, recognition clicking into place. Yes. It's been a few days. I recovered quickly, straightening my posture. Tramar, the fire mage. His grin widened. Do you accept to honor the company's rules? To fight in the name of… I hesitated, glancing briefly at Lola, who was practically glowing with excitement. She was already nodding, mouthing the word kingdom at me. I sighed and went with it. To fight in the name of the kingdom with honor? Yup, no hesitation. He nodded with a boyish grin. Well, that was easy. I had nothing prepared for him. Somehow I'd forgotten he even existed. He was just a vague memory of helping Catherine fight that Blowberg, which was definitely not something I wanted to relive right now. Still, I had a ton of gear sitting in my inventory in a junk pile. Okay, while it wasn't some grand relic, it was still better than most things available I picked on my travels. All right. I put the paper down, mirroring his grin. As a gift for joining us, and as long as you stay. I swiped through my inventory, scanning for something that fit. Something good for a mage. Something worthy of a proper send-off. Something that would make a statement. I will give you this. And with a flick of my wrist, the item materialized, glowing faintly in my palm. It wasn't the best-looking thing ever. It was a magic hat, but a faded, pointy old thing. Its once deep blue fabric, now a patchwork of fraying seams and mismatched repairs. Stubbornly bent at the tip, it had haphazardly sewn patches in various colors that clashed horribly, making it look like a discarded souvenir from an eccentric wizard's closet. The edges curled unevenly, worn from years of neglect, while a faint scent of dust and regret clung to the material. Despite its shabby thrift store appearance, it hummed with faint magical energy, though whether in defiance or sheer spite was anyone's guess. Picky hat, quality, 4 exceptional effect, 2 magic power. Info, picky hat doesn't like you. I grimaced at the thing, then hurled it at Tramar before anyone else could see it. Here. Yours now. No need to share the info screen. This wasn't exactly a crowning achievement in magical artifacts. Tramar caught it effortlessly, eyebrows raised in mild amusement, then, without hesitation, plopped it onto his head. And then, the transformation hit like a spell cast in reverse. The fraying seams stitched themselves back together. The old fabric deepened into a rich midnight blue, absorbing the light with a subtle velvety sheen. The once pathetic bend at the tip straightened, forming a proud, elegant arch, while faint golden embroidery unraveled along the brim, delicate yet intricately woven in looping arcane symbols. Tiny gems flickered into existence along the band, glinting softly like starlight, and the hat, no longer just an old, battered relic, settled into place like it had always belonged to him. Huh? I turned to Tramar, my brow furrowing. Do you like it? He opened his mouth and then immediately shut it, as if words failed him. Instead, his hand flicked, and the system window popped up in front of every one of us, shimmering faintly in the air. Picky hat, quality, 4 exceptional effect, 15 magic power. Restriction, Elim Royal Company info. Picky hat loves you. I squinted at it. The 2 magic power it had before was nothing special. A mild boost, a polite nod of usefulness at best. But now? Now, it was ridiculous. A 15 boost to magic power? Even legendary tier artifacts would be glad to tie that number. Across the chamber, Lisa let out a laugh, arms crossed as she tilted her head toward us. That's ridiculous, she said, her voice more amused than envious. Magic power is applied before all the other bonuses. That's broken. She wasn't wrong. That meant Tramar's raw spell damage would now be multiplying every other modifier he had, turning what should have been a modest enhancement into legendary damage. And Tramar knew it. With zero hesitation, he turned on his heel and pranced. Yes, pranced, back to where he had been standing before, his movements exaggerated, deliberate, absolutely obnoxious. He made sure everyone saw the way the hat caught the light, how the golden embroidery shimmered, how the gem-encrusted band reflected a subtle, enchanting glow. A few players in the crowd grumbled. Someone muttered show-off. but most just laughed, shaking their heads. Lisa was flat out grinning, arms folded as she leaned toward Catherine and whispered something that made the latter stifle a giggle. Tramar did not stop until he was back in his original spot, settling into a casual stance with an air of feigned innocence, as if he hadn't just spent an entire 30 seconds basking in his own magnificence. I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose so hard I might as well have been trying to erase reality. Okay. I turned to the list in my hands, resolutely ignoring the smug aura radiating off Tramar like an overcharged beacon. Who's next?